Before we begin, if you're enjoying this deep dive into one of history's most forbidden mysteries, hit that hype button and let the algorithm know this is the kind of content you want to see more of. And if you feel like it, drop a comment telling us what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from, whether you're wide awake at noon or drifting off at 3 a.m. halfway across the globe. Your comments make this community what it is. And a massive thank you to Dogface680 for suggesting this topic. This one's going to take us somewhere we've never been before. Now, let's talk about the Anunnaki. The discovery. Every civilization tells the same story. Gods came from the sky, created mankind, and vanished. In the spring of 2024, an archaeologist named Daniel Reeves found something buried beneath that story, and it nearly destroyed him. Picture this. A research dig outside Eridu, Iraq, the world's first recorded city. The desert stretches endlessly in all directions, broken only by ancient mounds that hide the foundations of humanity's earliest experiments with civilization. The heat's oppressive, the kind that makes you question every decision that led you to this moment. Dust devils spin across the landscape, and the horizon shimmers with mirages that look like water but promise only more sand. Reeves was part of a small, privately funded team excavating a Sumerian temple foundation. The funding came from a tech entrepreneur fascinated by ancient history, the kind of money that let them work without the usual constraints of academic bureaucracy or government oversight. Just 6 people, Reeves as lead archaeologist, 2 graduate students named Tom Chen and Lisa Okafor, a site surveyor named James Whitmore, a translator named Amira Hassan, who specialised in ancient Sumerian, and a documentary filmmaker named Kevin Park, who was supposed to be capturing the dig for a future series about archaeological discoveries. The work was methodical, painstaking, the kind of thing that usually yields pottery shards and temple receipts, the mundane paperwork of ancient bureaucracy. They'd been at it for 6 weeks, mapping the temple foundation, cataloguing fragments of clay tablets, photographing everything in meticulous detail. Standard archaeology, the kind that builds careers slowly and carefully. But on a Tuesday morning in late March, everything changed. They were excavating what should have been a storage room on the eastern side of the temple complex. Lisa was working with a brush and small hand tools, carefully removing sediment that had accumulated over 45 centuries. She hit something solid, heard the scrape of metal on stone. Not unusual, plenty of stones in ancient foundations. But this stone was different. It was too smooth, too regular. She called Reeves over. He knelt beside her, examined the surface she had exposed. It was limestone, but worked with a precision that seemed unusual for the period. The surface had been ground flat, polished to a mirror smoothness that would have required significant effort and sophisticated technique. And there were marks on it, shallow grooves that might have been decorative or might have been something else. "Keep going," Reeves said. "Let's see what we have." 3 hours later, they'd exposed a stone slab nearly 2 meters on each side, set flush into the floor. The grooves formed a pattern, geometric and deliberate, spiralling from the edges toward the center where a circular depression suggested some kind of mechanism or seal. Amira examined the grooves carefully, running her fingers along them, feeling the depth and spacing. "These aren't decorative," she said. "They're inscriptions, but I don't recognize the script. It's older than standard cuneiform, more pictographic. Proto-writing, maybe, or something else entirely." Tom set up the ground-penetrating radar while Lisa and Kevin documented everything with photographs and video. The GPR results came back showing a void beneath the stone slab, a chamber roughly 4 meters deep and extending 6 meters in each direction. "We need to open it," Reeves said. Nobody argued. They worked for 2 days, carefully prying up the stone slab with jacks and leverage, afraid of damaging whatever was beneath. When it finally lifted free, the smell hit them first. Not decay or rot, but something else, something metallic and sharp that made their eyes water. The air from the chamber below was different, processed through stone for millennia, sealed away from the world above. James rigged lighting and lowered it into the chamber. The lights came on, and everyone gathered around the opening to look. The chamber was lined with stone blocks, each carved with inscriptions that covered every surface. The writing was dense, layered, some characters carved over others as if someone had run out of space and kept adding more information. But that wasn't what made them all stop and stare in silence. On the far wall, illuminated by their temporary lights, was a massive carving nearly 2 meters tall. 2 figures, humanoid, but not quite human. Their proportions were wrong, legs too long, arms too angular, heads slightly too large. They wore fitted garments that looked more like flight suits than ancient robes, covered in geometric patterns that might have been decorative or might have been functional. And they were holding tablets, not clay tablets. These tablets glowed in the carving, represented with a luminescence that had been achieved by inlaying the stone with some kind of crystalline material that caught the light and scattered it. The tablets were covered in grid patterns, regular arrangements of squares that looked less like writing and more like circuit boards, like technology rendered in stone by people who shouldn't have had any concept of such things. "Get down there," Reeves told Tom and Kevin. "Document everything. Every angle, every inscription, everything." They spent the next 3 days in that chamber. The inscriptions covered not just the walls but the floor and ceiling, a complete enclosure of information. Amira worked herself to exhaustion trying to translate, filling notebooks with sketches and notes, consulting references on her laptop, comparing characters to known Sumerian texts. The dating came back from samples they'd carefully extracted. 4,500 years before the Common Era, give or take a century. That would make it contemporary with the very founding of Sumerian civilization, possibly even earlier. Contemporary with the moment when humans supposedly first figured out writing and agriculture and organised religion. But the inscriptions didn't read like early writing. They read like something mature, developed, technical. Then came the pigment analysis. The crystalline material inlaid in the carved tablets contained trace amounts of iridium, a metal rarely found on Earth's surface. Iridium comes from space, from meteor impacts, or from deep in the planet's core where it sank billions of years ago when the Earth was molten. You don't find it in surface deposits. You don't mine it with ancient technology. You don't accidentally incorporate it into artwork, unless someone brought it from somewhere else. Reeves documented everything methodically. He took hundreds of photographs from every angle, collected samples of the stone and the inlay material, filled 3 hard drives with video footage and data files. His field notes, later leaked through a series of encrypted emails to contacts at the British Museum, contained observations that read less like archaeology and more like science fiction. One entry, dated March 28th, 2024. The inscriptions refer to the design of life, not as a gift, but as a project. They mention something called the model of the clay, which reads like an instruction manual for genetic creation. The figures aren't gods receiving worship. They're scientists documenting an experiment. Another entry, March 30th. Translation of Chamber Wall, Section 4. The pattern was set into the clay, ratio 7:3, aligned with the breath sequence. 23 pairs achieved stability. The creation walked and spoke and remembered instruction. This isn't poetry. It's a procedure. 23 pairs. The human genome contains 23 pairs of chromosomes. Nobody in 4500 BCE should have known that. Nobody should have even understood what chromosomes were, let alone how to count them. The breath sequence. DNA requires specific base pair sequences to function, patterns that repeat in rhythms, instructions written in chemical notation that wouldn't be discovered for another 5,000 years. The creation walked and spoke and remembered. higher cognitive function, language capability, memory formation, the defining characteristics of human consciousness, described in clinical terms by people who shouldn't have had the framework to think in those terms. Kevin captured all of it on video. Hours of footage, wide shots and close-ups, Amira translating in real time, Reeves examining the inscriptions with increasingly frantic energy as he realised what they might be looking at. That was the last official transmission from the dig site. On April 2nd, 2024, Reeves uploaded his field notes to an encrypted cloud server and sent copies to 3 colleagues he trusted. On April 3rd, he tried to contact the British Museum to arrange a consultation with their Sumerian experts. On April 4th, the dig site was shut down. After that, just static. Act 1. The official story. To understand what happened next, we need to understand what the Anunnaki actually are, at least according to the accepted historical record. The Anunnaki appear throughout Sumerian, Akkadian, Assyrian, and Babylonian mythology as the pantheon of major gods who shape the world and humanity's place in it. The word itself breaks down in Sumerian. Anu, referring to the sky or heaven, and Kai, meaning earth, with the connecting Na, suggesting descent or origin. They are literally those who from heaven to earth came. There's Anu, the Sky Father, the ultimate authority among the gods, remote and powerful, sitting in judgment over both divine and human affairs. There's Enki, god of wisdom, water and creation, portrayed as the craftsman who shaped humanity, who gave us intelligence and knowledge, who often intervened on behalf of his creations against harsher gods. And there's Enlil, god of air and command, who saw humans as a necessary workforce but little more, who advocated for humanity's destruction when we became too numerous and noisy. These aren't obscure figures mentioned in a single text. Thousands of clay tablets recovered from sites across ancient Mesopotamia mention them, describe their actions, catalogue their relationships and conflicts. The Epic of Gilgamesh references them. The Atrahasis epic describes them in detail. The Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation myth, places them at the centre of cosmic order. Museums around the world house these artefacts. The British Museum, the Louvre, the University of Pennsylvania Museum of Archaeology, the National Museum of Iraq. Translations exist, peer-reviewed and documented by Assyriologists who've spent entire careers studying these texts. This is established historical fact, at least as much as anything from 5,000 years ago can be called fact. The standard interpretation treats them as mythology, as primitive humans attempt to explain the world through storytelling and supernatural agency. Ancient people didn't understand natural phenomena, didn't know about weather patterns or geological processes or biological evolution, so they invented gods to explain what they saw. The Anunnaki were powerful beings who controlled things humans couldn't control, who provided order and meaning to an otherwise chaotic existence. Standard mythology, right? The kind of creation story every ancient culture has. Gods make humans, humans worship gods, everyone knows their place. The Sumerians weren't special in this regard. Every civilization from the Greeks to the Maya to the Norse had pantheons of powerful beings who created the world and shaped human destiny. Except the Sumerian texts are remarkably specific about certain details. They describe the Anunnaki coming to Earth with specific purposes, mining operations in southern Africa according to some texts, agricultural development in Mesopotamia according to others. They needed workers for their projects, labour that could perform complex tasks but remain under control, so they created humans. The Sumerian term is Adamu, the first man, created to serve, but the creation process is described with unusual precision. Enki, the god of wisdom and creation, took the clay of the earth and mixed it with the essence of the gods, combining earthly matter with divine substance in specific ratios to create something new. One text describes it this way: "In the clay, God and man shall be bound, to a unity brought together, so that to the end of days the flesh and the soul which in a god have ripened, that soul in a blood kinship be bound. Clay and blood, earth and essence, physical matter and genetic information, instructions for creating life by combining existing biological material with new patterns, new code. And here's where Daniel Reeves's field notes started to sound less like fanciful interpretation and more like genuine alarm, because the inscriptions in that sealed chamber described the same process, but in language that read less like mythology and more like technical documentation. One section, laboriously translated by Amira Hassan over 3 exhausting days. The clay was refined through 7 passes, removing impurities, establishing baseline compatibility. The essence was introduced in measured proportion, 7 parts clay to 3 parts essence. The ratio determined through prior testing on lesser forms. 23 binding pairs were established, each pair encoding specific function, structure, cognition, reproduction, lifespan regulation, sensory input processing, motor control, metabolic efficiency. 7:3 ratio, 23 pairs, specific functions encoded in binding pairs. This wasn't poetry, this wasn't metaphor, this was a procedure, written by someone who understood genetics at a level that shouldn't have been possible for people working in 4500 BCE. Another section described outcomes. Initial trials produced unstable forms, insufficient cognitive capability, shortened lifespan, inadequate reproductive compatibility. Adjustments were made to binding sequences, enhanced neural pathways, extended telomere structures, improved protein synthesis efficiency. Final, form achieved stability after 47 iterations. 47 iterations. Trial and error. Scientific method. Someone was refining a process, learning from failures, improving results through systematic experimentation. The standard interpretation of Anunnaki mythology involves gods moulding humans from clay, like a sculptor working with raw material. But Reeves had found something that suggested those ancient myths were preserving memory of something real, something that actually happened. Not spiritual creation, but biological engineering. Not divine magic, but applied science by beings who understood genetics and molecular biology in ways that humans wouldn't rediscover for thousands of years, and someone noticed that he'd found it. Aced 2. The cover-up. Within 72 hours of Reeves's last field note upload, the excavation was shut down. The sequence of events moved with the kind of efficiency that suggested someone had been monitoring the dig closely and was ready to act the moment something specific was discovered. April 4th, 9:30 in the morning local time. 2 vehicles arrived at the dig site, one from the Iraqi Department of Antiquities, one from a private American contractor called Archaeological Solutions. 6 men total, carrying documents, and wearing professional business clothes completely inappropriate for the desert heat. The man from the Department of Antiquities, whose name was listed as Hakim Rashid in the documents, but whose actual identity remained unclear, informed Reeves that the excavation was being shut down immediately. The stated reasons: site contamination from improper handling of artifacts, excavation beyond permitted boundaries, failure to properly document chain of custody for samples removed from the site, and concerns about damage to culturally significant materials. Reeves tried to argue. He showed them the documentation, the photographs, the meticulous records they'd kept. He explained that they'd followed every protocol, exceeded every standard for archaeological preservation, done everything by the book and then some. Rashid was unmoved. The decision had been made at higher levels, he explained. There was nothing he could do. The site would be sealed pending further investigation. The men from Archaeological Solutions said nothing. They just stood there in their business, casual clothes and reflective sunglasses, watching, waiting for the conversation to end so they could begin their work. "What's Arkan's involvement?" Reeves asked. "This is an archaeological site under Iraqi jurisdiction. Why is a private American contractor here? Rashid's face tightened slightly. Archon has a contract with the Ministry to provide technical assessment and remediation services for sites that may present environmental or safety concerns. Their involvement is routine and appropriate. It wasn't routine, it wasn't appropriate. American contractors don't show up within hours of a discovery unless they were already close, already watching, already prepared to intervene. Within 6 hours, Archon had cordoned off the entire excavation area with security fencing and warning signs. They brought in equipment, sophisticated gear that looked more like military tech than archaeological tools, ground-penetrating radar arrays, electromagnetic scanning equipment, atmospheric sampling devices, all set up with practiced efficiency by technicians who clearly did this regularly. The team wasn't allowed back to the site. They watched from a distance as the chamber they'd discovered was accessed by Archon personnel, wearing full environmental suits, the kind you'd use for hazardous materials or biological containment. Everything they'd found, samples, hard drives, notebooks, equipment, was confiscated as evidence in the ongoing investigation. Reeves managed to keep his laptop and one backup drive that he'd hidden in his tent. Everything else was gone. By April 7th, the entire team was in Baghdad being processed for departure. Their visas were suddenly found to have administrative irregularities. Their permits were under review pending investigation into the violations at the site. They needed to return to their countries of origin immediately and await further instructions. Tom Chen, Lisa Okafor and James Whitmore took the hint. They flew home, understanding that arguing would only make things worse for their careers. Kevin Park went back to South Korea, his footage and equipment confiscated, his documentary dead before it started. Amira Hassan, being Iraqi, stayed in Baghdad but was told in no uncertain terms that discussing the excavation publicly would result in consequences for both her and her family. She went quiet. Only Daniel Reeves refused to let it go. Back in London, he tried to make sense of what had happened. He had his backup drive with copies of most of the photographs and his field notes, enough to remember what they'd found, even if he couldn't prove it anymore. He reached out to colleagues, tried to piece together who had the power to shut down an excavation that quickly and thoroughly. Most people told him to let it go. He'd screwed up the politics somehow, probably by not properly coordinating with Iraqi authorities before going too deep. Or maybe the funding source was problematic. Maybe the tech entrepreneur who'd backed them had enemies who wanted to cause trouble. Or maybe, most likely, he'd simply gotten unlucky and stumbled into some bureaucratic turf war between Iraqi agencies. Just drop it, they said. Take the loss, learn from it, move on to the next project. Academia was full of dead ends and political complications. This wasn't unusual. This was just how things went sometimes. But one person listened. Rachel Monroe was an investigative journalist who specialised in the shadowy spaces where government secrecy, military operations and private contractors overlapped. She'd covered the looting of the Iraqi National Museum after the 2003 invasion, had traced stolen artefacts through black markets from Baghdad to London to New York. She'd exposed private military companies running protection rackets at archaeological sites, documented the systematic destruction of cultural heritage under the cover of conflict. When Reeves contacted her through an encrypted messaging app, she was sceptical. Another archaeologist angry about losing funding, probably. Another academic with a conspiracy theory about governments hiding history. She'd heard it all before, the stories about suppressed evidence and secret knowledge. Almost always nonsense. Then Reeves showed her the iridium analysis. He showed her the photographs of inscriptions that described genetics in a way that shouldn't have been possible in 4500 BCE. He showed her the carbon dating results, and the pigment composition reports, and the translation notes that read like laboratory procedures. Monroe's skepticism turned into curiosity. She started asking questions, making calls, digging through databases and public records, looking for information about Archon Geosolutions. What she found was a maze of shell companies and classification barriers, but the outline was clear enough to be troubling. Archon Geosolutions was, on paper, a geological surveying and environmental consulting firm based in McLean, Virginia. They had contracts throughout the Middle East, concentrated heavily in Iraq, doing site assessments for construction projects and infrastructure development. Their website showed smiling engineers in hard hats, satellite imagery of terrain analysis, corporate language about safety and efficiency and cutting-edge technology. Standard corporate work, nothing suspicious on the surface. But Monroe had her sources in the intelligence community, people who leaked when they felt the public deserved to know what was happening in their name. She started asking about Archon specifically, about their work in Iraq, about what they were really doing under the cover of geological surveys. One source, a former contractor who'd worked in Baghdad and gotten disillusioned with the whole operation, gave her enough to start tracing the money. Archon's primary funding didn't come from construction companies or infrastructure projects. It came through a series of shell companies that eventually led back to a bioinformatics research group with ties to DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, the Pentagon's Science and Technology Development Arm. The research group had been active in Baghdad since 2003, right after the invasion, operating under various cover identities and corporate fronts. Their stated research focus, in the few classified documents Monroe could access through her sources, comparative genomics and non-terrestrial isotopic DNA studies. Non-terrestrial, as in not from Earth. Monroe obtained leaked satellite imagery of the Eridu site, taken before and after the shutdown. Before the shutdown, the excavation showed a typical dig pattern, organised grid squares, careful systematic exposure of the archaeological layers, standard academic work. After the shutdown, thermal imaging revealed extensive underground scanning operations. The equipment signatures matched deep penetration ground mapping systems, the kind used to map subterranean structures without excavation, to find caves and tunnels and voids deep below the surface. Archon wasn't covering up the site. They were exploring it further, going deeper, looking for something else, and they didn't want witnesses. Monroe got one more piece of the puzzle through a source at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Archon had requested and received updated satellite coverage of a specific area around Eridu, continuous monitoring that went far beyond what a simple geological survey would require. The coverage extended for kilometres in all directions, high-resolution thermal and electromagnetic spectrum analysis, updated every 6 hours. They were looking for something specific, some kind of signature or anomaly that required constant monitoring. And whatever it was important enough to justify shutting down an archaeological dig and classifying everything Reeves had found. Someone wasn't trying to hide the past, Monroe said when she and Reeves met in a quiet London pub to compare notes. They were trying to reclaim it. Whatever the Anunnaki left behind, whoever they actually were, someone thinks it's valuable enough to bury under classification and corporate fronts. Reeves looked at the documents spread across the table between them, the shell company connections and satellite imagery and leaked memos. So what do we do? Monroe smiled, the kind of smile that meant she'd already decided to do something dangerous. We find out what else they've found. If Eridu was shut down this quickly, there must be other sites, other discoveries that got buried, a pattern we can trace. She pulled out a map of the Middle East, marked with archaeological sites from Syria to Iran. Let's see where else the gods came from the sky. Act 3. The pattern. Reeves and Monroe spent the next 6 weeks building a database of archaeological discoveries in the Middle East that had been shut down, classified, or disappeared under suspicious circumstances. The pattern emerged quickly once they knew what to look for. In 1994, a joint Turkish-German team excavating near the ancient city of Harran in southern Turkey uncovered a series of stone tablets with inscriptions that predated known Sumerian writing. The tablets described a gathering place, a garden where the gods instructed the first humans in agriculture, law, and proper worship. The texts were remarkably detailed, describing irrigation techniques that wouldn't be developed until centuries later, astronomical observations that required sophisticated mathematics, medical procedures that suggested anatomical knowledge beyond what primitive cultures should have possessed. The excavation was shut down within 3 weeks. Officially, the closure was due to funding issues and concerns about political instability in the region, since Harran sat near the Syrian border in an area with a history of ethnic tensions. The tablets were transferred to Turkish government archives in Ankara for preservation and further study, but they never appeared in any published research, no peer-reviewed papers, no museum exhibitions. The Turkish government claimed the tablets were too fragile for display, too poorly preserved for reliable translation. A few photographs existed in preliminary reports, but the tablets themselves vanished into climate-controlled storage and were never seen again. Monroe traced the excavation permits and found something interesting. The dig had been partially funded by a grant from an educational foundation based in Switzerland, an organisation that claimed to support international archaeological research and cultural preservation. That foundation received its funding from a consortium of private donors whose identities were protected by Swiss privacy laws. But one of those donors had been careless with their paperwork. A tax filing from 1996 showed a charitable donation to the foundation from a holding company that eventually traced back to the same network that funded ArcGeo Solutions. Someone had been paying attention to Harran. Someone had been close enough to shut it down when the tablets were discovered. The Syrian site came next in their research. In 2001, a French archaeological mission working near Tel Brak in northern Syria discovered a chamber beneath an ancient temple, similar to what Reeves had found at Eridu. The chamber contained carved images of figures descending from the sky in vehicles that were described in the field notes as brilliance that moves, craft that shone like stars and moved with purpose rather than drifting like celestial objects. The carvings showed these vehicles opening, figures emerging who were clearly not human despite their generally humanoid shape. The proportions were wrong, the features subtly off, the way they stood and moved captured in stone in ways that suggested the carvers were working from observation rather than imagination. Local Syrian authorities seized the findings within days, citing concerns about looting and the need to protect culturally significant materials. The chamber was resealed, the site was declared off limits, and the French team was expelled from the country under accusations of attempting to smuggle artefacts. No peer-reviewed paper was ever published. The French team members who worked on the dig had to sign non-disclosure agreements with their own government before they could leave Syria, a highly unusual requirement that suggested pressure from higher levels than just academic archaeology. Monroe found one of those team members, a retired archaeologist named Claude Mercier living in a small village in Brittany. He was willing to talk carefully about what they'd actually found. The vehicles were rendered with technical precision, Mercier explained in French, which Monroe translated as they spoke. Not mythological or symbolic. These were craft with specific features, landing mechanisms, what looked like propulsion systems, and the figures emerging from them were carrying containers, equipment, tools. They weren't gods receiving worship. They were a team arriving to do a job. What kind of job? Monroe asked. Mercier shrugged. The inscriptions around the image described the beginning of instruction. The gods, or whatever they were, teaching humans about agriculture, about building, about organising society. But the language was strange, very clinical. Not the gods blessed humanity with knowledge, but the subjects were educated in necessary procedures. Like a mission report, you understand? Like colonisers documenting their process. Did you take photographs? Of course. Hours of documentation, all confiscated when we were expelled. Mercier paused, looked around his small living room as if checking for listeners, then continued more quietly. But I kept some notes, personal observations that weren't in the official documentation. I can show you those, if you promise to be careful with what you do with them. The notes described in detail what Mercier had seen, observations that hadn't made it into the confiscated official reports. The figures in the carvings wore fitted garments with what looked like functional features, pockets or pouches or equipment attachment points. Their heads were covered with something that looked like protective gear, angular and smooth, with areas that might have been viewing ports or sensors. These weren't gods, Mercier's notes read. These were technicians, specialists, people in equipment designed for a specific environment. Everything about them suggested function over form, purpose over decoration. And the vehicles were even more interesting, with what looked like attitude control thrusters, landing struts, modular components. Whoever carved these images knew what they were looking at because they'd seen it. The Iranian site completed the pattern Munro and Reeves were building. In 2008, an Iranian team working near Susa, the ancient capital of Elam in southwestern Iran, found clay cylinders sealed in a foundation deposit beneath a temple complex. The cylinders contained cuneiform text that, when translated, described the Anunnaki not as spiritual beings, but as physical entities who came from a place beyond the sky, whose home was a wandering star that brought them close to Earth in cycles measured in thousands of years. The text described their arrival as a necessity, not a choice. Their home world was dying, or moving away, or becoming uninhabitable. Earth was identified as suitable for their purposes, rich in resources they needed, compatible enough with their biology to allow colonization with appropriate precautions, and humanity. Humanity was described as a solution to a labour shortage. The Anunnaki needed workers for their projects, mining operations or construction or agriculture, tasks that required intelligence and dexterity but not full consciousness or equality. So they created humans by modifying existing primates native to Earth, uplifting them through genetic manipulation to serve specific purposes. The Iranian government classified the findings immediately, invoking cultural heritage protection laws that made the cylinder state secrets. No translation was published. No photographs were released. The team members were told their work had national security implications and that discussing it publicly would result in serious consequences. But one team member, a linguist specialising in ancient Elamite and Akkadian, had fled Iran 3 years later during the political turmoil of the Green Movement. Now, living in Germany under a different name, she was willing to talk to Munro about what she'd translated, though she wouldn't allow her identity to be revealed. The cylinders were very specific about timescales, she explained in careful English. They described the arrival as happening 43 cycles ago, each cycle being the time it took for their homeworld to complete one orbit and return to the inner region where Earth was located. They calculated each cycle as approximately 3,600 Earth years. 43 cycles at 3,600 years each. That's approximately 155,000 years ago. Right around the time modern humans began exhibiting behavioural modernity, when Homo sapiens suddenly started creating art, using symbolic communication, developing complex tools and social structures. The evolutionary leap that anthropologists call the Great Leap Forward, when anatomically modern humans who'd existed for 200,000 years suddenly started acting human, suddenly developed the cognitive capabilities that would lead to civilization. Munro and Reeves looked at the map they'd been building, marked with excavation sites across ancient Mesopotamia, Syria and Turkey. Every site with a suppressed discovery, every location where unusual findings had been classified or confiscated, fell along a specific geographic arc. The arc matched the old Persian descriptions of a place called Eden, a land of rivers and fertile plains where the gods first created their garden and began their work with humanity. The Hebrews later adopted the story, translating Eden into Eden, the garden at the beginning of the world where God created the first humans. It's not mythology, Reeves said, staring at the map. It's a preserved memory of something that actually happened. The locations are real. The timeline is consistent, multiple independent. Cultures separated by thousands of years, all describing the same events in the same region. Monroe nodded slowly. If the Anunnaki were real, if they actually came to Earth and genetically engineered humans, then every site along this arc might contain evidence of their work, and someone has been systematically finding that evidence and classifying it for at least 30 years, probably longer. We need to see one of these sites ourselves, Reeves said. We need first-hand evidence that isn't filtered through confiscated reports and leaked documents. Monroe looked at him carefully. That's dangerous. If someone is actively suppressing this information, if governments and private contractors are coordinating to keep it secret, then investigating too openly makes us targets. I know. Reeves pointed to a location on the map in southern Turkey. But I'm already too deep to stop now. And there's one site we can access without permits or official channels, a place that's already been excavated and studied, where we can look for the same patterns without alerting anyone. Göbekli Tepe, Monroe said. Göbekli Tepe, Reeves confirmed. AC-4, the connection. They flew into Gaziantep, Turkey, in late May of 2024, travelling separately to avoid attention. Monroe used her journalist credentials to arrange interviews with local tourism officials, establishing a cover story about writing an article on archaeological tourism in southeastern Turkey. Reeves came as a tourist, just another visitor interested in ancient history. Göbekli Tepe is extraordinary even by mainstream archaeological standards. It's a massive stone temple complex dating back nearly 12,000 years, built by people who supposedly hadn't invented agriculture yet, hadn't developed writing, hadn't created permanent settlements or centralised authority. Yet somehow, these primitive hunter-gatherers organised the labour and expertise to quarry, carve, transport and erect stone pillars weighing up to 20 tons each, arranged in perfect circles with astronomical alignments and sophisticated artistic imagery. The site rewrites everything archaeologists thought they knew about the development of human civilization. The standard narrative says agriculture comes first, then permanent settlements, then social complexity, then monumental architecture, then religion and art. Göbekli Tepe reverses that sequence completely. It suggests that religion and communal gathering came first, that the desire to build sacred spaces drove human development rather than practical concerns like food production and shelter. It's a reasonable theory, supported by evidence, accepted by mainstream archaeology as a revolutionary but legitimate discovery. But Reeves and Monroe weren't interested in the official narrative. They were looking for something else, for patterns that might connect Göbekli Tepe to the other suppressed sites they'd researched. They spent 3 days at the site, photographing everything, taking measurements, examining the carvings on the massive T-shaped pillars. The artistic imagery was sophisticated, depicting animals with anatomical accuracy that suggested close observation, geometric patterns that implied mathematical understanding, and strange symbols that might have been early writing or might have been something else entirely. On the 4th day, they met with Aydin Yilmaz, a retired geologist who had done core sampling work at Göbekli Tepe in the early 2000s. He'd agreed to meet them at a small cafe in Şanlıurfa, near a city, after Monroe contacted him through academic channels and mentioned that they were investigating unusual findings at ancient sites. Yilmaz was in his early 70s, lean and weathered, with the careful manner of someone who'd spent decades working with data that didn't fit comfortable explanations. He ordered tea for all of them, then got straight to the point. "You're asking about the metal traces," he said in English with a thick accent. "The anomalies I found in the core samples." "Yes," Monroe said. "We've seen similar patterns at other sites. Iridium traces, unusual isotopic ratios, material that doesn't match natural geological processes." Yilmaz nodded slowly. "I've kept my samples and data. Never published because the patterns didn't make sense, and I didn't want to risk my reputation on speculation without more evidence. But I've wondered for 20 years what those traces meant, where they came from." He had brought a box of materials with him, core samples stored in plastic tubes with handwritten labels, printouts of spectroscopic analysis from various labs, notebooks filled with calculations and observations. He spread it all on the table between them like evidence at a trial. Every core sample taken from the temple area shows metallic micro-residues, Yilmaz explained. The concentrations are small, parts per million, but they're consistently present throughout the site. The metallic signature is similar to what you'd find at meteor impact sites, high iridium content mixed with platinum group metals. But, Reeves prompted, but the isotopic ratios are wrong. Yilmaz pulled out a specific printout, pointed to columns of numbers. Natural meteors have characteristic isotopic signatures, specific ratios of different elements that match what we find in asteroid belt samples and other space debris. These samples don't match. The ratios are off by enough that it can't be explained by natural variation or contamination. Meaning? Monroe asked, though she already suspected the answer. Meaning this is manufactured alloy, not natural meteor material. Someone processed these metals deliberately, mixed them in specific proportions, created a material with properties that served some purpose, and then someone used that material at this site 12,000 years ago. The implications hung in the air between them. Göbekli Tepe was already difficult to explain with conventional theories. Hunter-gatherers building massive stone temples was strange enough, but hunter-gatherers using manufactured extraterrestrial alloys? That pushed the boundaries of credible explanation into territory most archaeologists wouldn't touch. How widely distributed are the traces, Reeves asked. Are they concentrated in specific areas, or spread throughout the site? Yilmaz consulted his notebooks. Most concentrated around the central pillars in each circle, particularly at the base where the pillars were set into the bedrock. Also present in the soil layers associated with the construction period, less so in earlier or later layers. So whatever this material was, it was being used during the building phase, Monroe said, maybe as some kind of tool or equipment that left residue. Or maybe, Reeves said quietly, it was incorporated intentionally, some kind of marker or signature, something that would identify this location as important to whoever put it there. Yilmaz looked between them carefully. You're suggesting something beyond conventional archaeology. We're following evidence, Monroe said. Sometimes evidence leads to uncomfortable places. They spent another 2 hours going through Yilmaz's data, documenting everything with photographs and detailed notes. The metallic traces were undeniably present. The isotopic analysis was rigorous and properly conducted, and the conclusion that the material was manufactured rather than natural was solidly supported by the data. As they were preparing to leave, Yilmaz added one more observation. There's something else I never understood. The astronomical alignments at Göbekli Tepe are very precise, tracking the positions of specific stars as they would have appeared 12,000 years ago. But there's one alignment that doesn't match any known celestial object, pointing to a region of space where nothing significant is visible. Where? Reeves asked. Yilmaz pulled out a star chart marked with calculations. The ecliptic south pole below the plane of the solar system. The pillars aligned to point towards something that would have been in that direction 12,000 years ago. Something important enough to memorialize in stone, but nothing we can identify today. Monroe and Reeves exchanged glances. The ecliptic south pole. The direction from which something might approach if it was coming from outside the solar system, or from a highly inclined orbit that took it far above or below the plane where the planets travel. That means someone brought it here, Monroe said after they'd left the cafe and were walking through Şanlıurfa's bustling streets. The Anunnaki, or whoever they actually were, they used manufactured materials. They had technology sophisticated enough to leave traces that last 12,000 years, and they built monuments aligned to point toward where they came from. Reeves was quiet for a moment, thinking through the implications. The tablets weren't offerings to gods. They were logs, records, an archive of what they did here, who they were, where they came from, and someone is finding those records and classifying them because the information is still relevant today. But relevant how? Monroe asked. What could ancient genetic engineering and extraterrestrial visitors have to do with current government and corporate interests? They didn't have an answer yet, but they were about to find one. Asked 5. Genesis 2. Back in London. In early June, Monroe continued working her intelligence sources, looking for any connection between the suppressed archaeological discoveries and current scientific research. She was looking for organisations that might have an interest in ancient genetic information, in extraterrestrial materials, in anything that connected past and present in the way she was beginning to suspect. It took 6 weeks of careful investigation, following money trails through corporate filings and grant applications, tracing personnel movements between government agencies and private research facilities, before she found the connection. Genesis 2. A classified research project launched in 2018 by a consortium that included biotech companies in the United States, United Kingdom, Germany and Japan, coordinated through government research agencies and funded by a mixture of public and private money hidden behind multiple layers of corporate structure. The project had a public face, occasionally mentioned in scientific journals and research publications. Officially, it was advanced genome editing research, building on CRISPR technology to develop treatments for genetic diseases. The papers describe sophisticated techniques for precisely modifying human DNA, correcting mutations that cause conditions like sickle cell anemia and cystic fibrosis, potentially addressing thousands of genetic disorders. Legitimate medical research, the kind that gets funding from major institutions and regulatory approval from ethics boards. The kind of work that wins Nobel Prizes and changes the future of medicine. But Monroe obtained leaked internal communications through a source she would never name, a whistleblower who'd been disturbed by what they'd seen inside the project and felt the public needed to know. The documents painted a very different picture of what Genesis 2 was actually doing. The project wasn't just fixing genetic defects, it was reverse engineering something ancient, using information extracted from Sumerian texts that had been translated by specialists working for ArcGeo Solutions. One internal memo, dated March of 2022, laid it out clearly. Primary objective is not disease treatment but enhancement architecture. Using template sequences derived from recovered ancient genetic codices, cross-referenced with modern human genome mapping, we're identifying optimizations present in the original design that have degraded through evolutionary drift. Current protocols focus on neural efficiency, cellular regeneration capability, and lifespan extension through telomere integrity restoration. Another document described the source material. Cuneiform texts provided by Archon Bio Division contain remarkably detailed genetic instruction protocols, describable in modern terms as gene insertion sequences with specific ratio requirements. Text designates these as patterns set in clay, with binding pairs that encode various physiological traits. Direct correlation to chromosomal pair structure suggests source material authors possess sophisticated understanding of genetics. They weren't following mythology, they were following a recipe, instructions left behind by whoever created humans in the first place, now being decoded by scientists with the technology to understand what they were looking at. One file labelled Enki Protocol Primary Implementation outlined specific gene sequences being tested. The sequences were based on ratios described in ancient texts. 7 parts existing human genome to 3 parts modified sequence, introducing changes that enhance cognitive function, improved cellular repair mechanisms, extended natural lifespan, increased disease resistance. The scientific language was dense, full of technical terminology about protein synthesis and gene expression, and cellular signaling pathways. But the core concept was clear. Someone was attempting to recreate the Anunnaki's original work, to engineer humans according to an ancient template that had been preserved in cuneiform text for 45 centuries. One document contained a section that made Monroe's hands shake as she read it. Phase 1 trials completed successfully on 23 subjects. All binding pair modifications achieved stable integration. Subjects demonstrate enhanced cognitive processing, improved pattern recognition, extended concentration capability, physical health markers within acceptable ranges, no significant adverse effects observed. Proceeding to Phase 2 expansion to larger subject pool. 23 subjects, the same number of binding pairs mentioned in the ancient texts, the same number of chromosome pairs in the human genome, not coincidence, a deliberate correspondence, following the original design specifications. Another memo discussed the broader implications. If template sequences prove universally applicable across human populations, potential applications extend beyond medical treatment into augmentation territory. Military applications obvious, enhance soldiers with superior cognitive and physical capabilities. Economic applications significant, optimized workforce with reduced health costs and extended productive lifespan. Social engineering potential requires careful ethical consideration, but represents revolutionary capability for shaping human future. They weren't curing diseases, they were redesigning humanity according to ancient specifications left by whoever created us in the first place. And they were doing it under the cover of medical research, hidden behind classifications and corporate privacy, without public knowledge or democratic oversight. Monroe showed the documents to Reeves in late July. They met at a small flat she'd rented in East London under a false name, both of them increasingly paranoid about surveillance, after weeks of investigating organisations with significant resources and motivation to keep secrets. Reeves read through everything twice, his face growing paler as the implications sank in. They're not just studying ancient history, they're using it. They found instruction manuals for creating humans and they're following them. The Anunnaki weren't gods, Monroe said. They were genetic engineers. They came to Earth with specific purposes, modified existing primates to create a workforce suited to their needs, documented everything in records that survived as mythology. And now we've reached the point where we can understand those records and recreate their work. But why? Reeves asked. What's the purpose? If someone has the resources to do this, why hide it? Why not announce a breakthrough in genetic medicine and accept the accolades? Because it's not medicine, Monroe said. Or not just medicine. Look at the applications they're discussing. Military enhancement, workforce optimization, social engineering. They're talking about creating a new type of human, designed for specific purposes, just like the Anunnaki created us. Which makes us the gods this time, Reeves said slowly. We're doing to ourselves what was done to us, following the same pattern, repeating the cycle. Monroe pulled up one more document, the one that had disturbed her most. A progress report from April of 2024, just weeks after Reeves's dig at Eridu had been shut down. Eridu recovery operation successful. Additional genetic codices retrieved from sealed chamber, expanding template library significantly. New sequences under analysis, with particular focus on behavioural modification protocols and reproductive compatibility specifications, integration into Phase 3 planning underway. They'd gone back to Eridu after shutting down Reeves's excavation. They'd taken everything from the sealed chamber, all the information carved into those walls, and they were using it to advance their human redesign project. We have to expose this, Reeves said. We have to get this information public before they go too far. Monroe looked at him carefully. If we do that, we become major problems for very powerful people, organisations with government connections and corporate resources and no interest in having their work disrupted. I know, Reeves met her eyes. But if we don't, they keep going. They keep following ancient instructions to redesign humanity without consent, without oversight, without any consideration of what it means to fundamentally alter what humans are. Monroe nodded slowly. Then we need more evidence. Something irrefutable. Something that proves not just what they're doing, but what it's based on. We need to confirm that the Anunnaki were real, that their legacy is still active, that this isn't just mythology being misinterpreted by zealous scientists. The vault, Reeves said. The sealed chamber under Eridu. If we can get back there, If we can document what's actually in that chamber before Archon processes everything, we'll have evidence that connects past to present. That's incredibly dangerous. I know, but I have a contact in Iraq, someone from the original dig who might be able to help us get access. Monroe looked at the documents spread across the table, the evidence of a project that was redesigning human nature based on ancient genetic engineering specifications. When do we leave? Soon, Reeves said. Before they finish Phase 3 and whatever they're planning next. They started planning their return to Iraq. They arranged for encrypted backups of all their evidence, distributed to multiple trusted sources, with instructions to release everything if they didn't check in regularly. They prepared cover stories and travel arrangements, keeping everything compartmentalized and careful. By early September, they were ready to go. That was when everything accelerated in ways they couldn't have anticipated. Ast 6. The Earthquake. On April 10th, 2024, just 6 days after Reeves's excavation was shut down, a minor earthquake struck near Basra in southern Iraq. Magnitude 4.2 on the Richter scale, centred about 15 kilometres west of the city. It was barely noticed internationally, just another small seismic event in a geologically active region. Local news reported minor damage to buildings, some cracked roads, no casualties. Standard earthquake, nothing unusual. Iraq sits near the collision zone between the Arabian and Eurasian tectonic plates, so small quakes happen regularly. This one was slightly larger than average, but nothing catastrophic. Except something else happened during that earthquake, something that wasn't widely reported at the time but would become significant later. A subterranean facility was partially exposed about 8 kilometres from the earthquake's epicenter. Construction workers building a new industrial complex had been excavating for foundation work when the ground collapsed, revealing tunnels and chambers that had been hidden under centuries of sediment. Local engineers were called in to assess the structural damage and make sure nothing would collapse further. The industrial site was near oil infrastructure, so any ground instability was a serious concern. The engineers rappelled down into the newly opened void to map its extent and determine whether the surrounding area was safe. What they found didn't match their expectations at all. The tunnels were old, clearly ancient, carved into bedrock with precision that seemed impossible for primitive technology. But they weren't rough or irregular like natural caves. They were engineered, with smooth walls that showed tooling marks, regular dimensions that suggested deliberate design, and a layout that implied purpose rather than random formation. The engineers followed the main tunnel for about 30 metres before it opened into a larger chamber. That's where they found something that made them stop their survey and immediately contact Baghdad. In the centre of the chamber sat a sphere roughly 3 metres in diameter, partially unearthed by the earthquake's disruption of the surrounding soil. It was made of a dark stone-like material, smooth and slightly reflective, covered in inscriptions similar to ancient cuneiform but more complex, more dense with information, carved in layers that suggested multiple rounds of inscription over time, and it was active. The engineers' radio equipment started malfunctioning as soon as they entered the chamber, producing static and interference that made communication difficult. Their measuring instruments showed erratic readings, electromagnetic fields that shouldn't exist around inert stone. One engineer had brought a handheld thermal camera, and when he pointed it at the sphere, it registered a clear thermal signature. Heat generation that had no apparent source. They retreated quickly and made their report. The Iraqi government responded within hours, sending specialists from multiple agencies, cordoning off the area and issuing immediate classification orders that made the discovery state secret. But some of the engineers had made recordings on their personal phones. Some of them had downloaded the instrument data before it was confiscated, and some of them were disturbed enough by what they'd found that they leaked information to friends and family, who shared it on social media, who sent it to researchers and journalists who might know what it meant. Monroe had sources monitoring Middle Eastern social media and obscure forums where leakers sometimes posted information. In late April, One of those sources flagged a series of posts from Iraqi accounts describing the discovery, including grainy cell phone videos that showed the sphere in its chamber. The government's official statement came quickly: natural mineral formations exposed by the earthquake, unusual geological phenomena caused by groundwater interactions, nothing of concern, the site sealed for safety reasons. Standard bureaucratic language designed to dismiss curiosity and discourage investigation. But the cell phone footage showed something else. The sphere's surface was clearly covered in intentional inscriptions, not natural formations. The electromagnetic readings were documented in photos of instrument displays, and one video, shot from just a few meters away before the engineers retreated, showed something extraordinary. The inscriptions on the sphere were glowing very faintly, a barely visible blue luminescence that pulsed in slow rhythm. The pulse was regular, occurring approximately every 2 seconds, constant and precise like a heartbeat. Monroe obtained more data through her sources, including copies of the official technical survey that had been classified but leaked by someone inside the Iraqi government. The survey was thorough and professional, conducted by competent engineers who knew their work. The electromagnetic readings were consistent and measurable, showing field strengths that varied from approximately 0.3 to 0.8 milligauss, pulsing in the same 2-second cycle visible in the glowing inscriptions. The thermal signature measured roughly 3 degrees Celsius above ambient temperature, again pulsing with the same rhythm. Most importantly, the spectroscopic analysis of the sphere's material showed it wasn't any kind of natural stone. It was a composite, layers of different materials fused together with precision that required sophisticated manufacturing. The outer layer contained high concentrations of iridium and platinum group metals in manufactured alloy ratios identical to what Yilmaz had found at Göbekli Tepe. Someone had built this thing using extraterrestrial materials, buried it kilometers underground in southern Iraq, and left it in a state where it could remain functional for thousands of years. If they built man in their image, Monroe's voice recorded in a memo she prepared in May, what if they left themselves a way to come back? What if this isn't a monument or a record? What if it's a beacon still transmitting after all this time, sending a signal to whoever put it here that Earth is still here, still occupied, still relevant? She and Reeves had added the Basra discovery to their growing database of suppressed evidence, another piece of the pattern they were constructing. The timing was suspicious, occurring just days after the Eridu excavation was shut down, in the same region, exposing technology that matched the evidence Reeves had found. And the fact that it was still active, still generating electromagnetic fields and thermal signatures after thousands of years, suggested engineering far beyond anything ancient humans should have been capable of creating. By the time Monroe and Reeves were planning their return to Iraq in early September, they'd accumulated evidence of multiple sites along the arc of ancient Mesopotamia where advanced technology had been found and classified, where genetic information had been preserved in texts that modern scientists were now decoding and using. They'd connected past to present, shown that the Anunnaki weren't mythology but preserved memory of something real, demonstrated that modern organizations with significant resources were following ancient instructions to redesign human genetics. But they still needed something that would convince skeptics, something that would break through the natural resistance to believing something so extraordinary. They needed direct evidence from the source, from the sealed chamber under Eridu where it all began. That's where they went in mid-September of 2024, using contacts and careful planning to slip past the security that Archon had established around the site, and that's where they vanished. Act 7. The Global Link. While Monroe and Reeves were investigating suppressed archaeological sites and classified genetic research, other patterns were emerging on a global scale that seemed unrelated at first, but fit disturbingly well into the larger picture they had been assembling. In July of 2024, NASA quietly censored portions of deep space infrared data collected by the James Webb Space Telescope, The data had been made available to researchers through standard channels, then was suddenly reissued with sections marked as corrupted or containing instrumentation errors that rendered them unreliable. This wasn't entirely unusual. Space telescope data sometimes contains artifacts from cosmic ray impacts or sensor glitches, and corrections are routine. But the scope of the censoring was significant, affecting multiple observation periods focused on the outer solar system, particularly data collected while the telescope was imaging regions near Jupiter and beyond. Several astronomers who had already downloaded the original uncorrected data noticed something interesting in the sections that were later marked as corrupted. The infrared reading showed gravitational anomalies, subtle perturbations in the orbital paths of trans-Neptunian objects that suggested gravitational influence from something massive in the outer solar system. Not Neptune, not Pluto, not any of the known dwarf planets or large Kuiper belt objects. Something else, something big enough to affect multiple orbits in measurable ways. The astronomers started comparing notes in private communications, trying to determine whether the anomalies were real or actually instrumental errors. The data was ambiguous enough that reasonable people could disagree, but there was enough signal there to be intriguing. One researcher, an astrophysicist at MIT named Jennifer Kowalski, ran simulations based on the anomaly data to estimate what kind of object could produce the observed effects. Her preliminary results suggested a large planet-sized body, possibly several times Earth's mass, in a highly elliptical orbit that took it far beyond Pluto for most of its cycle, but brought it into the inner solar system periodically. The orbital parameters she calculated matched, with uncomfortable precision, predictions that had been made decades earlier by Zecharia Sitchin, a controversial author who had written extensively about ancient Sumerian texts and their descriptions of the Anunnaki. Sitchin's work had been largely dismissed by mainstream academics as pseudoscience, misinterpretations of ancient texts combined with faulty astronomy and wishful thinking. He claimed that Sumerian texts described a planet called Nibiru, massive and distant, whose highly elliptical orbit brought it close to Earth approximately every 3,600 years. When Nibiru approached, according to Sitchin's interpretation of the texts, the Anunnaki would return to Earth, checking on their creation, harvesting resources, maintaining their ancient installations. The text supposedly described multiple return visits throughout history, corresponding to major transitions in human civilization, like the rise of Sumerian culture and the Bronze Age collapse. Mainstream science had rejected all of this. The astronomical predictions didn't match any observed objects, the textual interpretations were considered overly literal and selective, and the whole narrative was dismissed as ancient astronaut pseudoscience that distorted real archaeology and history. But now, Kowalski's analysis based on actual observational data was producing orbital parameters that closely matched Sitchin's predictions, at least in broad strokes. The match wasn't perfect, but it was close enough to be disturbing. She posted her preliminary findings on a preprint server used by astronomers to share work before formal peer review. Within days, her paper was flagged and removed, marked as violating terms of service for promoting fringe theories without adequate scientific basis. Her NASA data access was suspended pending review of her research protocols, but several dozen researchers had already downloaded her paper and the supporting data. Some of them started their own analyses, tried to replicate her findings, looked for other evidence of gravitational anomalies in the outer solar system. The conversation spread through astronomical circles and spilled over into internet forums where amateur researchers and conspiracy theorists tracked evidence of official suppression and hidden knowledge. People started mapping Sitchin's predicted orbit against current planetary positions, calculating when a hypothetical Nibiru might be making its closest approach if it actually existed. The estimates varied depending on assumptions about orbital parameters, but most converged on a time frame in the mid to late 2020s, meaning now or very soon, meaning that if something was indeed approaching from the outer solar system, It might already be close enough to detect if anyone with access to good telescopes was looking in the right direction. Monroe had been tracking these developments through her network of sources, adding them to the overall picture she and Reeves were building. The astronomical data by itself wasn't conclusive, could easily be explained away as instrumental errors or misinterpretation of ambiguous measurements. But combined with everything else, with suppressed archaeological evidence and classified genetic research and ancient texts describing cyclic returns of the Anunnaki, it formed a pattern that was harder to dismiss. If Nibiru was real, if something massive was indeed approaching from the outer solar system, then what Monroe had asked in one of her notes became urgently relevant. What if the Anunnaki are already preparing Earth to receive them? She'd obtained one more document that tied everything together in ways that chilled her to read. A leaked memo from Archon Geo Solutions dated August of 2024, marked with classification levels that suggested it had been distributed only to senior personnel with specific clearances. The memo was brief, bureaucratic in tone, discussing project status in neutral technical language. Phase 3 genomic synchronization complete. Population markers within acceptable variance across target demographics. Template stability confirmed through 6-month monitoring of Phase 2 cohort. Neural enhancement protocols demonstrate sustained efficacy with no degradation. Cellular regeneration improvements holding stable. Awaiting return signal for Phase 4 implementation. Return signal. As if someone was expected to send a message. As if someone was coming back and would need certain preparations to have been completed before their arrival. Phase 4 was mentioned but not detailed in the memo Monroe had obtained, marked as classified above the document's security level. But the implication was clear. Genesis 2 had multiple phases planned, with each phase building toward some ultimate objective that required human populations to meet specific genetic criteria before implementation. If the Anunnaki were real, if they'd created humanity for specific purposes through genetic engineering, and if they were returning, then Phase 4 might be about ensuring their creations were ready, compatible, suitable for whatever purposes the Anunnaki had in mind, creating an interface, preparing a workforce, establishing compatibility between ancient genetic engineers and their modern redesigned product. Monroe had shared all of this with Reeves during their planning sessions before the Iraq trip, laying out the full scope of what they'd uncovered. The evidence was circumstantial, could be dismissed by skeptics as pattern matching and conspiracy thinking, but the pattern was consistent and the connections were documentable. "They're not coming back to check on us," Reeves had said after reading everything. "They're coming back to use us. We're a resource they created, a tool they left behind, and now they're making sure the tool is properly maintained and upgraded before they need it again." Which makes humanity what, Monroe had asked? Property, equipment, a biological technology they designed for specific purposes? Yes, Reeves said simply. And Genesis 2 is making sure we're functioning according to specifications, ready for whatever they have planned. That was the reality they were facing as they prepared to return to Erech, to investigate the sealed chamber under Eridu where it all began. They weren't just uncovering ancient history anymore. They were documenting an ongoing operation that spanned thousands of years, from humanity's creation to our present moment, all building towards something that might be imminent if the astronomical data was accurate. Their last communication before entering Iraq was an encrypted video sent to Marcus Webb, the independent researcher Monroe trusted as a dead man's switch. If they didn't return, he was supposed to release everything they'd found, make it public regardless of the consequences. "We've confirmed the existence of a sealed vault under Eridu," Monroe said in the video, her face serious but calm. "The coordinates match the old texts exactly. We're going in tonight with a local contact. The Anunnaki never left. They went underground." Reeves added his own thoughts. "If we're right, everything changes. Human history, human origin, the entire narrative of where we come from and why we're here. This isn't archaeology anymore. This is contact." Then darkness, movement, the video ending. That was September 21st, 2024. Neither Monroe nor Reeves has been heard from since. Act 8. The Last Transmission. The final piece of evidence, the most controversial and hardest to verify, emerged 6 weeks after Monroe and Reeves vanished. In late October of 2024, a video file appeared on an encrypted server known for hosting leaked classified material, a dark web location that had previously published government documents and corporate secrets. The server was shut down within hours of the video appearing, taken offline through coordinated action by multiple governments, but not before several researchers managed to download the file and distribute copies through other channels. The video is grainy handheld footage, clearly shot on a consumer camera or phone in challenging conditions with minimal lighting. The timestamp in the corner is corrupted, showing random characters instead of actual date and time, but forensic analysis of the visual artifacts and compression patterns suggests it was recorded in late September of 2024, consistent with when Monroe and Reeves disappeared. The video begins with darkness and the sound of heavy breathing, footsteps on stone. Then dim light appears, provided by small LED flashlights that create harsh shadows and limited visibility. The camera pans across walls of carved stone, underground, clearly ancient. But these walls aren't ordinary archaeological remains. They're covered in inscriptions that glow faintly with blue luminescence, not from external illumination, but from within the carvings themselves, as if the stone had been treated with some kind of luminescent material, or as if the inscriptions themselves were generating light through some unknown process. The glow pulses slowly, rhythmically, getting slightly brighter and dimmer in cycles that last about 2 seconds each. The pattern is identical across all the walls, synchronized as if controlled by some central mechanism. Rachel Monroe's voice, recognizable from other recordings, though the audio quality is poor. This isn't a tomb, it's not a temple or a storage vault, it's a system, a machine that's been asleep for thousands of years. The camera continues panning, and the inscriptions pulse brighter as the lens passes over them. The patterns are extraordinarily complex, layered information encoded in visual form, some characters recognizable as variations on Sumerian cuneiform, but others completely unknown, geometric and precise in ways that suggest mathematical or technical notation rather than linguistic meaning. "It's reacting to us," Reeves's voice says from behind the camera, tense with excitement or fear or both. "Our presence, our bioelectric fields, something, it's waking up. We're activating something that hasn't been active in millennia." The camera focuses on the centre of the chamber, showing a raised circular platform about 4 meters in diameter. The platform is made of the same glowing stone as the walls, with inscriptions arranged in concentric circles radiating from a depression in the exact centre. The depression is shaped vaguely like a handprint, but with 7 distinct contact points instead of 5, arranged in a pattern that doesn't match human anatomy. Each contact point is about 3 centimeters deep, smooth-sided, clearly intentional. Monroe moves into frame, approaches the platform carefully, examining the depression without touching it. "This is an interface," she says, "a control mechanism, but designed for something with different hands than humans, different number of digits, different proportions." "Don't touch it," Reeves says from behind the camera. "We don't know what it does, what it might activate." "I'm not going to," Monroe says, but she leans closer, examining the inscriptions around the depression. These symbols, they're instructions, sequential steps for operating something, and they reference the timing, the cycles, the return of... Oh God! Suddenly a low-frequency hum fills the audio, deep enough that it's probably felt more than heard, vibrating through the stone and the air, resonating in frequencies that make the camera shake slightly even though Monroe's hands are steady. The inscriptions on the walls brighten significantly, the blue glow intensifying and spreading through the carved channels like liquid flowing through irrigation canals, filling in patterns that weren't visible before, lighting up in sequence as if energy was moving through specific pathways. The hum increases in pitch and intensity, becoming almost musical, overtones harmonizing in ways that sound deliberately arranged, mathematically precise. The light flows toward the ceiling, concentrating on a central point directly above the platform where the walls curve to meet. The symbols arrange themselves into a configuration, a specific pattern that wasn't visible before when the inscriptions were inactive. The image is familiar, iconic even. The winged disc, the symbol seen on countless Sumerian tablets and Babylonian monuments. The representation of the Anunnaki's divine authority. But here it's not carved or painted. It's formed by light, by active energy, by a system that's functioning after being dormant for an incomprehensible length of time. The wings spread across the ceiling, geometric and regular, the central disc glowing brighter than the surrounding symbols, pulsing faster now, 4 or 5 times per second. "Oh God," Monroe's voice says, backing away from the platform. "We activated it. Marcus, if you're seeing this, we activated the beacon. We found the interface, and just being here, just entering this chamber, was enough to wake it up. They know we're here, they know we've found it. The system is transmitting." The light continues intensifying, the hum growing louder and more complex, layers of frequency stacking on each other in patterns that suggest information encoding, data transmission, a signal being sent through some medium that isn't apparent. The camera jerks as Reeves starts moving, backing toward what must be the entrance to the chamber. "We need to leave. We need to document this and get out before someone notices. If Archon is monitoring this area, they'll know the beacon activated." But Monroe doesn't move immediately. She's staring at the ceiling, at the glowing winged disc, transfixed by what she's seeing. "It's not a warning," she says quietly, almost to herself. "It's an invitation. The beacon isn't saying stay away, it's saying we're ready. We're ready for you to come back." The video cuts to black abruptly, leaving only audio. Sound of rapid breathing, footsteps on stone echoing an enclosed space, the hum still audible, but starting to fade as they move away from the chamber. Monroe's voice one more time, distant and echoing. The inscriptions describe the timing. 43 cycles since the beginning, each cycle 3,600 years. That's roughly 155,000 years since they first came. But the beacon triggers when humans reach sufficient development to find it and activate it. We just told them we're ready for the next phase. Then nothing. Static hiss of dead audio. The file ends. Conclusion. The pattern complete. So what does all of it mean? What are we supposed to do with this information? Let's lay out what we know, what can be documented, what's supported by leaked evidence and suppressed research that can be traced and verified by anyone willing to do the work. Multiple archaeological sites across the Middle East have yielded discoveries suggesting advanced knowledge that predates known human civilization. These discoveries have been systematically classified or suppressed by government agencies and private contractors acting in coordination. The pattern is consistent. Discovery, documentation, shutdown, silence. Eridu, Harran, Tel Brak, Susa, and others all following the same sequence. Ancient texts from Sumerian, Akkadian, and related cultures describe the Anunnaki not as spiritual beings, but as physical entities with technical knowledge, who created humans through processes that read like genetic engineering when translated carefully and literally. The texts specify ratios, binding pairs, sequential procedures that correlate with modern genetic science in ways that shouldn't be possible for ancient writers working with primitive understanding. Modern genetic research programs, classified and operating under cover of medical research, are using information extracted from these ancient texts to modify human genetics according to ancient template specifications. The Genesis 2 project exists, its documentation is real, and its objectives include human enhancement based on ancient genetic codices recovered from archaeological sites. Astronomical observations suggest possible gravitational anomalies in the outer solar system consistent with a large planetary body in a highly elliptical orbit, though the data is ambiguous enough that reasonable skepticism is warranted. The orbital parameters loosely match ancient predictions about a wandering planet that returns periodically. Underground installations have been discovered in Iraq containing technology that shouldn't exist, devices made from manufactured extraterrestrial alloys that remain functional after thousands of years of burial, transmitting signals or maintaining readiness for purposes unknown. That's the documented reality, the evidence that exists regardless of how we interpret it. The skeptical explanation remains available: coincidence, misinterpretation, pattern matching by investigators who wanted to find connections and therefore found them. The ancient texts are mythology being overinterpreted. The genetic research is legitimate medical science, with connections to archaeology being exaggerated. The astronomical data is instrumental error. The underground technology is misidentified natural formations or modern installations mistaken for ancient ones. Everything could be explained away if you're committed to conventional narratives and uncomfortable with extraordinary possibilities. But what if it's not? What if every piece of evidence is genuine? What if the Anunnaki were real, physical beings who came to Earth from somewhere else, who understood genetics and engineering in ways that seemed like magic to primitive humans who witnessed their work, who created humanity for specific purposes through deliberate modification of existing species? Then the implications reshape everything we think we know about ourselves. Human history isn't what we've been taught. We're not the product of purely natural evolution, or at least not entirely. We're designed, engineered, created by beings with capabilities far beyond what our ancestors could comprehend. Those beings documented their work in texts that survived as mythology, preserved through countless retellings and translations because the information was too important to lose completely. They left installations, buried technology, monitoring systems that could remain dormant for thousands of years and reactivate when the right conditions were met. The conditions being humans developed enough to find the installations, understand what they were looking at, and trigger the systems that would signal our creators that we'd reached sufficient sophistication. We call them myths because it's easier than calling them memories. Because accepting them as memories means accepting that everything we think we know about human origin and human nature might be incomplete at best, deliberately obscured at worst. It means accepting that we might not be alone in the universe, and that we never have been. That we're part of something larger, an operation that spans thousands of years from humanity's creation to our present moment, all building toward purposes we're only beginning to comprehend. And the scariest part? We might have just activated the signal that tells them to come back. The sealed chamber under Eridu exists. The inscriptions are real, carved by people with knowledge that predates any known civilization. The beacon, if that's what it is, was dormant until human investigators entered that space and triggered systems that had been waiting for exactly that moment. Monroe and Reeves found it. They activated it. They documented what happened and sent one final message before vanishing. Were they captured by Archon personnel monitoring the site? Are they being held somewhere, prevented from revealing what they discovered? Are they dead? Casualties of knowing too much and threatening powerful interests that want this information suppressed? Or are they somewhere else entirely? Somewhere underground in chambers lit by blue circuits carved in ancient stone, waiting with whatever they found there for the signal to be answered, for the creators to return and complete whatever plan has been unfolding since the beginning. The Eridu excavation remains officially sealed, classified under a multinational directive that hasn't been explained or justified to anyone outside the agencies involved. Archon Geo Solutions continues operating in Iraq, their activities hidden behind corporate privacy and government classification, their purpose known only to senior personnel with appropriate clearances. Genesis 2 continues its work, publishing occasional papers about genetic medicine, while pursuing objectives that remain classified, following ancient instructions to redesign humanity according to specifications left by our creators. and something might be approaching from the outer solar system, massive and distant, following an orbit that brings it close to Earth on a schedule measured in thousands of years, close enough matter, close enough to allow whoever or whatever created us to return and check on their work. Daniel Reeves and Rachel Monroe remain missing. Officially, there's no evidence of foul play, no reason to suspect anything beyond two adults choosing to disappear. Their families still hope they'll come home. Investigators have found nothing. Officially, nothing unusual happened in Iraq in 2024. Officially, the Anunnaki are mythology, ancient stories told by primitive people trying to make sense of a confusing world. Officially, humanity evolved naturally through millions of years of random mutation and natural selection. No intervention required, no outside influence needed to explain our consciousness or capabilities. Officially, we're alone. We've always been alone. And the gods who shaped us from clay are nothing more than stories. But late at night, when you're drifting off to sleep, when the rational mind loosens its grip and older instincts surface, maybe you'll wonder. Maybe you'll think about the winged disc carved on tablets 5,000 years old, glowing in underground chambers that haven't been opened in millennia. Maybe you'll think about the impossible precision of ancient structures, the sophisticated knowledge encoded in cuneiform that nobody should have possessed, the stories every civilization tells about gods who came from the sky and made humans in their image. Maybe you'll look up at the stars and wonder what's out there in the dark, beyond Neptune and Pluto, in the cold reaches where orbits take thousands of years to complete. Maybe you'll wonder if something is coming closer, making its slow, inevitable approach toward the inner solar system, toward the planet where its creation waits. Maybe you'll wonder if we were designed to wonder, if curiosity itself is part of the program, if every question we ask brings us closer to the answers they left for us to find when we were finally sophisticated enough to understand them. And maybe, just maybe, you'll realise that the beacon has already been activated, that the signal has already been sent, that we've announced ourselves to whoever created us, told them we've reached the development level they were waiting for, triggered the systems they left to monitor our progress. The Anunnaki aren't coming back. They're already here. They've always been here, waiting in chambers beneath Eridu and Göbekli Tepe, and a dozen other sites along the arc of ancient Mesopotamia, sleeping in technology we mistake for ancient stone, encoded in the very DNA that makes us human, preserved in texts we dismissed as mythology for thousands of years, waiting for us to be ready, waiting for us to find them, waiting for us to fulfill whatever purpose they designed us for when they shaped the clay and called it human, and set us on a path that led inevitably to this moment. Phase 4 is coming. The return signal has been sent, and we're about to discover what we were actually created. For all those thousands of years ago, when beings from somewhere else decided Earth needed a workforce designed to specifications they could control. Sweet dreams. Before we begin, happy holidays to everyone listening. Whether you're spending time with family, travelling, or just enjoying some downtime with a mystery story, we're grateful you're here. A huge thank you to Dogface680 for suggesting this story. We love hearing your ideas, and this one is absolutely perfect for the channel. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you could possibly know. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review means the world to us. And if you want, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is listening. If you enjoy these deep dives into the mysteries that refuse to stay buried, hit that subscribe button. Now, let's get into tonight's story. There are certain minds throughout history that seem to exist outside the boundaries of their own time. Individuals whose understanding of the world appears so advanced, so impossibly ahead of their contemporaries, that we're left with an uncomfortable question. How? Leonardo da Vinci is perhaps the most striking example. A man born in the middle of the 15th century who sketched helicopters, who designed submarines, who understood human anatomy with a precision that wouldn't be matched for 300 years, who wrote in mirror image as if deliberately hiding something, who kept thousands of pages of notes that he never published, never shared, and in many cases never even explained. The traditional narrative tells us he was simply a genius, a once-in-a-millennium mind. But what if that's not the whole story? What if Leonardo wasn't inventing these ideas at all? What if he was preserving them, recording knowledge that came from somewhere else, somewhere older, somewhere we're not supposed to know about? Now, tonight we're going to explore a possibility that historians have quietly debated for centuries. That Leonardo da Vinci didn't just happen to be brilliant, that he had access to something. Knowledge that predated him by hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. Information that was never meant to see the light of day. This is the story of the man who knew too much. Chapter 1. The Historical Leonardo. To understand the conspiracy, we first need to understand the man. Leonardo di Ser Piero da Vinci was born on April 15th in the year 1452, in the small Tuscan hill town of Vinci, in what was then the Republic of Florence. He was the illegitimate son of a notary and a peasant woman. His birth circumstances meant he couldn't follow in his father's footsteps into the legal profession. He couldn't attend university. He was, by the standards of his time, an outsider from the beginning. And yet, this outsider would become one of the most influential figures in human history. Leonardo was largely self-educated. He learned through observation, through apprenticeship, through his own relentless curiosity about how the world worked. At 14, he entered the workshop of Andrea del Verrocchio in Florence, one of the leading artists of the Renaissance. There he learned painting, sculpture, metalworking, and the technical arts. But Leonardo's interest went far beyond art. He studied anatomy by dissecting corpses. He designed war machines for the Duke of Milan. He created elaborate stage sets for court performances. He investigated the nature of light, water, geology, and flight. He was an artist, yes, but also an engineer, an anatomist, an architect, a mathematician, a physicist before physics had a name, and he documented everything. Leonardo kept notebooks, thousands of pages of them, dense, meticulous records of his observations, sketches, theories, and designs. These weren't journals in the traditional sense. They were repositories of knowledge, technical manuals for inventions that wouldn't exist for centuries, anatomical studies that rivaled modern medical textbooks, mathematical proofs, engineering schematics, all recorded in his distinctive mirror writing flowing from right to left across the page. During his lifetime, almost none of this was published. Almost none of it was shared. Leonardo worked on commission for wealthy patrons. He painted, he built, he advised. But the contents of his notebooks, those remained private. The question is why? Why would someone with such groundbreaking insights keep them hidden? Why would a man who could have revolutionized medicine, engineering, and physics choose instead to lock his knowledge away in coded script? The official answer is simple. Leonardo was a perfectionist. He rarely finished projects. He moved from obsession to obsession. He planned to publish his findings eventually, but ran out of time. But there's another possibility, one that's far more unsettling. What if Leonardo was protecting something? What if he understood that the knowledge he possessed was dangerous, that it came from a source he couldn't publicly acknowledge? Chapter 2. The notebooks that were never meant to be read. Let's talk about the mirror writing. If you've ever seen a page from Leonardo's notebooks, you know what I'm talking about. Every word written backwards, readable only when held up to a mirror, thousands upon thousands of pages, all in this reverse script. The standard explanation is that Leonardo was left-handed, and mirror writing was simply more convenient for him. It prevented smudging, it felt more natural, nothing sinister about it. But consider this, Leonardo could write normally when he wanted to, letters to patrons, official correspondence, public-facing documents, all written in standard left-to-right script. He had the ability. He chose not to use it for his private work. Why deliberately make your own notes harder to read? The conspiracy theory suggests that Leonardo was encoding his knowledge, making it inaccessible to casual observers, ensuring that only someone with intent, with time, with purpose, could decipher what he'd written. This wasn't convenience, it was concealment. And when you look at what those notebooks contain, the idea of concealment starts to make sense. Leonardo's notebooks include designs for a helicopter-like aerial screw that uses rotating blades to achieve lift. This is 400 years before the Wright brothers would achieve powered flight. An armoured vehicle, essentially a tank with a protective shell and rotating cannons. This concept wouldn't be realised until World War I. A submarine, a diving suit, underwater breathing apparatus, all sketched in detail with notes on how they might function. Parachutes, ball bearings, hydraulic pumps, machines for excavating canals, weapons of war that resemble modern artillery. These aren't vague ideas, they're technical blueprints, many of them functional, many of them buildable even with Renaissance technology, had anyone understood what they were looking at. But here's what's truly strange. Leonardo never built most of these devices himself, never tested them, never promoted them. He drew them, made notes about them, and then moved on. It's as if he was cataloguing something, recording information for future reference. Not inventing, but documenting, preserving knowledge that already existed somewhere else. Now, let's get specific. In the Codex Atlanticus, there's a page, folio 308 recto, that shows a design for what Leonardo called a self-propelled cart. It's essentially an automobile, spring-driven, with steering mechanisms and braking systems. Modern engineers at the Museum of the History of Science in Florence actually built this design. It worked. Perfectly. A car in the year 1500. How did Leonardo know the precise ratios needed for the gears? How did he understand the mechanics of energy storage and release? This wasn't guesswork. The mathematics are exact. On folio 860 verso of the same codex, there's a design for ball bearings, spheres captured between two rings to reduce friction. This concept wouldn't appear in patent offices until the 1700s, 2 centuries after Leonardo drew it. He didn't just sketch these devices, he understood the physics, the engineering principles, the materials needed. It's as if he had a textbook from the future sitting in front of him. Chapter 3. Forbidden Anatomy. In Leonardo's time, the human body was a mystery. Medical knowledge was based largely on the writings of ancient Greek physicians like Galen, who had worked over 1,000 years earlier. Actual human dissection was rare, controversial, and in many cases forbidden by the Church. Leonardo didn't care. Between the late 1480s and 1511, Leonardo dissected approximately 30 human corpses. He did this in secret, often at night, working by candlelight in morgues and hospitals. The bodies were criminals, paupers, people who wouldn't be missed. Leonardo would spend hours, sometimes days, carefully opening them up, studying their inner workings and sketching what he found. The results were extraordinary. Leonardo's anatomical drawings are so accurate that they're still used in medical education today. His sketches of the human heart show the chambers, the valves, the vessels with photographic precision. His studies of the spine reveal details about vertebrae and muscle attachments that weren't officially documented until the 19th century. His drawings of a fetus in the womb are so detailed, so correct, that they look like they could have come from a modern ultrasound. How? How does someone with no formal medical training working with rudimentary tools achieve this level of understanding? The official story is that Leonardo was simply that observant, that meticulous, that brilliant. But there's another interpretation. What if Leonardo already knew what he was supposed to find? What if he wasn't discovering the structure of the human body but confirming it? Comparing what he saw on the dissection table with knowledge he'd acquired elsewhere. Some researchers have suggested that Leonardo may have had access to lost medical texts, ancient manuscripts from Egypt, Greece, or the Middle East that contained anatomical knowledge more advanced than what was publicly available in Renaissance Europe. These texts might have been suppressed, hidden away in private collections or monastery libraries, accessible only to those with the right connections. Leonardo had connections, wealthy patrons, powerful friends, access to libraries and scholars across Italy and France. If there were forbidden texts circulating in underground intellectual networks, Leonardo would have been in a position to see them. And if those texts revealed truths about the human body that contradicted church doctrine, Well, you'd keep that to yourself, wouldn't you? You'd verify it quietly, record it in mirror writing, and never speak of it publicly, because the alternative would be heresy, prosecution, possibly death. Let's examine a specific example. In the Royal Collection at Windsor Castle, there's a series of drawings Leonardo made around 1510 showing the heart and its blood vessels. What's remarkable is that Leonardo correctly identified the aortic valve and understood its function in preventing backflow. He even noted that the valve has 3 cusps, not 2 as Galen had claimed. But here's the thing, Leonardo couldn't have observed this just by dissection. The heart stops beating when someone dies. The blood drains. You can't see the valve in action. You can't watch it open and close. Yet Leonardo drew it functioning. He understood the hydraulics of blood flow through a living heart. How? Modern researchers suggest he may have used glass models, filling them with water to observe flow patterns. That's possible. But it doesn't explain how he knew what pattern to expect in the first place. How he knew to build the model with 3 cusps instead of 2. How he knew the precise shape and angle needed for the valve to function. Unless he'd read about it somewhere. Unless someone, sometime, had documented this before. Chapter 4. The Missing Years. Here's where things get interesting. Leonardo's biography has gaps, significant periods where we have little to no documentation of where he was or what he was doing. Historians have attempted to fill these gaps with educated guesses, but the truth is, we don't know. For example, between 1476 and 1478, Leonardo essentially disappears from the historical record. He's no longer listed in Verrocchio's workshop. He hasn't yet established his own studio. Where was he? What was he doing? Again in 1482 there's a gap. Leonardo is supposed to be in Milan, but documentation is thin. Letters are missing, commissions are vague, and then there are the unexplained trips. Leonardo travelled extensively throughout Italy and France. Some of these journeys are well documented, others are mysteries. Why did he go to certain cities? Who did he meet with? What was he studying? The conspiracy theory suggests that these missing years weren't empty at all, that Leonardo was working on classified projects, commissions from secret patrons who couldn't be publicly acknowledged, or perhaps he was travelling to access restricted libraries, meeting with members of hidden societies, learning from sources that history has conveniently forgotten. Consider this. During these gaps, Leonardo's style and knowledge seem to shift. He returns from these periods with new techniques, new ideas, sudden leaps in a understanding that can't easily be explained by gradual development. It's as if he went somewhere and learned something. But what? And from whom? There's a curious detail in one of Leonardo's notebooks, the Codex Arundel, page 270. It's a list of books Leonardo wanted to acquire or had read. Among the titles are several works that shouldn't have been available in Renaissance Italy. Byzantine texts, Arabic treatises on optics and mathematics, books that were supposedly lost when Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453. How did Leonardo even know these books existed? How did he get access to them? One possibility is the Medici Library in Florence. The Medici family had agents throughout the Mediterranean, constantly searching for ancient manuscripts. They recovered texts from monasteries, private collections, even looted them from conquered cities. The library was vast, containing thousands of works, many of them never catalogued, never made public. Leonardo had connections to the Medici. He worked for them on and off throughout his career. He would have had access. But there's another possibility, one that takes us into darker territory. What if Leonardo was part of a network? A chain of knowledge keepers who passed information from generation to generation, preserving ancient wisdom that was too dangerous to publish openly. Chapter 5. The Art That Speaks in Symbols. Leonardo's paintings are among the most analysed artworks in human history, and for good reason. They're not just beautiful, they're strange, filled with anomalies, hidden details, and symbolic elements that have puzzled scholars for centuries. Take the Last Supper, painted between 1495 and 1498, on the wall of a monastery dining hall in Milan. On the surface, it's a straightforward depiction of Jesus and his 12 apostles at the moment Christ announces that one of them will betray him. But look closer. The composition is built on precise mathematical proportions. The perspective lines converge exactly on Christ's head. The spacing of the figures follows geometric patterns that wouldn't be formalised in art theory for another 100 years. Some researchers claim to have found musical notation hidden in the positions of the bread and hands of the apostles. Play it back, and you get a brief, haunting melody. Then there's the figure to Christ's right. Traditionally identified as John the Apostle, this figure has soft features, long hair, and a distinctly feminine appearance. This has spawned countless theories, most famously the idea popularised by modern conspiracy theorists that this is actually Mary Magdalene, and that Leonardo was encoding a secret about Christ's marriage and bloodline. Whether or not you believe that specific theory, the question remains, why paint John this way? Why introduce ambiguity into a scene that should be theologically clear? Unless the ambiguity was the point, unless Leonardo was deliberately leaving clues, breadcrumbs for those who knew how to look. But let's go deeper. Let's talk about something most people don't notice. In the Last Supper there are exactly 13 loaves of bread visible on the table. Not 12. 13. In Christian symbolism, 12 represents the apostles. 13 represents betrayal, bad luck, the number of people at the table including Judas. But here's the thing. There are also 13 figures in the painting. Christ and 12 apostles. So why 13 loaves? Why the duplication? Some researchers believe Leonardo was encoding a double meaning, that he was suggesting there were 13 initiates, not 12, that someone at that table wasn't who they appeared to be, that the traditional story is incomplete. Then there's the positioning of the hands. Every figure in the Last Supper has their hands visible except for one. There's a hand reaching toward a bread roll that doesn't clearly belong to any figure. It's disembodied. Anonymous. Whose hand is it? Why is it there? Leonardo was obsessive about detail. He wouldn't make a mistake like this, which means it's intentional, a symbol, a message. Now let's talk about the Mona Lisa, painted sometime between 1503 and 1506, the most famous painting in the world, and one of the most mysterious. Who is she? The official identification is Lisa Gherardini, wife of a Florentine merchant. But Leonardo never delivered the painting to whoever commissioned it. He kept it with him for the rest of his life, continuously working on it, refining it, never considering it finished. Why? The painting is full of oddities. The background landscapes on the left and right don't match. They're at different elevations, as if depicting two different worlds. The smile is famously ambiguous. The eyes seem to follow you. The entire composition has an otherworldly quality, as if the subject exists outside of normal time and space. Some theorists believe the Mona Lisa is a self-portrait, Leonardo in feminine form, a meditation on duality, hidden identity, the fluidity of self. Others think it's a coded representation of esoteric knowledge, the landscape symbolizing the hermetic principle of as above, so below, the smile representing hidden wisdom, accessible only to initiates. But here's something most people don't know. In 2005, researchers at the University of Amsterdam used digital analysis to examine the Mona Lisa's eyes. They found tiny letters and numbers painted in the pupils. In the right eye, the letters V, Leonardo Vinci, his signature, hidden where no one would look. But in the left eye, different symbols, possibly the letters C, E or B, or numbers. The resolution isn't clear enough to say for certain. Why hide symbols in the eyes of your subject? What message are you encoding? And it doesn't stop there. Analysis of the painting using infrared and ultraviolet light has revealed that Leonardo painted, erased, and repainted sections multiple times. There are layers beneath the visible surface, earlier versions of the face, different expressions, different details. It's as if he was trying to get something exactly right, capture something specific, encode something that could only be understood by someone who knew what to look for. What we know for certain is this. Leonardo treated this painting differently than any of his other works. He guarded it, obsessed over it, refused to let it go. That suggests it meant something more to him than just another commission. It was personal, it was important, it was a message. Chapter 6. Leonardo and Secret Societies. Renaissance Italy was a cauldron of intellectual ferment. This was the age of rediscovery. Ancient Greek and Roman texts were being translated and distributed. Hermetic philosophy, astrology, alchemy and mysticism were all experiencing a revival. Scholars were asking dangerous questions about the nature of reality, the structure of the cosmos and humanity's place in it. And they were doing it quietly. Because the church was watching. Secret societies weren't exactly secret, but they were discreet. Groups of intellectuals, artists and nobles who met to discuss ideas that couldn't be spoken about publicly. Proto-Masonic organisations, hermetic circles, alchemical fraternities. These groups preserved and transmitted knowledge that was considered heretical or dangerous. Did Leonardo have connections to these networks? There's no smoking gun, no membership roster with his name on it, but there are suggestions, coincidences, overlaps. Leonardo's patron in Milan, Ludovico Sforza, was known to support esoteric scholars. The Medici family in Florence, who also employed Leonardo, had extensive libraries filled with hermetic and alchemical texts. Leonardo moved in these circles. He had access, and his notebooks contain references to concepts that align with hermetic philosophy. The idea of microcosm and macrocosm, the interconnectedness of all things, the belief that nature operates according to hidden mathematical laws that, if understood, could unlock tremendous power. Leonardo once wrote, "Learn how to see. Realize that everything connects to everything else." That's not just artistic philosophy, that's hermetic doctrine. But let's get specific. There's a group that historians know existed in 15th century Florence called the Platonic Academy. Founded by Cosimo de' Medici and led by the philosopher Marsilio Ficino, this academy was dedicated to studying and translating ancient Greek texts, particularly the works of Plato and the Hermetic Corpus. The Hermetic Corpus is a collection of writings attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, a legendary figure believed to have lived in ancient Egypt and possessed divine knowledge. These texts discuss alchemy, astrology, and the hidden structure of the universe. They were rediscovered in the West in the mid-1400s and caused a sensation among intellectuals. Leonardo lived in Florence during the height of the Platonic Academy's influence. He worked for the Medici. He knew Ficino and other Academy members. It's virtually impossible that he wasn't exposed to Hermetic ideas. But there's more. In Leonardo's notebooks there are sketches and diagrams that appear to be alchemical symbols. Circles within circles, geometric patterns, arrangements of elements that match known alchemical texts. On page 76, recto of the Codex Atlanticus, there's a drawing of a square inside a circle inside a triangle. This is a classic Hermetic symbol representing the relationship between earth, heaven, and divine fire. It's not just decorative. Leonardo has notes around it discussing proportions and ratios, as if he's using the symbol as a mathematical tool. Why would an artist and engineer be studying alchemical geometry unless he believed it had practical applications? Then there's the matter of the Vitruvian Man, one of Leonardo's most famous drawings. Created around 1490, it shows a male figure in two superimposed positions, arms and legs outstretched, inscribed within both a circle and a square. The official explanation is that Leonardo was illustrating the proportions of the human body as described by the ancient Roman architect Vitruvius. The drawing demonstrates that the human form embodies perfect mathematical ratios, but Hermetic scholars see something else. The Vitruvian Man is a representation of the Hermetic principle that humans are microcosms of the universe, that the same proportions that govern the human body govern the cosmos, that by understanding ourselves we understand reality itself. Leonardo even wrote on the drawing, "Man is the model of the world." That's pure Hermetic philosophy, the idea that humanity contains within itself the keys to universal knowledge. Some researchers have suggested that Leonardo was part of a chain of knowledge transmission, that he was taught by someone who was taught by someone, going back through the centuries, preserving ancient wisdom that predated Christianity itself, Egyptian mysteries, Greek philosophy, Babylonian astronomy, knowledge that had been driven underground but never truly lost. If that's true, then Leonardo wasn't a lone genius. He was a guardian, a keeper of secrets, someone entrusted with preserving information until humanity was ready to receive it. But of course humanity might never be ready, and so the knowledge stays hidden, encoded in art, buried in notebooks, waiting. There's even a theory that connects Leonardo to the Knights Templar. The Templars were a medieval military order that operated during the Crusades. They were suppressed by the Church in the early 1300s, accused of heresy and devil worship. Most were arrested and executed, but legends persist that some escaped, taking with them vast treasures and secret knowledge they'd acquired in the Holy Land. Could that knowledge have been passed down through secret societies to Renaissance scholars like Leonardo? It's speculative, but consider this. The Templars were known to have extensive libraries. They had access to Arabic and Byzantine texts. They studied sacred geometry and architectural principles that they incorporated into their churches and castles. When the Templars were destroyed, their knowledge didn't just vanish. It went somewhere. Into hiding. Into networks of initiates who would preserve it across the centuries. Could Leonardo have been part of that chain? Could his notebooks contain fragments of Templar wisdom, encoded and hidden, waiting to be decoded by someone who understood the symbols? Chapter 7. Technology Too Early. Let's return to those inventions, the flying machines, the tanks, the submarines. These designs weren't fantasies. Modern engineers have built working models based on Leonardo's sketches, and many of them function exactly as he predicted. The aerial screw generates lift. The armoured vehicle moves and protects its occupants. The diving suit allows underwater exploration. Leonardo understood principles of aerodynamics, hydraulics, and mechanical engineering that wouldn't be formally articulated until the Industrial Revolution, 300 years after his death. How? The standard answer: observation and experimentation. Leonardo studied birds to understand flight. He watched water wheels to grasp hydraulic power. He was a keen observer of nature, and he extrapolated from what he saw. But here's the problem with that explanation. Leonardo didn't just observe nature and make educated guesses. He understood the underlying mathematics, the ratios, the force calculations, the material stresses. This wasn't trial and error. This was applied physics, and he was doing it centuries before Newton formalized the laws of motion, before Bernoulli explained fluid dynamics, before anyone had a theoretical framework for understanding how these machines should work. So where did that framework come from? The conspiracy theory suggests reverse engineering, that Leonardo had access to descriptions or even diagrams of technologies from an earlier, more advanced civilization. Perhaps ancient texts from Alexandria before the library burned. Perhaps artifacts recovered from archaeological sites. Perhaps oral traditions passed down through secret societies. He wasn't inventing, he was reconstructing, taking fragmentary knowledge and trying to rebuild lost technologies. That would explain why so many of his designs were never built during his lifetime. He didn't have all the pieces. He was working from incomplete information, trying to fill in the gaps. Recording what he knew, hoping that future generations might finish what he started. It would also explain the secrecy. If Leonardo had stumbled upon evidence of an advanced prehistoric civilization, that would be profoundly dangerous. It would undermine the Church's timeline of human history. It would suggest that progress wasn't linear, that humanity had risen and fallen before, that the Renaissance wasn't a rebirth but a re-remembering. You don't publish that kind of revelation. You hide it, you encode it, and you hope someone in the future will understand. Let's examine a specific case. In the Codex Madrid, discovered in the Spanish National Library in 1967, there's a design for what Leonardo called a clockwork knight. It's a humanoid automaton, powered by springs and gears, capable of sitting, standing, moving its arms, and even moving its jaw. Modern roboticists at the Institute and Museum of the History of Science in Florence built this design. It worked. A functional robot, designed 500 years before the word robot was even invented. Leonardo didn't just draw this. He understood kinematics, the study of motion. He knew about gear ratios, mechanical advantage, and energy storage. These concepts weren't formalized until the 17th and 18th centuries. How did a Renaissance artist know robotics, unless he didn't invent it, unless he was copying it from something older? There's a legend, mostly dismissed by mainstream historians, that during the Crusades, European knights encountered ancient automata in the Middle East. Mechanical devices left over from Greek and Roman times, or possibly even older. These automata supposedly demonstrated technological sophistication that medieval Europeans couldn't explain. Some of these devices might have been brought back to Europe, studied, documented, and then, when the church cracked down on anything that smacked of pagan or heretical knowledge, hidden away. Could Leonardo have seen one of these ancient machines? Could he have studied it, taken it apart and recorded how it worked? It's impossible to prove, but it would explain a lot. Then there's the matter of Leonardo's flying machines. He designed several different types. The aerial screw, which resembles a helicopter, an ornithopter with flapping wings, a glider with fixed wings. Each design shows sophisticated understanding of aerodynamic principles. Leonardo filled pages with calculations about lift, drag, and weight ratios. He understood that you needed a certain wing area to support a certain mass. He knew about the relationship between air pressure and altitude. He even speculated about something resembling jet propulsion, though he couldn't build it with available technology. This is centuries before the Bernoulli principle would explain how wings generate lift, before anyone understood the physics of flight. Leonardo wrote in his notebooks, "A bird is an instrument working according to mathematical law. It lies within the power of man to reproduce this instrument with all its movements." He didn't say, "I am inventing flight." He said, "reproduce," as if flight had existed before, as if he was recreating something that had been lost. What if ancient civilizations had achieved flight? What if there were texts, legends, or artifacts that described or depicted flying machines, and Leonardo had access to them? It sounds far-fetched. But ancient Sanskrit texts from India describe vimanas, flying vehicles used by gods and kings. These descriptions are detailed, mentioning propulsion systems, navigation, and even weapons. Mainstream scholars dismiss these as mythology, but what if they weren't entirely fictional? What if they preserved memories of real technologies, distorted by time but containing kernels of truth? Leonardo had access to the Medici library, which contained texts from across the ancient world. He could read Latin and some Greek. He had contacts with scholars who translated Arabic and Sanskrit manuscripts. If descriptions of ancient flying machines existed anywhere in Europe, Leonardo might have found them. And if he did, he would have done exactly what his notebooks show, tried to figure out how they worked, tried to rebuild them, tried to preserve that knowledge for the future. Chapter 8. The knowledge he never released. Here's one of the most puzzling aspects of Leonardo's life: his refusal to finish things. He started more projects than he completed. Paintings left unfinished, sculptures abandoned, engineering designs sketched but never built, anatomical treatises planned but never compiled, and crucially, he never published his notebooks. During the Renaissance, the printing press was revolutionizing information distribution. Books were being produced and circulated at an unprecedented rate. If Leonardo had wanted to share his knowledge, he could have. He could have become one of the most influential scientific authors of his age, but he didn't. Even when opportunities presented themselves, even when patrons encouraged him, even when scholars begged for access to his findings, Leonardo held back. He made excuses, promised future publications that never materialized, kept his notebooks private. Why? The conspiracy theory offers a chilling explanation. Leonardo feared what would happen if his knowledge fell into the wrong hands. Look at the military technologies he designed. Weapons of incredible destructive power. Machines that could change the nature of warfare. If these had been built and deployed during the constant conflicts of Renaissance Italy, the devastation would have been catastrophic. Leonardo may have realized this. He may have understood that humanity wasn't ready, that the knowledge he possessed, while fascinating, was also dangerous, that it needed to be preserved for the future but kept away from the present. There's evidence to support this. In his notebooks, Leonardo writes about his reluctance to publish certain findings. He expresses concern about how his inventions might be used. He notes that some knowledge should be withheld for the benefit of mankind. This isn't the attitude of someone who just never got around to finishing things. This is deliberate restraint, conscious suppression. Leonardo was sitting on a powder keg of revolutionary ideas, and he chose not to light the fuse. The question is, did he make that choice alone? Or was he following instructions? Adhering to the rules of some organisation or tradition that demanded knowledge be parcelled out slowly, carefully, only when the time was right? In the Codex Leicester, Leonardo writes about a discovery he made regarding fossils and geological formations. He understood that fossil seashells found on mountain tops meant those mountains had once been underwater. He understood geological time, the idea that the Earth was millions of years old, not thousands as the Church taught. This was heretical, dangerous. If Leonardo had published this, he would have been accused of contradicting Scripture. But instead of keeping silent, instead of destroying this knowledge, Leonardo recorded it, preserved it, in mirror writing, for someone in the future to find. He wrote, "The number of years during which the Mediterranean was being formed is to be seen in the thickness of the sediments, which could not have been deposited in less time. That's geology. That's deep time. That's a complete rejection of biblical chronology." And Leonardo knew it. He even wrote, almost apologetically, "Here there is room for more extended discourse, but the brevity to which I am constrained prevents me." Translation: I have more to say, but I can't. Not now, not safely. This pattern repeats throughout Leonardo's notebooks. Revolutionary insights, followed by hesitation. Bold claims, followed by restraint. As if he's constantly aware that he's walking a tightrope between preserving truth and protecting himself. It suggests Leonardo was part of something bigger, that he understood his role as a keeper of knowledge, not a disseminator, that there were rules about what could be shared and what had to remain hidden, and those rules may have come from a tradition much older than Leonardo himself. Chapter 9: Death and Disappearance. Leonardo da Vinci died on May 2nd, 1519 in Amboise, France. He was 67 years old. He spent his final years in the service of King Francis I of France, living in a manor house called Clos-Lucé, still working, still sketching, still pursuing the mysteries that had consumed his life. According to legend, Leonardo died in the arms of the king, though historians doubt this actually happened. What we know for certain is that he was failing for months before his death. His right hand was partially paralysed, possibly from a stroke. He could still draw and write with his left hand, but he knew his time was running out. In his final months, Leonardo destroyed some of his papers, burned them. Why? What did they contain that even he, on his deathbed, felt needed to be erased? When he died, he left behind thousands of pages of notebooks, but not all of them survived. His heir was Francesco Melzi, a devoted pupil who had worked with Leonardo for years. Melzi inherited the notebooks and took them back to Italy, where he attempted to organise them, perhaps prepare them for publication. But Melzi died in 1570, and after that the notebooks were scattered. Some were sold, some were stolen. Some were divided up among heirs who had no idea what they possessed. Pages were torn out. Entire volumes disappeared. Today we have perhaps half of what Leonardo originally created, maybe less. The Codex Leicester, the Codex Atlanticus, the Windsor collection. These are the survivors, precious fragments of a much larger whole. But what about the rest? Where did those missing notebooks go? What did they contain? The conspiracy theory suggests that certain volumes were deliberately suppressed, that someone at some point recognised the dangerous knowledge they contained and removed them from circulation. Perhaps the church confiscated them. Perhaps a secret society reclaimed them. Perhaps they were destroyed. Or perhaps they're still out there, hidden in private collections, locked in vaults, waiting to be rediscovered. There are persistent rumours of lost Leonardo manuscripts. In the 1960s, 2 volumes of Leonardo's notebooks were discovered in the National Library of Spain. They'd been there for centuries, miscatalogued and forgotten. This discovery proved that major Leonardo works could remain hidden in plain sight for hundreds of years. If 2 volumes could hide in a public library, what might be concealed in private hands? There are stories, unconfirmed but persistent, of a Leonardo manuscript in the library of a German noble family, of pages supposedly held by the Vatican, never displayed, never catalogued, of a volume allegedly in the possession of a British collector who refuses to let anyone examine it. Are these real, or just wishful thinking? We don't know. But the fact remains, a significant portion of Leonardo's work is missing, and given the explosive nature of what we do have, it's worth asking what secrets might be in what we don't. Consider this. The notebooks that survived are the ones that were inherited by students, sold to collectors, eventually donated to libraries and museums. They're the public-facing notebooks, the ones Leonardo might have expected others to see. But what about his private notebooks, the ones he kept truly secret, the ones that contained his most dangerous ideas? If Leonardo was part of a knowledge-keeping tradition, if he had access to forbidden texts and ancient wisdom, he wouldn't have recorded that in notebooks he planned to pass on to students. He would have kept separate records, hidden records, accessible only to those who knew where to look, and when he died, those records would have been retrieved, not by his heirs, by others, by members of whatever organisation Leonardo served. That's speculation, but it fits the evidence. It explains why major gaps exist in Leonardo's work. It explains why certain topics he clearly studied, based on scattered notes and comments, have no dedicated treatises. It explains the pattern of suppression and concealment that runs through his entire life. Leonardo took secrets to his grave, but some of those secrets may not have died with him. They may have been passed on, quietly, through channels we can't trace. Chapter 10. Why the truth would be dangerous. Let's step back and consider what's at stake here. If Leonardo da Vinci really did have access to ancient advanced knowledge, the implications are staggering. First, it would mean that human history isn't what we think it is, that there were civilizations before ours, possibly far before, that achieved levels of sophistication we're only now beginning to match. That history is cyclical, not linear, that we've been here before. This idea terrifies institutions. It undermines narratives of progress. It suggests that everything we've built could collapse, just as it has before, that we're not ascending towards some inevitable enlightenment, but cycling through patterns of rise and fall that stretch back into prehistory. The Church, during Leonardo's time and for centuries after, insisted on a specific timeline. Creation occurred roughly 4,000 years before Christ. Human history was short, recent, and centred on biblical events. Anything that contradicted this was heresy. If Leonardo had evidence of ancient advanced civilizations that predated biblical chronology, he couldn't say so. Not publicly. The Inquisition was real. People were burned for less. Second, it would mean that institutions we trust, religious and secular, have been hiding this truth. That the story we're told about human development, progress, the rise of civilization, is incomplete at best and deliberately misleading at worst. Think about what mainstream history teaches. Humans evolved slowly. Civilization began in Mesopotamia around 5,000 years ago. Progress has been gradual, building on previous generations, leading inexorably to our current state of development. But what if that's wrong? What if there were earlier civilizations that rose to great heights, then collapsed catastrophically? What if knowledge was lost in those collapses, only to be partially recovered later? What if Leonardo had access to fragments of that lost knowledge? It would mean that human potential is far greater than we've been told, that our ancestors were capable of things we don't give them credit for, that the ancient world wasn't primitive but sophisticated in ways we're only beginning to understand, and that raises uncomfortable questions. If ancient civilizations were advanced, why did they fall? What mistakes did they make? Are we making the same mistakes now? Third, it would mean that there are people, groups, organizations who have known this truth and chosen to keep it secret for centuries, perhaps millennia, controlling what we know, when we know it, ensuring that the masses remain ignorant while the initiated preserve the real knowledge. This is the part that really unsettles people. The idea that history is managed, that knowledge is rationed, that there's an elite class of keepers who decide what humanity gets to know and when. If Leonardo was part of such a group, he was following their rules, recording information but not releasing it, preserving knowledge for future generations while keeping it hidden from his own. Why would anyone do that? The benevolent interpretation is that they're protecting humanity. That knowledge can be dangerous if released at the wrong time, that societies need to be ready, mature enough, wise enough, before they can handle certain truths. The sinister interpretation is that they're maintaining power, that keeping the masses ignorant ensures control, that the initiated remain special, privileged, elevated above others by their access to hidden wisdom. Which is it, or is it both? We may never know. But the pattern is undeniable. Throughout history, there have been individuals who knew more than they said, who hinted at secrets they couldn't reveal, who left cryptic messages for those who came after. Leonardo was one of them, and he wasn't alone. That's not the kind of revelation that gets a warm reception. Religious authorities would resist it because it challenges creation narratives and timelines. Political authorities would resist it because it undermines their claims to legitimacy and progress. Academic authorities would resist it because it invalidates entire fields of study. The truth, if this conspiracy is real, would be profoundly destabilizing, and so it gets buried, ridiculed, dismissed as fantasy. Leonardo becomes a genius, yes, but a safe genius, an individual anomaly, one brilliant mind in a sea of medieval ignorance. We celebrate his art, marvel at his inventions, and carefully avoid asking the harder questions, like, where did he really learn all of this? Who taught him? What did he know that we still don't? The genius narrative is comfortable. It doesn't threaten anything. It confirms our belief in human potential, in individual achievement, in the gradual march of progress. But what if Leonardo's genius wasn't individual at all? What if it was inherited, transmitted, part of a vast underground river of knowledge that flows beneath the surface of recorded history, occasionally breaking through in the work of people like him? That's a much more unsettling story, and perhaps that's exactly why it's been suppressed. Chapter 11, The Others Who Knew. Leonardo wasn't the only Renaissance figure with impossible knowledge. He had contemporaries and successors who displayed similar patterns, knowledge that shouldn't exist, abilities that can't be explained, secrets encoded in their work. Take Filippo Brunelleschi, the architect who designed the dome of Florence Cathedral. Completed in 1436, this dome was an engineering marvel. It was the largest dome built since antiquity, and Brunelleschi achieved it using techniques that baffled his contemporaries. He used a double shell design with an inner and outer dome separated by a gap. He employed herringbone brick patterns that distributed weight in ways Roman engineers would have recognised, but medieval builders had forgotten. He built the dome without scaffolding, using a self-supporting structure that seemed to defy gravity. How did Brunelleschi know how to do this? The official story is that he studied ancient Roman buildings, particularly the Pantheon in Rome, and figured out their construction methods through observation and experimentation. But here's the thing. The Pantheon's construction techniques were lost. The Romans used concrete formulas that medieval Europe didn't possess. The engineering knowledge required to build such structures had vanished. Yet Brunelleschi rediscovered it. Or did he? What if he had access to Roman texts that described these methods? Texts that weren't supposed to exist? Leonardo knew Brunelleschi's work. They were both in Florence, and Leonardo studied the dome extensively. Did Brunelleschi pass something on to Leonardo? Did they share access to the same sources? Then there's Nikola Tesla, much later, but worth mentioning for the parallels. Tesla, working in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, invented alternating current, wireless communication, and designs for energy transmission that are still not fully understood. Tesla claimed his ideas came to him in visions, that he would see complete functional devices in his mind and simply record them. He rarely built prototypes, working almost entirely from mental imagery. Sound familiar? Leonardo also claimed to work from vision, from inspiration, from sources he couldn't fully explain. Tesla died in 1943. When he died, the FBI raided his hotel room and confiscated all his papers. Many of those papers have never been released. To this day, portions of Tesla's work remain classified. Why? What did Tesla know? What was he working on that the government deemed too dangerous to share? The pattern repeats. Individuals throughout history who possess knowledge beyond their time, who leave cryptic notes, who hint at secrets they can't fully reveal, who die with their most important work unfinished or suppressed. Are these isolated geniuses, or are they part of something connected? A chain of knowledge keepers stretching across centuries? Even Isaac Newton, the father of modern physics, had secrets. Newton spent decades studying alchemy, writing more about transmutation and mystical philosophy than about gravity and motion. He believed in hidden knowledge, in ancient wisdom encoded in biblical texts and hermetic writings. When Newton died, his alchemical manuscripts were deemed too embarrassing for a man of science and were hidden away. They weren't seriously studied until the 20th century. What was Newton looking for in those texts? What did he think the ancients knew? The conspiracy theory suggests that all of these figures, Leonardo, Brunelleschi, Newton, Tesla and others, were tapping into the same source. A body of ancient knowledge preserved through secret traditions, accessible to those who knew where to look and who to ask. If that's true, the implications are extraordinary. It means human knowledge isn't linear. It means we've lost more than we've gained. It means the ancients might have understood reality in ways we're only beginning to rediscover. And it means Leonardo's notebooks aren't anomalies. They're pieces of a much larger puzzle. Epilogue. The last question. Leonardo da Vinci once wrote, "Learning never exhausts the mind." It's a simple statement, optimistic, encouraging, the kind of thing you'd expect from someone who dedicated his life to understanding the world. But in the context of everything we've discussed tonight, it takes on a different meaning. What if Leonardo wasn't talking about learning as discovery? What if he was talking about learning as remembering? As reconnecting with knowledge that already exists, has always existed, waiting to be accessed by those capable of seeing it. Learning never exhausts the mind because the knowledge is already there, inside us, part of our heritage. We just have to remember. Leonardo may not have been ahead of his time at all. He may have been perfectly on time for a much longer timeline than we acknowledge. A timeline that includes rises and falls, golden ages and dark ages, civilizations that climbed to extraordinary heights and then collapsed, leaving behind only fragments. And maybe, just maybe, people like Leonardo are the ones who find those fragments, who piece together what was lost, who carry the torch through the darkness until humanity is ready to see clearly again. We celebrate Leonardo as an individual genius because that's a story we can accept. It doesn't challenge our worldview. It doesn't force us to reconsider everything we think we know about history. But the evidence suggests something else, something older, something hidden. Leonardo da Vinci had access to knowledge he shouldn't have possessed. He recorded it in code. He kept it secret. And when he died, much of it vanished. That's not the pattern of a lone genius. That's the pattern of a guardian, someone protecting something precious, something dangerous. The question we're left with is this. If Leonardo was preserving ancient knowledge, who else has done the same? How much of human achievement is actually human remembering? And what are we still forgetting? The notebooks that survive offer clues, but they're incomplete. Fragments of a larger truth that Leonardo took to his grave. Perhaps one day the missing pieces will surface, the lost manuscripts will be found, the full story will finally be told. Until then, we're left with mystery, with possibility, with the unsettling suggestion that everything we think we know about our past might be wrong. Leonardo da Vinci wasn't just a Renaissance man. He was a bridge, a connection to something we've lost, a reminder that human potential extends far beyond what we're willing to acknowledge. And if that makes you uncomfortable, if that challenges your understanding of reality, well, maybe that's exactly what Leonardo intended, because the truth isn't always comfortable. Sometimes it's hidden, encoded, waiting in mirror writing for someone brave enough to hold it up to the light. The question is, are you ready to see what's really there, There's one final detail worth mentioning. In Leonardo's very last notebook entry, written shortly before he died, he wrote something strange, something that doesn't fit with anything else in his work. He wrote, "We must continue what was begun so long ago." Continue what? Begun by whom? Leonardo never explained. And then he died. Those words have puzzled scholars for centuries. They don't refer to any specific project. They don't connect to any known commission or artwork. Unless Leonardo was talking about something else entirely, something bigger than any single project, a mission, a purpose, a sacred duty passed down through generations, to preserve what must not be lost, to remember what others have forgotten, to keep the light burning through the darkness. Leonardo fulfilled his part. He recorded what he could. He hid what he must. He left clues for those who would come after. Now it's up to us to decide what to do with them, to see what Leonardo saw, to ask the questions he couldn't ask openly, to continue what was begun so long ago. Sleep well. And remember, learning never exhausts the mind. It only reveals how much we've forgotten. And sometimes, just sometimes, it helps us remember what we never knew we knew. Before we begin, if you're enjoying this story and find yourself drawn into the mystery, consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you could possibly know. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review makes an enormous difference to us. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is listening. Finally, if you enjoy content like this, subscribing really helps us continue bringing you these stories. Now, let's dive in. The fourth test was not the one that failed. They told us it was operator error, a flawed test, human mistakes compounding in the dead of night until a reactor core tore itself apart and painted the sky with radiation. They gave us names to blame, procedures to question, a neat timeline that ended at exactly 23 minutes past 1 in the morning on April 26, 1986. But my cousin knew something else was happening that night, and he died because of it. Prologue. The letter that didn't make sense. The envelope arrived in June of 1986, 6 weeks after the explosion that the world had already stopped talking about. It was addressed to my aunt and uncle in Kiev, written in the cold, bureaucratic language that Soviet institutions used when they needed to deliver bad news without delivering truth. Sergei Volkov, deceased. Radiation exposure. Service to the state acknowledged. That was it. 3 lines. No location specified. No timeline given. No body to bury. My cousin had worked as a reactor instrumentation technician at Chernobyl Unit 4. He was 28 years old. He knew those systems better than anyone on his shift, and according to the official story, he had died responding to an accident caused by incompetence and design flaws. But 2 weeks before the explosion, Sergei had sent a letter home. I remember watching my aunt read it at the kitchen table, her face creasing with confusion. She passed it to my uncle, who read it twice before setting it down without comment. They didn't understand what Sergei meant, but I did, even then. Or at least, I understood that he was trying to tell them something without saying it directly. The letter mentioned the upcoming test everyone at the plant had been talking about, the turbine run-down experiment, a safety protocol drill that would simulate a power loss and measure how long the turbines could provide electricity while coasting to a stop. But then Sergei wrote something else. Tonight's test isn't for the turbine, that's just what they're saying. My aunt thought he was complaining about bureaucracy. My uncle assumed it was plant politics, but I was a journalist even then, just starting out working for a small paper in Kiev that mostly covered local corruption and housing scandals, and I knew what careful language looked like when someone couldn't speak freely. Sergei was telling them that something else was being tested that night, something they weren't supposed to talk about. After the official letter arrived, I went back and read Sergei's words again, and again. And I started asking questions that no one wanted to answer. Because if the turbine test wasn't the real test, then what actually caused Reactor 4 to explode? And if my cousin knew about it beforehand, why didn't anyone stop it? Chapter 1. The test that was never listed. The official explanation was neat. Almost too neat. On April 25th, 1986, Chernobyl Unit 4 was scheduled to be shut down for routine maintenance. Engineers decided to use the shutdown as an opportunity to conduct a safety test on the turbine generator. The test would determine whether the turbines, while spinning down after a reactor trip, could generate enough electricity to power essential systems until emergency diesel generators kicked in. It was a reasonable test, a necessary test, and according to every official report, it was the test that went catastrophically wrong when operators disabled safety systems, reduced reactor power too far, and triggered a runaway chain reaction. But as I began digging into the details, I found references to something else. The first hint came from an engineer named Victor, who had worked at Chernobyl Unit 3. He'd been on duty the night of the explosion, just one building over from the catastrophe. I tracked him down to a small apartment in Minsk, where he was living on a medical pension, his health destroyed by radiation exposure during the cleanup. He didn't want to talk at first. Most people didn't. The fear lingered long after the Soviet Union stopped actively threatening people into silence. But eventually, over tea that he poured with shaking hands, Victor told me what he remembered. "Everyone knows about the turbine test," he said. "That's in all the reports. That's what they tell the IAEA inspectors. But there were other things happening that night. Other programs running." "What kind of programs?" Victor looked at his hands. "We called it Program K. I don't know what the K stood for. We weren't supposed to know. It was marked in the logs but never explained. Just Program K, scheduled for the same window as the turbine test." "What was it testing?" "I don't know. That's the truth. But I know it involved the fuel, the reactor core configuration, and I know that military oversight was much higher than usual in the weeks before the shutdown." He leaned forward, his voice dropping even though we were alone. "The turbine test was real, but it was also cover. Something else was being tested that night, and when it failed, they needed a public story that didn't involve whatever Program K actually was." I found 3 other engineers who confirmed similar suspicions. None of them knew details, none of them had documentation, but all of them remembered the strange atmosphere in the weeks before the explosion, the unusual security, the classified meetings, the sense that something bigger than routine testing was happening. And all of them remembered that the logs referenced experiments that never appeared in any official report. The turbine test failed. That much was true, but I became convinced it failed because something else failed first, something they could never admit. Chapter 2. Why? Chernobyl was chosen. Chernobyl was not a random location. It sat in northern Ukraine, near the Belarusian border, surrounded by forests and small villages that had existed for centuries. It was isolated but accessible, massive but controllable, and it was entirely under state control, with no foreign oversight and minimal public scrutiny. It was, in other words, the perfect place to conduct experiments that couldn't be allowed to fail publicly. The plant had 4 operational reactors, with 2 more under construction. It generated enormous amounts of electricity for Ukraine and Belarus, but it also served other purposes that were never advertised to the people living in Pripyat or the surrounding towns. I found a set of procurement records from 1984 and 1985, buried in archives that had been partially declassified. They showed unusual materials being delivered to Chernobyl, specialised fuel rod configurations, monitoring equipment that exceeded standard operational needs, and most tellingly, equipment ordered by military departments rather than civilian energy ministries. Why would the military be ordering equipment for a civilian power plant? I spoke with a retired physicist named Anatoly, who had worked at a different Soviet nuclear facility. He'd never been to Chernobyl, but he understood the system. He understood how these plants operated within the broader structure of Soviet nuclear research. Chernobyl wasn't just generating power, he told me. All the RBMK reactors had dual purposes. Officially, they made electricity. Unofficially, they were laboratories. They could test fuel behaviours, neutron flux patterns, material degradation under extreme conditions, things you couldn't easily replicate in smaller research reactors. Why Reactor 4 specifically? Anatoly shrugged. Newer, better instrumentation. and far enough from the older units that if something went wrong, you could potentially contain it to one building, though obviously that didn't work out. He paused, considering his next words carefully. There were always rumours about military applications. Not weapons, exactly. The Soviets had plenty of weapons reactors, but experimental programs, testing things that might have defence implications, and Chernobyl's location, near military facilities, near restricted zones. It made sense. You could test something there and, if it succeeded, integrate it into military infrastructure. If it failed... He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't. Need to. If it failed, you could blame operators, blame design flaws, blame anything except the real purpose of the test. Chapter 3. The military was there before the explosion. Official timelines placed the explosion at 1:23 and 40 seconds in the morning on April 26th. The first responders, according to these same timelines, arrived shortly after. Firefighters from Pripyat, emergency crews from the plant, military units called in as the scale of the disaster became clear. But people who were there remember it differently. I found a former civil defence coordinator named Mikhail who had been stationed near Chernobyl in 1986. He'd been involved in evacuation planning, though he hadn't been on duty the night of the explosion. But he knew people who had been, and he'd seen the transport logs. Military vehicles were on site before dawn, he told me. Not after the explosion. Before. Specialised units, chemical troops, radiation monitoring teams. They were mobilised hours before any official alarm went out. How is that possible? Mikhail gave me a long look. You tell me. Either they had advance warning that something was going to happen, or they were already there for another reason. I pressed him for documentation, but he said most of the logs from that night had been destroyed or reclassified. What he remembered, though, was the timing. Units moving into position in the early hours of April 26th. Roadblocks established before civilians knew anything was wrong. Restricted zones set up around the plant before the word evacuation was ever spoken. Another witness, a truck driver named Oleg who had been making deliveries to the plant that week, described seeing armed personnel near Reactor 4 in the days before the explosion. Not normal security, military police. Officers who checked credentials multiple times and restricted movement in ways that seemed excessive for a routine shutdown. I met Oleg at a truck stop outside Kyiv, a grey place that smelled of diesel fuel and old coffee. He was hesitant to talk, kept looking over his shoulder even though the Soviet Union had been gone for years. Some fears don't fade with political systems. It felt like something was being protected, Oleg said, his voice low. Or hidden. I couldn't tell which. But I've made deliveries to military facilities. I know what that kind of security looks like, and in the 3 days before the explosion, Chernobyl had that same feeling. Like the plant wasn't just a power station anymore, like it had become something else. He described checkpoints that hadn't existed the previous week, credentials being verified against lists that guards carried in sealed envelopes, entire sections of the facility blocked off with new barriers and warning signs. On April 24th, I delivered equipment to the main administrative building. While I was waiting for signatures, I saw officers going in and out of a conference room. High-ranking, the kind who don't normally show up for turbine tests, and they looked worried. Not the kind of worried you get before a routine procedure. The kind of worried you get when something's already gone wrong and you're trying to figure out how to fix it. Oleg pulled out a delivery manifest from 1986, faded and creased from years of being carried in his wallet. He'd kept it all this time, he said, because it was the only proof he had that he'd been there. The manifest showed deliveries on April 23rd, 24th and 25th. Standard industrial equipment for the first 2 days. But the April 25th delivery was marked differently. Special handling, military receiving, a notation in the corner that read K-Program Materials. I asked what K-Program meant, Oleg said. The receiving officer told me to forget I'd seen it. Not in a threatening way, in a tired way, like he was exhausted from carrying secrets. The pieces suggested a disturbing possibility. If military units were on site before the explosion, they either knew something catastrophic was about to happen, or they were there as part of whatever Program K actually involved. Either way, the official narrative of a sudden, unexpected accident didn't match the reality. and the presence of military personnel days before the disaster suggested planning, preparation, the kind of infrastructure you build around an experiment, not an accident. Chapter 4. The reactor did not explode once. The official story describes a single catastrophic event. At 1:23 and 40 seconds on the morning of April 26th, a massive power surge caused Reactor 4's core to rupture. The explosion destroyed the reactor building, ejected radioactive material into the atmosphere, and started fires that burned for days. One explosion, one moment of failure. But seismic data tells a different story. I obtained access to seismographic records from monitoring stations in Ukraine and Belarus. These stations continuously recorded ground vibrations, used primarily for detecting earthquakes, but sensitive enough to pick up large industrial events. The data showed two distinct energy releases that morning. The first occurred around midnight. It registered as a moderate disturbance, consistent with an internal structural failure. Not large enough to destroy a building, but significant enough to indicate something had gone seriously wrong inside the reactor. The second occurred at 1:23, exactly when the official timeline placed the explosion. This was the massive event that everyone knew about, the one that destroyed the building and scattered radioactive debris across the surrounding area. But if there were two events, what happened during the hours between them? I found a former plant security officer named Leonid, who had been on duty that night. He'd been stationed at the perimeter, far enough from Reactor 4 to survive, but close enough to see what happened. There was a sound around midnight, he remembered, deep, like something heavy breaking inside a building. And then there was confusion, people running, radio chatter, but no alarm, no evacuation order, just chaos that was being contained. What do you think happened? Leonid shook his head. I think something failed inside the reactor, something that exposed the core. And I think they spent the next hour trying to figure out what to do about it before everything went completely to hell. The implication was staggering. If the reactor core had been compromised hours before the main explosion, then dozens of workers had been exposed to lethal radiation levels while trying to manage a situation that was already beyond saving. And if that was true, then the official timeline wasn't just incomplete. It was a deliberate reconstruction designed to hide what actually happened. Chapter 5. The men sent in first. In the official narrative, the first responders were firefighters and emergency crews who arrived after the explosion. Brave men who fought the fires and contained the immediate crisis, many of whom died from acute radiation syndrome in the days and weeks that followed. But there were others, men who were sent into high radiation zones before the main explosion, men whose names don't appear in the official lists of first responders. I learned about them from a nurse named Irina, who had worked at the medical facility in Pripyat. In the hours and days after the disaster, she treated hundreds of people for radiation exposure. She kept notes, unofficial records of who came through and what their symptoms were. There were workers who came in before the firefighters, she told me, maintenance staff, technicians. Their exposure levels were enormous, far higher than what they should have been if they'd only been exposed after the main explosion. How is that possible? It's not, Irina said flatly, unless they were already inside contaminated areas before the explosion happened. She showed me her notes, faded and water-stained but still legible. Names, times, symptoms, estimated exposure levels. Several workers had been brought in around 2 a.m, just after the main explosion, but their radiation doses suggested they'd been exposed for hours. One entry stood out. Pyotr Markov, instrumentation technician, brought in at 0 to 15 hours, exposure estimated at 600 Röntgen minimum, complained of nausea, confusion, severe headache, kept saying we were just supposed to observe. 600 Röntgen was a lethal dose, and Pyotr's symptoms suggested he'd been exposed long before 2 a.m. We were just supposed to observe. What had he been sent to observe? I tried to find Pyotr Markov, but he died 3 days after the explosion. Acute radiation syndrome. His death was recorded, but his work assignments that night were not. Irina had more to tell me, though. After our first meeting, she called me back 3 days later. She'd been thinking about Pyotr, she said, remembering more details. He wasn't alone when they brought him in, she told me. There were 4 others, all instrumentation technicians, all with exposure levels that didn't match the timeline, and they all kept asking the same questions. Where's the containment team? Why didn't the alarms work earlier? How long had the core been exposed? She paused, her voice shaking slightly. One of them, I can't remember his name, he grabbed my arm while I was trying to get an IV started. He was already delirious, his skin was red and blistering, but he looked at me and said, "They sent us down at midnight. We measured the radiation levels. We reported them, and they sent us back down anyway." "Did you report this?" Irina laughed bitterly. "To who? The same people who'd sent them down there in the first place? The same officials who were already constructing the narrative about operator error? I was a nurse. I treated patients. I documented what I saw. But I knew better than to ask questions that no one wanted answered." The pattern repeated. Multiple workers with exposure levels that didn't match the official timeline. Multiple workers who'd apparently been in high radiation areas before they should have been. But what haunted me most was what Irina said next. They knew they were dying. All of them. You could see it in their eyes. And what made it worse was that they knew they'd been sent in there deliberately. They'd been ordered to witness something, to gather data about something, and it had killed them. And they understood, even in their delirium, that no one would ever acknowledge what they'd been sent to do. They'd been sent into the reactor building for a reason, not to fix anything, to witness something, and whatever they saw killed them. Chapter 6. The blue light was not normal. In the testimonies from survivors, a detail appears repeatedly. A strange blue-white light that workers described seeing near the reactor core in the hours before and after the explosion. Officially, this is explained as Cherenkov radiation. When charged particles move through a medium faster than light travels in that medium, they emit a characteristic blue glow. It's a well-understood phenomenon, common in nuclear reactors. But the descriptions from Chernobyl didn't quite match typical Cherenkov radiation. Workers described the light as pulsing, intensifying and fading in waves. Some reported feeling electromagnetic interference, watches stopping, radio equipment malfunctioning. One worker, a crane operator named Dmitry, described seeing the light through a window in the reactor hall moments before the main explosion. I found Dmitry living in a small apartment in Belarus, still on medical monitoring decades after the disaster. His hands shook constantly. Neurological damage, the medical report said, though whether from radiation or trauma was impossible to determine. It wasn't steady, he told me, his voice still haunted decades later. It was like something breathing, getting brighter, then dimmer, then brighter again. And there was a sound, high-pitched, made your teeth hurt. He got up and walked to the window, staring out at nothing. I was operating the crane in Reactor 3 that night. We had a clear view across to Reactor 4 through the windows in the upper levels. Around midnight, maybe a little after, I saw the light start. At first I thought it was just normal operation. Blue glow, that's not unusual. But then it started pulsing, like a heartbeat, and the intensity kept increasing. Dimitri's hands clenched on the windowsill. My watch stopped. Just stopped. The crane control started acting strange, responding slowly, not quite right. And then I heard people shouting over the radio, panicked voices, someone yelling about neutron flux, someone else demanding to know why the control rods weren't responding properly. What did you do? I watched. That's all I could do. The light kept getting brighter. It was beautiful in a terrible way, like watching something that shouldn't exist. And then, maybe an hour later, the whole building exploded. But the light, that pulsing light, that had been happening long before the explosion. These descriptions suggested something beyond normal reactor behaviour. I consulted with a nuclear physicist named Elena, who specialised in reactor dynamics. I described what witnesses had reported, without mentioning Chernobyl specifically. Just the symptoms, the pulsing light, the electromagnetic effects. That sounds like uncontrolled neutron bursts, she said immediately. Fluctuating criticality. The reactor is going in and out of critical states rapidly. It's extremely dangerous and shouldn't happen in a properly designed system. What would cause it? Elena thought for a moment. fuel configuration problems. If the fuel assembly is damaged or arranged in ways it's not supposed to be, or if you're running experiments with unusual fuel types or geometries, anything that disrupts the normal neutron flux patterns. Would military applications involve unusual fuel configurations? Eleanor's expression closed down. I wouldn't know about that. But her reaction told me everything I needed to know. The blue light wasn't just Cherenkov radiation. It was evidence of a reactor core behaving in ways it was never supposed to behave. Ways that suggested someone had deliberately altered its configuration to test something new. Something that pulsed like a heartbeat before it died. Chapter 7. Why the truth could never be admitted. By this point in my investigation, I'd accumulated enough evidence to write a story. Not proof, exactly, but a compelling argument that something else had been tested at Chernobyl that night. Something beyond a turbine safety drill. But I also understood why that story could never be officially acknowledged. Admitting that experimental testing caused the disaster would mean admitting violations of international treaties. The Soviet Union had signed agreements limiting certain types of nuclear research. Admitting military involvement would raise questions about weapon development, treaty compliance, and oversight failures at the highest levels of government. It would mean admitting that party officials had prioritized experimental programs over the safety of their own citizens. It would mean acknowledging that the entire Soviet nuclear infrastructure was built on secrecy so deep that even catastrophic failures could be rewritten. The truth would collapse trust not just in Chernobyl, but in every nuclear facility in the Soviet Union. It would invite international investigations that the state couldn't control. It would expose vulnerabilities that enemies could exploit. So instead, they chose a simpler narrative. Operator error, flawed reactor design, human mistakes compounding in the night. Blame the technicians who disabled safety systems. Blame the engineers who designed the RBMK reactor. Blame anyone and everyone except the program that turned a power plant into a laboratory. It was a calculated trade. A few scapegoats in exchange for protecting the broader system. And it worked. The world accepted the official story. Chernobyl became a cautionary tale about the dangers of human error and inadequate safety culture. The liquidators cleaned up the mess. The sarcophagus sealed the reactor. Life went on. But the real story stayed buried. Buried with men like my cousin, who died because someone needed eyes inside the core. Chapter 8. The Missing Records. If Program K existed, there should have been records, documentation, reports. The Soviet system was nothing if not bureaucratic. Every test, every experiment, every protocol required paperwork. But when I tried to find records from April 25th and 26th, 1986, I found holes. Not everything was missing. The turbine test documentation existed. Shift logs from other reactors survived. Maintenance schedules, security reports, even cafeteria inventories from that week were archived. But specific records from Reactor 4 during the critical hours were gone. Reactor monitoring data from midnight to 2 in the morning. Missing. Personnel movement logs showing who was where during the test. Missing. Internal communications between the control room and plant management. Missing. I spoke with an archivist named Svetlana who had worked in the records department at Chernobyl before the explosion. She'd been evacuated with everyone else, but she'd helped compile documentation in the months afterward. We met in a cafe in Kiev, the kind of anonymous place where conversations disappeared into background noise. Svetlana was in her 60s now, worn down by decades of carrying knowledge she couldn't share. Some things were lost in the evacuation, she acknowledged, but not everything. Some files were removed deliberately, before the investigation started, before anyone from Moscow arrived to take control of the scene. Who removed them? Svetlana hesitated, stirring her tea with hands that had developed a slight tremor. People in uniforms, not plant security, military. They came through in the first few days and took boxes of documents. We were told it was for the investigation, but those files never appeared in any official report. She leaned forward, her voice dropping. I kept an inventory, part of my job. I knew what was in those boxes because I'd filed most of it myself. Reactor monitoring logs, internal communications between control room staff and plant management, personnel assignment sheets showing who was working where and when, technical specifications for fuel assemblies, all dated April 25th and 26th. Do you still have the inventory? I destroyed it in 1992. I was warned that keeping it would be dangerous, not in a dramatic way, just a quiet suggestion from someone who knew what happened to people who asked too many questions. Svetlana looked out the window at the street, watching people pass by in their ordinary lives. But I remember the specific files that disappeared, and I remember that most of them had K-program designations in the classification codes. I didn't know what it meant at the time, but later, when I heard rumours about experimental testing, I understood. I tried to access military archives, but those requests were denied. Classified, they said. National security, they said. The denials came in official letters with impressive letterhead and bureaucratic language that said everything and nothing. After the third denial, I received a phone call. No introduction, just a voice explaining that continuing to request these specific files would be counterproductive to my career and potentially my personal safety. It wasn't a direct threat. Nothing I could report to authorities. Just a clear message that some doors were meant to stay closed. Even decades later, with the Soviet Union gone and archives supposedly opening, certain files remained sealed. I submitted Freedom of Information requests through the new Russian system. I contacted Ukrainian officials. I reached out to international organizations that had investigated Chernobyl. Some requests were ignored, some were denied with vague justifications. A few were acknowledged but never fulfilled, trapped in bureaucratic limbo that felt deliberately designed to outlast anyone's patience. The absence of evidence became its own kind of evidence. Someone had decided what the world should know about Chernobyl, and they'd made sure everything else disappeared. The question that haunted me wasn't just what was in those missing files. It was who had the authority to make them disappear across two different political systems, across decades, across the collapse of an entire empire. Whatever Program K was, it was important enough to protect long after the Soviet Union ceased to exist. Chapter 9. The Last Proof. I'd been investigating for 3 years when I got the call. A retired physicist named Grigory wanted to meet. He'd heard about my research through mutual contacts and had something to show me. He wouldn't say what it was over the phone, just that I should come to his dacha outside Moscow if I wanted to understand what really happened. I went. Grigory was in his 70s, thin and tired, living alone in a small house surrounded by birch trees. The dacha was modest, the kind of place Soviet professionals retired to when their usefulness to the state had expired. Inside, it smelled of old books and wood smoke. He made tea and we talked about irrelevant things for an hour, both of us knowing that he was deciding whether to trust me. We discussed the weather, the state of Russian politics, the price of bread. Normal conversation that felt like a test. Finally, he set down his teacup and looked at me directly. "You've been asking questions about Program K for 3 years," he said. It wasn't a question. "You've spoken to engineers, archivists, witnesses. You've had requests denied. You've been warned to stop, but you're still asking." I didn't confirm or deny. I waited. Grigory stood and went to a locked drawer in an old desk. He pulled out a key from a chain around his neck, unlocked it, and retrieved a single sheet of paper sealed in a plastic sleeve. "This is a copy," he said. "The original is somewhere I'll never tell you, but I've kept this for 30 years, waiting for someone who might actually care about the truth." He handed it to me with hands that shook slightly. It was a memo, dated April 27th, 1986, marked classified. Addressed to a department I didn't recognise, some combination of letters and numbers that suggested military scientific coordination. The text was brief. Reactor behaviour exceeded modelled parameters under K conditions. Secondary containment failure occurred at 0012 hours, primary failure at 0123. Event must be attributed to operational failure. All K-program references to be removed from official documentation. Military oversight logs to be sealed under national security classification. I read it 3 times, my hand starting to shake just like Grigory's. 0012 hours, midnight and 12 minutes, exactly when witnesses reported the first disturbance. the seismic data's first event, the moment when something inside Reactor 4 began to fail. And there it was, in official documentation, acknowledging that the event had to be attributed to operational failure. Not that it was operational failure, that it must be attributed to it. What are K conditions? I asked. Grigory sat back down heavily, suddenly looking older than his years. I don't know the details. I was a physicist at a different facility, and we had our own classified programs, but I know it involved experimental fuel configurations, testing reactor behaviour under scenarios that weren't part of normal operations. The goal was to understand core dynamics under extreme conditions, push the boundaries of what we thought was possible. For what purpose? Officially? Safety research? Understanding reactor limits so we could design better systems, operate them more efficiently, extract more power. But the military was involved, which meant it was never just about civilian applications. Grigory stood and walked to the window, looking out at the birch trees. You have to understand the context. This was 1986. The Cold War wasn't over. The Americans had programs we didn't fully understand. We had programs they didn't know about. Nuclear technology was power, both literally and politically. Every major power was pushing boundaries, testing limits, trying to gain advantages that couldn't be publicly acknowledged. So what was really being tested that night? I don't know, and I'm not sure anyone still alive does. But I know that whatever it was, it failed spectacularly. And I know that the decision to cover it up came from the highest levels. This memo wasn't written by plant management. The language, the authority to order document destruction, the classification level, this came from Moscow, from people who understood that admitting the truth would be more damaging than the disaster itself. Why are you giving this to me? Grigory looked at me with tired eyes that had seen too much. Because people died for something they didn't understand. Because the world deserves to know that Chernobyl wasn't just an accident. Because I'm old enough now that I don't care what happens to me. And because someone needs to remember that the official story is a construction, not the truth. He paused. But I'm also giving this to you with no illusions. You won't be able to publish it. Not in any meaningful way. The systems that protected this secret 30 years ago are still in place. They've changed names, changed organisational structures, but the imperative to keep certain knowledge buried that survives political transitions. I left with the copy of the memo tucked in my jacket, my mind racing. It wasn't enough to prove everything, but it was enough to prove that something had been hidden. Something they decided to call operational failure. Something that exceeded modelled parameters and required a coordinated cover-up spanning military and civilian institutions. As I drove back to Moscow, I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to be followed. The paranoia felt justified. I'd just been given documentation that proved a government conspiracy to falsify the cause of one of history's worst nuclear disasters. The question wasn't whether the secret was real. The question was whether I would live long enough to figure out what to do with it. Chapter 10. What Really Melted. Looking back through all the evidence, all the testimonies, all the holes in the official story, I came to understand what happened at Chernobyl. Reactor 4 didn't just fail, it revealed a flaw in Soviet nuclear experimentation. Someone, somewhere in the military scientific complex, decided to use a routine shutdown as an opportunity to test something. Maybe it was fuel behaviour under unusual conditions. Maybe it was reactor control systems under stress. Maybe it was something I still don't fully understand. They called it Program K. They scheduled it for the same night as the turbine test, using the public experiment as cover for the secret one. And sometime around midnight on April 26th, something went wrong. The reactor core behaved in ways they didn't predict. Neutron flux became unstable. The fuel configuration created feedback loops that the control systems couldn't manage. The reactor started destroying itself from the inside. They tried to control it. They sent workers in to observe and report. They scrambled to find a solution before the situation became impossible to contain. But nuclear physics doesn't care about political necessity. The core continued its death spiral, and at 1:23 in the morning, the containment failed completely. The building exploded. The radioactive plume spread across Europe, and in the aftermath, someone made a decision. The truth about Program K would never be admitted. The experimental nature of the test would be classified. The military involvement would be denied. The missing hours between midnight and the explosion would be erased from official records. Instead, they would blame operators. They would blame design flaws. They would create a narrative of human error and inadequate safety culture. It was cleaner that way, simpler, less dangerous to the state. My cousin Sergei didn't die responding to an accident. He died because someone needed eyes inside the core when Program K started failing. He was sent in to witness an experiment escaping containment, and he died knowing that whatever he was seeing would never be acknowledged. Epilogue, the concrete lid. They sealed Reactor 4 under a massive concrete sarcophagus. Thousands of workers, many of whom would later die from radiation exposure, entombed the destroyed reactor in cement and steel. The official story sealed responsibility just as effectively. I tried to publish what I'd learned. I wrote a comprehensive article laying out all the evidence, all the inconsistencies, all the questions that official reports couldn't answer. My newspaper refused to run it. Too controversial, they said. Too speculative. Too dangerous. The editor, a man I'd worked with for 8 years, took me aside and spoke quietly. "I believe you," he said. "I believe something was covered up, but this paper can't survive publishing this story. We'll lose access to government sources, advertising will dry up, and honestly, I'm worried about what might happen to you if we run it." He wasn't being dramatic. He was being practical, and he was probably right. I tried other outlets. Same response. Some editors were sympathetic but cautious. Others were hostile, accusing me of disrespecting the memory of those who died, of spreading conspiracy theories, of undermining public trust in nuclear safety when the world needed nuclear power. One editor, a woman who'd covered Chernobyl extensively in the immediate aftermath, told me something that stuck with me. "Even if you're right," she said, "what do you think will happen? The Soviet Union is gone. The people who made these decisions are dead or beyond accountability. The reactor is sealed. Publishing this won't change anything except make you unemployable and possibly unsafe. Is the truth worth your career, your safety, your life?" I didn't have a good answer. None of them would publish the story. The paper I worked for was eventually shut down, though officially for unrelated financial reasons. Declining readership, they said. Market forces. The usual justifications for making inconvenient journalism disappear. I moved to a smaller publication, then a smaller one still. Each transition meant less resources, less reach, less ability to investigate anything meaningfully. Eventually I stopped being a journalist in any meaningful sense, and started being someone who wrote press releases and covered city council meetings. The investigation haunted me. I'd spent 3 years chasing truth, accumulating evidence, talking to witnesses who trusted me with their stories. And in the end, I couldn't do anything with it. I kept all my notes, all my interviews, all the documentation I'd gathered, locked in a safe in my apartment waiting for... what? I didn't know. Some future moment when the truth might matter, when someone might listen. Years passed. The Soviet Union collapsed. Archives opened. Researchers gained access to previously classified materials, but the key files about Program K never appeared. I watched as historians wrote books about Chernobyl. Some were excellent, meticulously researched, deeply compassionate about the human cost. But they all worked within the framework of the official narrative. Operator error, design flaws, safety culture failures. All true in their way, but not the whole truth. Occasionally, someone would stumble across a detail that hinted at something deeper, a reference to unexplained military presence, a gap in the timeline, missing documentation. But without the broader context, without the accumulated evidence I'd gathered, these details remained isolated curiosities rather than pieces of a larger pattern. Whatever documentation existed about Program K remains locked away, classified under national security protocols that survived the transition from Soviet to Russian control. The institutional imperative to protect certain secrets transcends political systems. I still have Grigory's memo, hidden where no one will find it unless I choose to reveal it. I still have my notes, my interviews, my timeline of evidence. But I've accepted that the truth about Chernobyl will likely die with my generation. The men who knew what really happened are gone. Grigory died 6 years after giving me that memo. Victor, the engineer from Unit 3, died from cancer related to his radiation exposure. Irina, the nurse, passed away without ever seeing her testimony acknowledged. One by one, the witnesses are disappearing. The documents that would prove the conspiracy are destroyed or sealed beyond reach. The institutional memory has been rewritten so many times that even participants in the event probably believe the official version now. Repetition creates reality, and the official story has been repeated for nearly 40 years. My cousin Sergei is buried in a cemetery outside Kiev, his grave marked with a simple stone that doesn't mention how he died or why. Sometimes I visit and try to explain why I couldn't tell his story properly, why the truth he died knowing remains classified. I imagine he would understand. He worked in a system where some knowledge was too dangerous to speak aloud, where certain experiments couldn't be acknowledged, where individual lives mattered less than protecting institutional secrets. Chernobyl became a symbol, a warning about the dangers of nuclear power, about human fallibility, about the costs of inadequate safety culture, all of which is true in its way. But it's not the whole truth. The whole truth is that Chernobyl wasn't just the cost of human error. It was the cost of learning something they were never supposed to learn. It was the moment an experiment escaped containment, and someone decided that the world could never know what was really being tested. My cousin Sergei knew, and it got him killed. 30-some years later, I finally understand what he was trying to tell us in that last letter home. Tonight's test isn't for the turbine. That's just what they're saying. He was right, and no one will ever officially admit it. Sometimes, late at night, I wonder if I should have tried harder. Published the story anyway, consequences be damned. Gone to international press, to foreign journalists who might have been beyond the reach of Russian institutional pressure. But I also know how these stories end for people who push too hard against secrets that powerful institutions want kept. Some truths are too dangerous to tell, some lies are too useful to abandon, and some disasters are too complex to explain honestly, without admitting things that no government wants to admit. The concrete sarcophagus sealed Reactor 4. The official story sealed responsibility. And the real truth remains buried under layers of classification, destroyed documentation, and calculated silence. Maybe someday, long after everyone involved is dead, the full story will emerge. Maybe some future historian will find the missing pieces and reconstruct what actually happened that night. Or maybe Program K will remain classified forever, another secret carried to the grave by men who knew that some knowledge is too dangerous to survive them. All I know is this. My cousin didn't die in an accident. He died because someone needed eyes inside the core. And the reactor didn't just fail. It revealed something they were never supposed to learn. End. Before we dive into one of aviation's greatest unsolved mysteries, if you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It truly helps the channel more than you could possibly know. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review makes an incredible difference for us. We'd also love to hear from you in the comments. Let us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from, but only if you want to share. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is listening from around the globe. And if you're enjoying these deep dives into history's darkest corners, please consider subscribing. It means everything to us. Now, let's begin. The static crackles through the radio receiver. A woman's voice, strained but steady, cuts through the interference one final time. Then, nothing. Just the endless hiss of dead air stretching across thousands of miles of empty ocean. July 2nd, 1937. Somewhere over the Pacific Ocean, a Lockheed Electra carrying 2 souls simply vanishes from existence. No distress call, no wreckage, no bodies. One moment, Amelia Earhart is transmitting her position. The next, she's gone, swallowed by the largest ocean on Earth as if she'd never existed at all. For more than 80 years, the world has asked the same question. What really happened to Amelia Earhart? The official story seems simple enough. A pioneering aviator pushed too far, ran out of fuel, and plunged into the Pacific. Case closed. A tragic accident, nothing more. The United States Navy searched over 250,000 square miles of ocean and found nothing. Eventually they gave up. The world moved on. But did they move on too quickly? What if Amelia Earhart didn't simply crash into the ocean? What if her disappearance wasn't an accident at all, but something far more deliberate being orchestrated, concealed, buried beneath the layers of official silence and geopolitical secrecy? Tonight we're going to examine the evidence, the theories and the questions that refuse to die. We're going to explore the possibility that one of history's most famous disappearances might actually be one of history's most successful cover-ups. This is the story of the last flight of Amelia Earhart, and nothing about it is as simple as you've been told. Chapter 1. The woman who defied the sky. To understand why Amelia Earhart's disappearance became the stuff of legend, you first need to understand who she was and what she represented in an era when women were expected to stay grounded in every sense of the word. Amelia Mary Earhart was born on July 24th, 1897, in Atchison, Kansas. From childhood, she was different. While other girls played with dolls, young Amelia collected newspaper clippings about successful women in male-dominated fields. She kept a scrapbook of female film directors, lawyers, engineers, and advertisers. Even then, she was preparing herself for a life that would defy convention. Her first flight came in 1920 at a California airfield. The pilot took her up for 10 minutes, and by the time they landed, Amelia's fate was sealed. She later wrote that as soon as they left the ground, she knew she had to fly. Within days, she was taking lessons. Within a year, she'd bought her first plane, a bright yellow Kinner Airster she nicknamed the Canary. But it was 1932 that made Amelia Earhart a household name. On May 20th of that year, she became the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean. She departed from Newfoundland and landed in Northern Ireland nearly 15 hours later, fighting ice, mechanical problems, and her own exhaustion the entire way. When she landed, she became an instant international celebrity. President Herbert Hoover received her at the White House. Congress awarded her the Distinguished Flying Cross. She appeared on magazine covers, gave lectures, wrote books, and became the most famous female aviator in the world. But for Amelia, fame was never the goal. The goal was to prove that women could do anything men could do, and to inspire the next generation to reach higher than society told them they could. By 1937, Amelia Earhart wasn't just a pilot. She was a symbol of progress, of possibility, of breaking barriers that had stood for centuries. And that's precisely why her disappearance would become so much more than just another aviation accident. Enter Fred Noonan. Frederick Joseph Noonan was born in Chicago in 1893. Unlike Amelia, whose celebrity status made her instantly recognizable, Noonan was a behind-the-scenes professional. He'd spent years navigating ships across the Pacific before aviation caught his attention. By the time he met Amelia, he was one of the most experienced Pacific navigators alive, having worked for Pan American Airways charting routes across the most dangerous ocean on Earth. Noonan was meticulous, experienced, and respected in aviation circles. He knew the Pacific like few others did. He understood weather patterns, radio navigation, and the thousand small details that could mean the difference between reaching your destination and disappearing forever. When Amelia began planning her around-the-world flight, she knew she needed someone with Noonan's expertise. The route she'd chosen would take them across some of the most remote stretches of ocean on the planet. There would be no room for error, no second chances. Noonan was the obvious choice. Together, they began preparing for what would become the most ambitious flight of the era. Neither of them could have known they were preparing for something else entirely. A mystery that would outlive them both and spawn theories that would persist for generations. Chapter 2. The World Flight Attempt. The plan was audacious, even by Amelia's standards. She wanted to fly around the world following a route as close to the equator as possible. No one had ever done it before. The journey would cover approximately 29,000 miles and take roughly 1 month to complete. The aircraft chosen for this historic flight was a Lockheed Electra 10E, a twin-engine, all-metal monoplane that represented the cutting edge of aviation technology in 1937. The plane was modified extensively for the journey. Extra fuel tanks were installed, giving it a range of over 4,000 miles. Navigation and radio equipment filled the cabin. Every modification was designed with one goal in mind: keeping Amelia and Fred alive long enough to complete the journey. The route was carefully planned to include stops in South America, Africa, Asia, and various Pacific islands. Each leg of the journey presented its own challenges. Some stretches would take them over dense jungle with no place to land if something went wrong. Others would take them across open ocean for hours at a time. The first attempt began on March 17, 1937, with a westward route starting from Oakland, California. But during a takeoff from Hawaii, the plane ground looped and suffered substantial damage. The aircraft had to be shipped back to California for repairs. Weeks of preparation, thousands of dollars in expenses, and countless hours of planning seemed wasted. But Amelia wasn't the type to give up. She secured additional funding, had the Electra repaired, and began planning a second attempt. This time she would fly eastward, and this time she was determined to succeed. On June 1st, 1937, Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan departed from Miami, Florida, beginning their second attempt to circumnavigate the globe. This time, everything seemed to go according to plan. They flew to Puerto Rico, then to Venezuela. From South America, they crossed the Atlantic to Africa, stopping in Senegal before continuing to Chad, Sudan, and Eritrea. From Africa, they flew to Pakistan, then to India and Burma. Each stop generated headlines. Newspapers around the world followed their progress. Radio broadcasts updated listeners on their location. Children followed their route on classroom maps. The world was watching. By late June, they'd reached Lae, New Guinea, having completed approximately 22,000 miles of their journey. They had roughly 7,000 miles left to go. The most dangerous stretch still lay ahead, the Pacific Ocean. At Lae, Amelia and Fred prepared for what would be one of the longest and most challenging legs of the entire journey. Their next destination was Howland Island, a tiny speck of land in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Howland Island is so small that missing it would be catastrophically easy. It measures roughly 1.6 miles long and half a mile wide. From the air it would be nearly invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. To help guide them, the United States Coast Guard positioned the cutter Itasca near Howland Island. The Itasca would provide radio navigation assistance and serve as a safety net if anything went wrong. At least that was the plan. On July 2nd, 1937, at 10 minutes past midnight local time, Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan took off from Lae Aerodrome. The Lockheed Electra climbed into the darkness, its twin engines roaring as it headed out over the Pacific. Neither of them would ever be seen again. Chapter 3. The Final Leg. The flight from Lae to Howland Island should have taken approximately 18 hours. The distance was approximately 2,556 miles, almost entirely over open ocean. There would be no landmarks, no visual references, nothing but water stretching to the horizon in every direction. Everything depended on precise navigation and reliable radio contact. From the beginning, there were problems. The radio communication between Amelia's plane and the Itasca was inconsistent at best. The reasons for this remain disputed to this day, but the result was clear. They couldn't establish reliable two-way communication. The Itasca could hear Amelia, but she apparently couldn't hear them, and what the Itasca heard was increasingly concerning. At 02:45 in the morning, the Itasca received a transmission from Amelia stating that the weather was cloudy and overcast. At 03:45 she radioed again, asking the Itasca to take a bearing on her signal. But the transmission was too brief for the Itasca's radio operators to get an accurate reading. As the hours passed, Amelia's transmissions became shorter and more urgent. At 06:14 she reported that they were approximately 200 miles out. Her voice was described as tense but controlled. At 07:42 she transmitted, "We must be on you but cannot see you. Gas is running low. Been unable to reach you by radio." The Itasca's crew scrambled to establish contact, sending smoke signals into the air and transmitting continuous radio signals for Amelia to home in on. But the Electra never appeared on the horizon. At 08:43, Amelia transmitted what would become her final confirmed message. We are running north and south. This transmission suggested that Amelia and Fred had reached what they believed was Howland Island's position, but couldn't locate the island itself. They were flying a north-south search pattern, burning precious fuel while desperately scanning the ocean for any sign of land. And then, nothing. The radio fell silent. The Electra vanished. By mid-morning it became clear that something had gone catastrophically wrong. The Itasca continued transmitting, hoping for any response. None came. The largest search and rescue operation in history was about to begin, and it would find absolutely nothing. Chapter 4. The Official Explanation. When news of Amelia Earhart's disappearance reached the United States, the response was immediate and massive. This wasn't just any pilot. This was Amelia Earhart, America's sweetheart, an international celebrity, and a personal friend of President Franklin Roosevelt and First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt. The United States Navy launched the largest air and sea search conducted up to that point in history. 9 ships and 66 aircraft scoured over 250,000 square miles of the Pacific Ocean. They searched for 17 days, covering an area roughly the size of Texas. They found nothing. No wreckage, no oil slicks, no debris, no bodies. It was as if the Lockheed Electra had simply ceased to exist. On July 19th, 1937, the official search was called off. The Navy had exhausted its resources and found no evidence that Amelia or Fred had survived. The official conclusion was straightforward. The Electra had run out of fuel and crashed into the ocean. The impact would have destroyed the aircraft. The ocean would have swallowed any debris. Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan were declared lost at sea. On January 5th, 1939, Amelia was officially declared dead. The case was closed. The world mourned and moved on, but some people never stopped asking questions. How could an aircraft simply vanish without leaving any trace whatsoever? The Electra was a large metal aircraft. Even if it sank, shouldn't some debris have floated? A seat cushion, a fuel tank, something? And what about those final radio transmissions? Amelia stated they were running north and south, suggesting they were close to Howland Island. If they were that close, how did the Navy miss them? The official explanation satisfied most people, but for others, it raised more questions than it answered. And as years passed and new evidence emerged, those questions would only multiply. Some researchers began pointing out inconsistencies in the official timeline. Others noted that certain documents related to the search had been classified or had mysteriously disappeared. Radio operators who claimed to have received transmissions after the official disappearance were dismissed as mistaken or attention-seeking. The more people looked, the more things didn't quite add up, and that's where the conspiracy theories began to take root. Chapter 5. The Gardner Island Hypothesis. The first major alternative theory emerged relatively quickly after the disappearance. It centered on a remote coral atoll in the Phoenix Islands called Gardner Island, now known as Nikumaroro Island. Nikumaroro is located approximately 350 nautical miles southeast of Howland Island. It's roughly 4 miles long and less than a mile wide, surrounded by a coral reef and covered in thick vegetation. In 1937, it was completely uninhabited. It was also almost exactly along the navigation line Amelia would have been following if she'd overshot Howland Island. The Gardner Island hypothesis suggests that when Amelia and Fred couldn't find Howland Island, they continued flying along their intended line of navigation until they spotted land. According to this theory, they landed on the reef surrounding Nikumaroro, either during low tide when the reef would have been exposed or in a controlled crash landing. The plane would have been intact enough for them to survive initially, but damaged enough that they couldn't take off again. What makes this theory compelling is the evidence that surfaced in the years following the disappearance. In the days immediately after Amelia vanished, multiple radio operators claimed to have received distress signals that they believed came from Earhart's plane. These weren't just random hobbyists. Some were professional radio operators with military or commercial experience. The messages they reported receiving included references to water levels rising, suggesting the plane was on land but being threatened by tides. One of the most intriguing messages was allegedly received by a 15-year-old girl in Florida named Betty Klenk. She claimed to have picked up a transmission saying, "This is Amelia Earhart. Please help me." The message included coordinates and a plea for assistance. At the time, her claims were dismissed. Decades later, researchers would take them more seriously. But the real bombshell came in 1940, 3 years after the disappearance. A British colonial officer named Gerald Gallagher was conducting a survey of Gardner Island as part of a potential settlement project. On the island's southeast end, he discovered human remains, a partial skeleton, a woman's shoe, and a box that had contained a sextant, a navigation tool used by aviators and sailors. Gallagher immediately suspected these might be Earhart's remains. The bones were sent to Fiji for analysis. The examining physician concluded they were from a European male, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall. Based on this analysis, they couldn't be Amelia's. The bones were eventually lost, making any further analysis impossible, or so everyone thought. In the late 20th century, forensic anthropologists re-examined the original measurements and notes from the 1940 analysis. Using modern techniques, they concluded that the original physician had made errors in his assessment. The bones were actually consistent with a white female of Northern European descent, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall with a robust build. Amelia Earhart was 5 feet 8 inches tall with a slender but athletic build. Suddenly the bones looked a lot more interesting. Additional expeditions to Nicomaroro in the decades that followed found more tantalizing clues. Researchers discovered artifacts from the 1930s, including what appeared to be remnants of a woman's compact, a zipper pull that matched zippers used on Amelia's flight suits, and pieces of plexiglass consistent with aircraft, windows from that era. In 1991, researchers found what they believed might be part of a heel from a woman's shoe that matched a style Amelia was known to wear. They also found what appeared to be aircraft aluminum and a piece of clear material that could have been from the Electra's windows. None of this evidence is conclusive. Each piece can be explained in other ways. The shoe could have belonged to anyone. The compact could have been left by later visitors. The aircraft parts could have come from different planes that crashed in the area during World War II. But taken together, they form a pattern that's hard to ignore. The question becomes, did Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan survive the initial landing on Gardner Island, only to die there as castaways, slowly succumbing to dehydration, starvation, or injury, while the world searched thousands of miles away? If true, it's one of the cruelest twists imaginable. Help was so close, yet they died alone on a deserted island, their distress calls either unheard or dismissed as hoaxes. But this is only one theory, and some researchers believe the truth is even darker. Chapter 6. The Capture Theory. The second major conspiracy theory takes the story in a much more sinister direction. It suggests that Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan didn't crash on a deserted island. Instead, they strayed into Japanese-controlled territory and were captured. To understand why this theory exists, you need to understand the geopolitical situation in 1937. Japan had been aggressively expanding its influence in the Pacific for years. They'd occupied Manchuria, invaded China, and were fortifying islands throughout the Pacific in violation of international agreements. Relations between Japan and the United States were deteriorating rapidly. Within 4 years, the two nations would be at war. The Marshall Islands, located in the Central Pacific, were under Japanese control at this time. Japan had been granted a mandate over these islands after World War I, but by the 1930s they'd begun militarizing them in secret. Foreign visitors were restricted, maps were classified. Something was happening in the Marshall Islands that Japan didn't want the world to see. The capture theory suggests that Amelia and Fred, either through navigation error or mechanical problems, ended up in the Marshall Islands region. According to this theory, they were taken into custody by Japanese forces who suspected them of being American spies. What evidence exists for this extraordinary claim? The most compelling evidence comes from eyewitness testimony, though it didn't emerge until decades after the war ended. In the 1960s, researchers began interviewing residents of the Marshall Islands who claimed to have seen or heard about a Western man and woman being held by Japanese forces in 1937. A Marshallese woman named Bilimon Amaron claimed she saw Amelia Earhart in 1937 on Jaluit Atoll. She described a white woman with short hair being led from a boat to a building where Japanese officials had their headquarters. The woman matched Amelia's description. A fisherman named Eliu Jibambam reported seeing a plane go down near Mili Atoll in 1937. He claimed Japanese forces recovered the plane and its occupants. His account included specific details about the aircraft that matched the Electra's description. Other witnesses reported seeing a Western woman being held on Saipan, an island that was a major Japanese military base. Some claimed to have seen a grave or graves of Western people who died in Japanese custody during this period. In 1960, a former United States Marine named Robert Wallach claimed that while serving on Saipan after its capture in World War II, he and other Marines discovered a safe containing Amelia Earhart's briefcase and other personal effects. According to Wallach, they were ordered to destroy these materials and never speak of them. Another Marine, Thomas Devine, claimed that his unit found and burned Amelia's Lockheed Electra on Saipan in 1944. He described the aircraft's configuration in detail, including modifications that matched the Electra's specifications. These accounts are controversial. Skeptics point out that the witnesses came forward decades after the events, when memories can be unreliable and contaminated by exposure to media coverage. Many of the accounts contradict each other on specific details. No physical evidence has ever been produced to support these claims, but the sheer number of independent witnesses reporting similar stories is difficult to dismiss entirely. If even a fraction of these accounts are accurate, they paint a disturbing picture. Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan captured by Japanese forces, held in secret, and possibly executed as suspected spies. The Japanese government has always denied any knowledge of Amelia Earhart's fate. Official Japanese records from the period make no mention of capturing American aviators. Of course, many Japanese military records were destroyed in the final days of World War II, making verification impossible. The capture theory raises obvious questions. If Japan captured Amelia, why keep it secret? Wouldn't they have used it for propaganda purposes? Why execute her rather than use her as a bargaining chip? Some theorists suggest Japan realised that capturing and executing America's most famous female aviator would be a diplomatic catastrophe. Better to bury the incident entirely than risk provoking the United States into earlier military action. Others point to the possibility that Amelia wasn't just a civilian pilot, but something more, which brings us to our next theory. Chapter 7. The Espionage Angle. The most controversial theory about Amelia Earhart's disappearance is also the darkest, that her around-the-world flight was actually a cover for a covert reconnaissance mission. According to this theory, Amelia's flight was partially funded and supported by the United States government specifically to allow American intelligence to photograph Japanese military installations in the Pacific. Her celebrity status provided perfect cover. Who would suspect America's sweetheart of espionage? On the surface, this seems absurd, but when you examine the details, some aspects of Amelia's flight do seem unusual for a purely civilian endeavour. First, there's the question of funding. Amelia's flight was expensive, requiring a state-of-the-art aircraft, extensive modifications, support personnel, and supplies stationed around the world. Where did the money come from? Some came from Purdue University, where Amelia worked as careers counsellor and aviation advisor. But researchers have noted that Purdue's funding seemed unusually generous for what was essentially a publicity stunt. Second, there's the route itself. Amelia's planned route would take her very close to several Japanese-held islands, including territories where Japan was suspected of building military installations in violation of international law. Was this coincidence, or careful planning? Third, there's the equipment. The Electra was fitted with more sophisticated radio equipment than would typically be necessary for a civilian flight. Some researchers claim the aircraft had equipment capable of direction finding and even primitive radar, technology that would be useful for reconnaissance but overkill for simple navigation. Fourth, there's Amelia's relationship with the United States government. She was personal friends with the Roosevelts, She had connections to military and intelligence circles through her husband, George Putnam, who had his own government contacts. She'd previously been involved in promoting commercial aviation, an industry with obvious military applications. Fifth, and most intriguingly, there are suggestions that Fred Noonan wasn't just a navigator. Some researchers claim he had intelligence connections through his work with Pan American Airways, which was known to share information with American intelligence services as it expanded routes across the Pacific. The espionage theory suggests that Amelia's mission was to fly close to Japanese-held islands, photographing installations and gathering intelligence about Japan's military build-up. The theory further suggests that something went wrong. Either the plane experienced mechanical problems, or the Japanese detected the flight and forced it down. Either way, Amelia and Fred ended up in Japanese custody, where they were interrogated and eventually executed. The United States government, according to this theory, could never admit the truth. Acknowledging that they'd sent America's most beloved aviator on a spy mission would have been a public relations disaster. Better to let the world believe it was a tragic accident than admit they deliberately placed Amelia in harm's way. What evidence supports this theory? Mostly circumstantial connections and suspicious gaps in the official record. Several documents related to Amelia's flight remain classified to this day, more than 80 years after her disappearance. Why would routine documents about a civilian flight need to remain secret? What could they possibly contain that still requires protection? Some researchers point to statements made by officials years later that seem to hint at hidden truths. Paul Mantz, a stunt pilot who helped prepare Amelia's plane, allegedly told friends that the government was involved in the flight in ways that weren't publicly acknowledged. He never elaborated before his death in 1965. Jacqueline Cochran, another famous female aviator and friend of Amelia's, reportedly told researchers she believed Amelia had been on some kind of government thing. Again, she provided no details. The espionage theory is the hardest to prove and the easiest to dismiss as conspiracy thinking. It requires believing that the United States government would risk Amelia Earhart's life for intelligence gathering, then maintain an elaborate cover-up for decades. It requires believing that dozens of people knew the truth but kept silent. It requires accepting that official records have been deliberately falsified or suppressed. Yet intelligence agencies are capable of exactly these kinds of operations. History has shown us countless examples of governments conducting covert missions, sacrificing assets, and maintaining secrecy for generations. Is it really so impossible that Amelia Earhart was one of those assets? The truth is, we may never know. If the espionage theory is correct, the evidence is buried so deep that it may never surface, and that's exactly what makes it so compelling to conspiracy theorists. The absence of evidence becomes evidence of a successful cover-up. Chapter 8. The radio messages. One of the most perplexing aspects of the Amelia Earhart mystery is the radio messages allegedly received after her disappearance. If the plane crashed immediately into the ocean as the official story suggests, these messages should be impossible, yet dozens of people claim to have received them. The messages began almost immediately after the Itasca lost contact with Amelia on July 2nd. Within hours, radio operators around the Pacific reported picking up distress signals. Some were clear, others were fragmentary, but they shared common elements. A female voice, references to Amelia Earhart, and pleas for help. Walter McMenemy, a radio operator in San Francisco, reported receiving a signal on Amelia's frequency saying, "SOS from Earhart. Position unavailable. Can't hold out much longer." He immediately reported it to authorities. They dismissed it as either a hoax or atmospheric interference. In Rock Springs, Wyoming, a housewife named Nina Paxton reported hearing a woman say, "This is Amelia Earhart. Ship is on reef south of equator." Paxton had been an experienced radio operator and insisted the message was genuine. The Clenk message, mentioned earlier, included even more specific information, coordinates, references to water levels, and mentions of Fred Noonan being injured. Betty Clenk wrote down everything she heard and told her father, who contacted authorities. They took a report but apparently did nothing with it. Perhaps most intriguingly, a radio operator in Los Angeles claimed to have received multiple messages over several days. These messages suggested the plane was on land somewhere, that water levels were rising and falling with the tides, and that the situation was becoming desperate. If even a fraction of these messages were genuine, they completely change our understanding of what happened. They suggest Amelia and Fred survived the initial landing. They suggest the plane was intact enough to transmit. They suggest they were somewhere on land, being threatened by tides, slowly running out of time while their distress calls went unheeded. But here's where it gets complicated. The Itasca, with its powerful receivers and experienced radio operators, heard nothing after Amelia's final transmission. The Navy ship searching for her heard nothing. The official search and rescue frequencies were silent. How could civilian operators be picking up signals that the military couldn't detect? Skeptics point to several possibilities. Some of the messages could have been outright hoaxes. In 1937, Amelia Earhart was famous enough that pretending to be her would have guaranteed attention. Some people might have done it for fun or fame. Other messages might have been misidentifications. Radio in the 1930s was filled with static, interference, and crosstalk from other transmissions. It would be easy for an operator to hear fragments of different transmissions and mentally construct them into a coherent message from Amelia Earhart. There's also the phenomenon of mass suggestion. Once newspapers reported that people were receiving messages from Amelia, more people started listening for them. The human brain is excellent at finding patterns even when they don't exist. Ambiguous signals could easily be interpreted as meaningful messages by people who desperately wanted to hear them. But what if some of the messages were real? Modern analysis of the Clenk message has found some intriguing elements. The coordinates she wrote down place a location in the Phoenix Islands, close to Gardner Island. The reference to water levels and tides is consistent with a plane on a reef. The timing of the messages, spread over several days, is consistent with survivors slowly succumbing to the elements. Some researchers have suggested that Amelia's radio could have transmitted under specific conditions even if it couldn't receive, if the plane was damaged but the radio equipment was intact, and if they had battery power, short transmissions would have been possible. These transmissions might have been weak enough that only certain receivers, under certain atmospheric conditions, could pick them up. The radio messages raise an agonizing possibility that Amelia and Fred survived for days after the disappearance, calling for help that never came, that their messages were heard but dismissed, that they died slowly, knowing people had heard them but didn't believe them, or perhaps the messages were all fantasies, coincidences and hoaxes, and Amelia and Fred died quickly in the crash. We may never know which interpretation is correct. Chapter 9. The disappearing evidence. As researchers have dug deeper into the Amelia Earhart mystery over the decades, they've encountered a frustrating pattern. Evidence that should exist doesn't. Documents that should be available have vanished. Records that should clarify the situation instead create more confusion. Consider the official search records. The Navy conducted the largest search operation in history up to that point, involving 9 ships and 66 aircraft over 17 days. Surely detailed records were kept of every search pattern, every area covered, every signal received or investigated. Yet when researchers request these records, they find gaps. Some documents were destroyed in routine purges of old records. Others are classified for reasons that aren't explained. Still others exist but are heavily redacted with entire sections blacked out. Why would search and rescue records need to be classified more than 80 years after the fact? Then there are the navigation logs. Fred Noonan was known for keeping meticulous records of every flight. His navigation logs would have been crucial for understanding exactly what route they took and where they might have ended up. Yet none of Noonan's logs from the around-the-world flight have ever been found. They either weren't recovered from the plane, which seems unlikely, or they were recovered and subsequently lost or destroyed. The bone analysis from Gardner Island presents another puzzle. The bones found in 1940 were examined, measured, and documented. Then they were lost. How do you lose evidence in one of the most famous missing persons cases in history? The loss means modern forensic techniques can never be applied to the actual remains, only to the measurements and notes from the original examination. Radio logs present similar problems. Several radio operators kept detailed logs of the signals they received in the days following Amelia's disappearance. Some of these logs still exist, others have vanished. When researchers tried to trace what happened to them, they hit dead ends. The logs were filed somewhere, then at some point they weren't filed anymore. Perhaps most frustratingly, official explanations for Amelia's disappearance have shifted over time in ways that seem designed to discourage investigation. Initially, authorities took the post-disappearance radio signals seriously enough to redirect search efforts based on them. Later, these same signals were dismissed as impossible. Early reports suggested the search covered certain areas. Later analysis shows those areas might not have been searched as thoroughly as claimed. Conspiracy theorists see a pattern in these disappearances and contradictions. They suggest that evidence has been systematically suppressed to hide the truth about what really happened to Amelia Earhart. They point out that if she was on a government mission, any evidence of that fact would need to be eliminated. Skeptics counter that the pattern is exactly what you'd expect from an incident that occurred more than 80 years ago. Records get lost, priorities change, memory fades, organisations purge old files to make room for new ones. There doesn't need to be a conspiracy to explain why documentation is incomplete, but even skeptics admit that some of the gaps are puzzling. The bone loss in particular seems difficult to explain through normal bureaucratic incompetence. These were bones that multiple parties believed might belong to Amelia Earhart. They should have been treated as crucial evidence, yet they disappeared. The missing evidence creates a situation where almost any theory becomes possible, because there's not enough solid information to definitively disprove any of them. Did Amelia crash into the ocean? Maybe. Did she land on Gardner Island? The lost bones might have told us. Was she captured by Japan? The missing documents might have revealed the truth. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the mystery persists, and with it, the theories multiply. Chapter 10. Why the Mystery Endures. More than 80 years after Amelia Earhart's final flight, her disappearance continues to captivate the public imagination in ways that other aviation mysteries don't. Planes have disappeared before and since. People have vanished without explanation. But Amelia's story refuses to fade. Why? Part of the answer lies in who Amelia was. She wasn't just a pilot. She was a cultural icon, a symbol of progress and possibility in an era when such symbols were desperately needed. The 1930s were hard years. The Great Depression had devastated economies worldwide. Political tensions were rising. War loomed on the horizon. In that darkness, Amelia Earhart was a light. She represented hope, courage, and the idea that barriers could be broken. When she disappeared, it felt like more than just a person vanishing. It felt like a promise broken. The narrative was supposed to end with triumph, not tragedy. She was supposed to succeed, inspire millions, and prove that women could achieve anything. Instead, she simply vanished, leaving the story unfinished. Human beings hate unfinished stories. We're pattern-seeking creatures who need closure and resolution. Amelia's disappearance denies us that closure. There's no body, no wreckage, no final message, just silence and an endless ocean. Our minds reject this lack of conclusion and desperately search for explanations that provide the resolution the facts don't offer. The conspiracy theories persist because they provide that resolution. Whether it's the Gardner Island hypothesis, the capture theory, or the espionage angle, each gives us an ending. They tell us what happened, even if we can't prove it. They replace uncertainty with narrative, even if that narrative is dark. There's also the element of government secrecy. We know governments keep secrets. We know intelligence agencies conduct covert operations. We know official explanations aren't always truthful. The Amelia Earhart case has all the elements that make conspiracy theories thrive. Government involvement, classified documents, missing evidence, and official explanations that leave questions unanswered. In an era when faith in institutions has declined and skepticism toward official narratives has increased, the Earhart mystery becomes a perfect canvas for people to project their distrust. Every gap in the evidence, every contradiction in the official story, every classified document becomes potential proof that we're being lied to. But there's something else at work too. The Pacific Ocean is vast beyond comprehension. It covers more than 60 million square miles. In 1937, much of it was completely unexplored. Even today, with satellites and modern technology, we understand the ocean floor less well than we understand the surface of Mars. If Amelia's plane crashed into deep water, it could be anywhere within an area of hundreds of thousands of square miles. The wreckage could be thousands of feet down, buried in sediment, corroded beyond recognition, or scattered across miles of ocean floor. Finding it would be like finding a specific grain of sand on a beach. The absence of wreckage isn't necessarily evidence of a conspiracy. It might just be evidence of how impossibly difficult it is to find something small in something vast. Yet even knowing this, we can't let go. New expeditions to Nicomaroro find new artifacts and reignite debates. New witnesses come forward with old stories. New researchers propose new theories. Technology advances, and someone suggests applying it to the Earhart mystery. The search continues, decade after decade, because giving up feels like abandoning Amelia herself. The mystery endures because Amelia Earhart matters. She mattered in 1937, and she matters now. She represents not just one woman's courage, but the courage of everyone who's ever pushed beyond what society said was possible. Her disappearance can't just be accepted. It demands answers, even if those answers never come. And so the theories proliferate, the expeditions continue, the debates rage on, the mystery deepens rather than resolves because every answer leads to 3 more questions, and every piece of evidence can be interpreted in multiple ways. Perhaps the truth lies somewhere between the official explanation and the wildest conspiracy theory. Perhaps Amelia and Fred did crash into the ocean, but not where anyone searched. Perhaps they did reach Gardner Island but died before anyone could rescue them. Perhaps some elements of the capture theory are true, but not the entire narrative. Perhaps there was government involvement, but not in the way theorists imagine. Or perhaps the official story is correct, and everything else is just our inability to accept that sometimes bad things happen randomly, without meaning or purpose or conspiracy. We may never know. The witnesses are dead. The documents are lost or classified. The evidence is scattered across an ocean floor we can't fully search. Time has erased too much. The trail has gone cold, but we keep looking anyway. Because that's what Amelia would have wanted. She didn't give up when people told her women couldn't fly. She didn't give up when her first around-the-world attempt failed. She kept pushing forward, kept trying, kept believing that the impossible was just difficult. And so we keep searching for her, even knowing we may never find the answers we seek. Because finding those answers isn't really the point anymore. The point is refusing to forget. The point is honouring her memory by refusing to accept the silence. The point is keeping her story alive, even if that story has no ending. Epilogue. The last signal. Somewhere in the vast Pacific, the wreckage of a Lockheed Electra might rest in darkness and pressure that would crush any attempt to reach it. Or perhaps on a remote coral island, beneath decades of vegetation growth, lie the final remains of 2 people who died calling for help that never came. Or perhaps in a forgotten corner of some Japanese archive, a file exists that would explain everything but will never be found. The Pacific keeps its secrets. The ocean swallows stories and gives back only silence. Amelia Earhart's last confirmed words were, "We're running north and south." A simple statement of fact, a description of a search pattern, nothing poetic or profound, just information, transmitted in the hope that someone was listening. Someone was listening. The Itasca's radio operators heard her clearly. They just couldn't help. They didn't know where she was. They couldn't guide her home. They could only listen as her voice faded into static and disappeared forever. That might be the saddest part of the entire story. She didn't vanish in complete silence. She was heard. People knew she was in trouble. They just couldn't reach her in time. Some mysteries endure not because they lack answers, but because the answers never arrived when they mattered. The truth about what happened to Amelia Earhart might exist somewhere, in some form, waiting to be discovered. But even if we find it tomorrow, it comes too late to save her. Too late to send rescue. Too late to bring her home. All we can do is remember. Remember who she was. Remember what she represented. Remember that on July 2nd, 1937, a woman who defied every limitation society placed on her flew out over an ocean that had swallowed countless ships and planes before her, and she did it because someone had to be first. Someone had to try. Someone had to believe that the impossible was just difficult. The Pacific never gave her back, but it never made us forget her either, and maybe that's enough. Maybe being remembered, even in mystery, even in theories and speculation and endless questions, is better than being forgotten in certainty. Maybe Amelia Earhart's greatest flight isn't the one that ended somewhere over the Pacific, but the one that continues in our collective memory, never landing, never ending, always searching for Howland Island just beyond the horizon. The last signal has long since faded, but we're still listening, and we always will be. Before we begin, if you're enjoying this story and others like it, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review means the world to us and helps others discover these mysteries. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from across the globe. If you enjoy this content and want more stories like this, consider subscribing. Now, let's get into tonight's mystery. A massive thank you to Mittal Patel for suggesting this story. This one's for you. There are places on Earth where the ground itself whispers questions that history refuses to answer. In the spring of 2005, a man stood in a valley in Bosnia and Herzegovina, staring at something that shouldn't exist. Not there. Not shaped like that. Not aligned so perfectly with the cardinal points of our planet. The Visoko Valley had witnessed centuries of human history. Roman settlements, medieval fortresses, Ottoman occupation, the Yugoslav wars, layer upon layer of civilization, each one leaving its mark on the landscape. But beneath all of it, buried under soil and vegetation and the passage of countless generations, something else waited. The locals called it Vysochika Hill, a natural formation, a geological coincidence. Nothing more than compressed sediment and ancient stone shaped by millions of years of wind, water and time. Children played on its slopes. Farmers grazed livestock at its base. It was part of the landscape, unremarkable and familiar. But this man, standing at its base with a surveyor's eye and a researcher's curiosity, saw something different. He saw edges too sharp to be accidental, surfaces too flat to be random, angles too precise to be the work of erosion alone. Where everyone else saw a hill, he saw geometry. Where they saw nature, he saw intention. He saw 4 triangular faces rising from the earth like a monument deliberately placed. He saw corridors carved into bedrock, running for miles beneath the valley floor. He saw alignments that matched the great structures of Egypt, Mexico and China with impossible accuracy. He saw what he believed was the largest pyramid on Earth, buried and forgotten, older than any civilization in our textbooks, larger than Giza, older than Mesopotamia, hidden in plain sight for thousands of years. And when he announced his discovery to the world, he didn't just challenge geology, he challenged everything we think we know about who built what, when they built it, and what came before the history we've been taught. He challenged the timeline of human civilization. He challenged the idea that ancient Europeans were primitive, living in small tribes while Egypt and Mesopotamia flourished. He challenged the gatekeepers of accepted history, and they challenged him back. This is the story of the Bosnian pyramids, a mystery written in stone, a theory that refuses to die, a battle between belief and skepticism that continues to this day, and a question that still echoes through the Visoko Valley, unanswered and unsettling. What if the oldest civilization in Europe wasn't recorded in any book, but hidden beneath the ground we walk on? What if everything we've been taught about the progression of human development is missing a chapter? And what if that chapter was deliberately forgotten? Chapter 1. The Man Who Challenged History. Semir Osmanagic was not supposed to change archaeology. He was a businessman, an author, a man with degrees in political science and metallurgy, not ancient history. He had built a successful life in Houston, Texas, far from the land of his birth. He owned companies, he wrote books, he lived comfortably in the practical world of commerce and industry. But he had always been drawn to mysteries. For years he had travelled the world studying ancient civilizations. He visited pyramids in Egypt, standing in the shadow of Giza and feeling the weight of millennia pressing down on the sand. He explored the stepped temples of Mexico, climbing the pyramids of Teotihuacan and wondering about the people who built them without metal tools or the wheel. He trekked through Peru, examining the precise stonework of Machu Picchu and the massive blocks of Sacsayhuaman, fitted together so perfectly that a knife blade couldn't slip between them. He travelled to China, documenting the pyramids there that few Westerners even knew existed. And everywhere he went he saw patterns, the same architectural principles, the same astronomical alignments, the same massive scale and impossible precision, cultures separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years, all building the same thing. He wrote books proposing that these similarities were not coincidental, that ancient civilizations were connected by knowledge we'd lost, that human history was deeper and stranger than the textbooks admitted. His books were popular in certain circles, controversial in others. Mainstream archaeology dismissed him as a fringe theorist, someone who saw connections that weren't there and ignored evidence that contradicted his views. He was used to skepticism. But in 2005, when he returned to his homeland of Bosnia and Herzegovina after years abroad, something changed. He wasn't visiting ancient ruins this time. He was just driving home. It was supposed to be a simple trip through the Visoko Valley, about 20 miles northwest of Sarajevo. A quiet agricultural region, known for its medieval fortress and leather industry. Nothing remarkable. Nothing that would appear in guidebooks or attract tourists. But as he drove, something caught his attention. The hills, specifically their shape. Osmanagic had spent enough time looking at pyramids to recognize certain characteristics. Most hills are irregular, rounded by erosion over millions of years, asymmetric, chaotic in their contours, no two sides the same. These were not. Vysochika Hill rose from the valley floor with 4 distinct faces, each one angled, each one sloping at what appeared to be a consistent grade. The summit formed a flattened plateau, not a rounded peak. The sides descended in clean geometric lines toward the base. From a distance, it looked like a pyramid. A massive pyramid covered in earth and vegetation, but a pyramid nonetheless. Osmanagic pulled over. He got out of his car and stood at the side of the road, staring up at the formation. Other drivers passed by, locals who'd seen the hill their entire lives and never thought twice about it. But Osmanagich couldn't look away. He walked closer. He circled the base, noting the angles, the orientation, the way the faces aligned with the cardinal directions. He made sketches in a notebook. He took photographs from different positions. And the more he looked, the more convinced he became. This wasn't a hill. It was a structure. Over the following weeks, he returned again and again. He brought surveying equipment. He took measurements. He compared the angles to pyramids he'd studied in Egypt and Mexico. The slope angles averaged at around 45 degrees, the same angle used in many ancient pyramids. The faces pointed north, south, east, and west with remarkable precision. The same cardinal alignment found at Giza. He measured the base dimensions. If this was indeed a pyramid, it would be enormous, over 12,000 feet along each side, larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza, larger than any structure built by ancient humans, the largest pyramid on Earth, hidden in Bosnia. Osmanagich knew what he was suggesting was extraordinary. He knew the implications. He knew the response he would get. But he also knew he couldn't ignore what he was seeing. In October of 2005, he held a press conference. Media from across Bosnia attended, curious about what this businessman turned researcher was claiming. He stood before them and made his announcement. Visočica Hill was not a hill at all. It was a pyramid. He called it the Pyramid of the Sun, and he claimed it could be older, much older, than the pyramids of Egypt. The reaction was immediate and divided. Some people laughed, dismissing it as pseudoscience or a publicity stunt. Others were intrigued, excited by the possibility that Bosnia might hold secrets worthy of global attention. The local government saw opportunity, tourism, international interest, a chance to put Visoko on the map and bring money to a region still recovering from the devastation of war. They gave Osmanagich permission to excavate. Within months, volunteers from around the world descended on the valley. Archaeologists, engineers, geologists, and curious believers with shovels and enthusiasm. Cameras arrived, documentaries were filmed. Journalists from major publications flew in to cover the story. The small valley town of Visoko, population 20,000, became the centre of a global controversy. But the controversy didn't start with Osmanagich's announcement. It started with what his team found when they began to dig. Chapter 2. The measurements that raised eyebrows. From the very beginning, Osmanagich understood that belief alone wouldn't convince anyone. He needed data, numbers, measurements that could be verified and reproduced. Subjective interpretation wouldn't be enough. He needed objective evidence that could stand up to scientific scrutiny. So his team brought in professionals, surveyors with decades of experience in topographical mapping, civil engineers who understood structural analysis, geologists who could differentiate between natural formations and artificial construction. They used laser theodolites to measure angles with precision down to fractions of a degree. They employed satellite imaging to map the overall structure from above. They used ground-penetrating radar to scan beneath the surface without disturbing the soil. What they found was difficult to dismiss. The slope angles of the hill's four faces measured consistently around 45 degrees. Not exactly uniform across every inch of surface, but far more regular than what natural erosion typically produces. In nature, hills erode unevenly. Water carves gullies, wind shapes ridges. One side weathers faster than another depending on sun exposure and prevailing weather patterns. But all four faces of Visočica showed similar angles of inclination. The orientation of the structure was even more striking. Using magnetic compasses and GPS coordinates, the team determined that the four faces aligned almost perfectly with true north, south, east, and west. Not magnetic north, which shifts over time and varies by location, but true north, the axis around which Earth rotates. Cardinal alignment, the same kind of precision found at the Great Pyramid of Giza, which points north with an error of less than 1/10 of a degree. The same alignment used at the pyramids of Teotihuacan in Mexico, where the Avenue of the Dead runs precisely 15 1/2 degrees east of north, matching the orientation of the setting Pleiades constellation. Ancient builders across the world had encoded astronomical knowledge into their monuments. They had aligned their structures with celestial phenomena, creating buildings that functioned as calendars, observatories, and ritual spaces tied to the movements of stars and planets. If Visochika was artificial, it fit that pattern perfectly. Osmanagit's team also measured the base dimensions. Using GPS mapping and aerial photography, they calculated the footprint of the structure. The numbers were staggering. If this was indeed a pyramid, each side measured approximately 12,000 feet from corner to corner. That's over 2 miles per side. Footprint covering roughly 75 acres. For comparison, the Great Pyramid of Giza has a base measuring 756 feet per side. Visochika, if artificial, would be nearly 16 times larger along each edge. The volume of such a structure would be almost incomprehensible. Millions of cubic meters of stone and earth, shaped and positioned with geometric precision. If humans built this, it would represent an engineering achievement beyond anything in recorded history. But there was a problem. A big problem. Geology. Geologists examining the hill identified it as a formation composed of layered conglomerate rock, sandstone and claystone, the kind of sedimentary deposit common in river valleys and ancient lake beds. Material that forms naturally when rivers carry sediment downstream, depositing it in layers over millions of years. The rock wasn't quarried granite or limestone. It wasn't shaped blocks fitted together. It was layered sediment, compressed, and hardened into stone by geological processes. They argued that the triangular shape, while unusual, could be explained by natural processes. Tectonic uplift pushing the formation upward at an angle. Differential erosion, where softer layers weather away faster than harder ones, creating flat faces along natural cleavage planes in the rock. They pointed to other hills around the world with vaguely pyramidal shapes. The Devil's Tower in Wyoming, the Matterhorn in Switzerland, Sugarloaf Mountain in Brazil. None of them are considered man-made. Nature can create geometry, they argued. Given enough time and the right conditions, erosion can produce shapes that look intentional, but are entirely random. But Osmanagit's supporters countered with their own evidence. They pointed to the flatness of the faces, the consistency of the angles across all 4 sides, the precision of the cardinal alignment, which they argued couldn't be explained by random geological processes. They brought in geophysicists who used seismic testing to map the internal structure of the hill. The results showed distinct layers of material, some harder than others, arranged in patterns that looked more like construction layers than natural sediment. They found areas where the surface appeared to be covered with something resembling concrete blocks. Not modern concrete, but an ancient form of building material, harder than the surrounding stone. Samples were taken and analysed. The material contained a mixture of crushed stone and binding agents, similar to ancient Roman concrete or the geopolymer concrete theorised to have been used in pyramid construction. But critics dismissed these findings as well. They argued that natural minerals could create similar compounds, that what looked like artificial concrete might just be mineralization, a natural process where groundwater deposits minerals that cement loose material into solid rock. The debate intensified. Each side brought more experts, more tests, more data. And through it all, the hill remained unchanged, silent, waiting for someone to prove definitively what it was. But then Osmanagit's team found something that couldn't be explained by geology alone, something that suggested intelligence, design, purpose. They found what lay beneath. Chapter 3. The Underground Tunnels. If the pyramid theory rested only on the shape of the hill, it might have faded into obscurity. Unusual geology, interesting measurements, but ultimately inconclusive. But then they found the tunnels, and everything changed. Just outside Visoko, buried beneath fields and forest, a network of underground passages had been known to locals for generations. They called them the Ravne Tunnels, named after the nearby Ravne neighbourhood. Old-timers remembered exploring them as children, crawling into dark openings in the hillside, following passages that seemed to go on forever. Most people assumed they were old mining shafts, Medieval tunnels dug centuries ago to extract iron ore or clay, long abandoned and partially collapsed, filled with rubble and groundwater. Nobody paid much attention to them, until Osmanagit's team began clearing them. What they uncovered was far more extensive than anyone expected. The tunnels stretched for miles beneath the valley, not just a single shaft, but an intricate network of interconnected passages, chambers, and corridors. Some ran straight for hundreds of feet, others branched and turned, creating a labyrinth beneath the earth. The main passage was tall enough to walk through upright, 7 feet high in places, wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. The floor was relatively level, though covered in centuries of sediment that had washed in from collapsed sections. Other passages required crawling, narrow shafts that wound through the bedrock, carved or formed through processes no one could immediately identify. But what struck the excavators wasn't just the size of the tunnel system. It was the condition. The walls were dry. In underground passages, especially those running through sedimentary rock, you expect seepage. Groundwater percolating through cracks, moisture condensing on stone surfaces, dampness and mould and the constant drip of water. But these tunnels were remarkably dry. The walls in some sections appeared to have been deliberately carved or smoothed. Not rough and irregular like natural caves, but with surfaces that showed signs of tool marks or deliberate shaping. The ceiling in some chambers formed gentle arches, not sharp angles, but curves that distributed weight and pressure in ways that prevented collapse. And then there were the objects they found inside. Stone blocks, large rectangular slabs of a material different from the surrounding bedrock. Some weighed several tons. They were positioned throughout the tunnels, sometimes blocking passages, sometimes stacked along the walls. The blocks weren't rough, chunks of broken stone. They had defined edges, flat surfaces, uniform dimensions. Osmanagit's team examined them closely. The material appeared to be a type of conglomerate, harder and denser than the surrounding rock. But the way it was shaped, the uniformity of the blocks, suggested they had been cut or moulded rather than naturally formed. They found ceramic artefacts as well, fragments of pottery scattered through the sediment. But the styles didn't match known medieval pottery from the region. The forms were different. The clay composition was unusual. Some pieces were sent to laboratories for thermoluminescence dating, a technique that measures when ceramic materials were last fired. The results came back suggesting dates far older than the medieval period. And then there were the symbols, carved into the stone walls, etched into some of the blocks, geometric shapes, lines radiating from central points, patterns that resembled no known alphabet or decorative style from Bosnian history. Were they writing, mathematical notations, astronomical charts, religious symbols? Nobody knew. They didn't match Cyrillic or Latin scripts. They didn't resemble runes or Ogham or any European writing system. They looked ancient, purposeful. But their meaning was lost. Osmanagit proposed that the tunnels were not mines. They were access corridors, built by whoever constructed the pyramid above, perhaps to transport materials during construction, perhaps to serve a ceremonial function, connecting sacred spaces beneath the earth, perhaps to house treasuries or burial chambers that had long since been emptied or destroyed. He suggested that the tunnels might connect multiple pyramid structures across the valley, that what they were finding was just one part of a larger complex, an underground city or temple system, linking monument to monument. Critics argued otherwise. They suggested the tunnels were exactly what they appeared to be at first glance, medieval, mining tunnels dug centuries ago to extract ore or clay. The stone blocks could be natural formations that broke along cleavage planes, creating rectangular shapes without human intervention. The symbols could be scratches left by tools or markings made by miners indicating direction or ownership. The dry condition of the tunnels, they said, was due to the type of rock. The arched ceilings were natural formations where softer material had eroded away, leaving harder stone intact in curved shapes. Everything could be explained without invoking ancient pyramid builders. But the excavation team pressed forward. They cleared more passages. They mapped the network. They documented every symbol, every block, every artifact they found, and the question remained unanswered. If these were just old mines, why were they sealed? Why were they forgotten? And why did some sections appear to lead directly toward the base of the pyramid hill? The debate grew louder, more heated, more polarized. But one fact was undeniable. There was something beneath the valley, something old, something unexplained, and whatever it was, it had been there long before anyone currently alive. Chapter 4. The Energy Anomaly. Osmanagich was not content to argue geometry and geology. He wanted to explore a different possibility, one that would take the pyramid theory in a direction most mainstream archaeologists refused to consider. What if the pyramids weren't built as tombs or monuments to kings? What if they were machines? It's a theory that had circulated in alternative archaeology circles for decades. The idea that ancient civilizations understood energy in ways we've lost, that they built structures not just to honour gods or bury rulers, but to harness natural forces, to generate power, to communicate across vast distances. Nikola Tesla, the Serbian-American inventor, had proposed something similar in the early 20th century. He believed that pyramids, particularly the Great Pyramid of Giza, might have functioned as wireless power transmission stations, that their geometric properties and internal chambers could resonate at specific frequencies, channeling energy through the Earth itself. Tesla died before he could prove his theories. His notes on wireless energy transmission were seized by government agencies and classified. The technology, if it existed, was never fully developed or publicly revealed. But Osmanagich wondered, what if Tesla was right? What if the ancients had figured out something we're only beginning to rediscover? His team brought in researchers with electromagnetic detection equipment, engineers who specialised in frequency analysis, physicists willing to take measurements that most of their colleagues would consider pseudoscientific nonsense. They scanned the summit of the Pyramid of the Sun, looking for anything unusual, and they found something. According to their instruments, there was a concentrated electromagnetic frequency being emitted from the top of the hill, not a broad, diffuse signal like you'd get from natural background radiation, but a focused beam of energy pointing upward into the sky. The frequency measured at 28 kilohertz, a specific repeating signal, consistent, measurable, reproducible. The team took readings at different times of day, in different weather conditions, during different seasons. The signal remained. They moved their equipment to different locations around the summit. The strongest readings came from the highest point of the hill. The signal weakened as they descended the slopes. Osmanagich and his supporters theorized that the pyramid was designed to generate or channel this energy, that its geometric shape, its internal structure, and its material composition were all engineered to create a resonant cavity, a chamber that could amplify natural electromagnetic frequencies and project them outward, perhaps as a form of wireless power transmission, beaming energy to other locations without wires or transmission lines, perhaps as a communication device, sending signals to other pyramids in a global network, perhaps as a healing technology, using specific frequencies to affect biological processes in ways we're only beginning to understand. They compared their findings to research on pyramid power, a controversial field that studies the supposed energetic properties of pyramidal structures. Some studies have claimed that objects placed inside pyramids experience unusual effects. Food stays fresh longer, metals resist corrosion, plants grow faster, water changes its molecular structure. Mainstream science dismisses most of this research as pseudoscience, poorly controlled experiments, and wishful thinking. But Osmanagich's team argued that the dismissal came too easily, that established science had a history of rejecting phenomena it couldn't immediately explain, only to accept them decades later when better. Technology made measurement possible. They pointed to examples. Ball lightning dismissed as folklore until high-speed cameras captured it. Meteorites, which scientists insisted didn't exist until so many fell that denial became impossible. Continental drift, ridiculed for decades before plate tectonics became accepted theory. What if pyramid energy was the same, real but unmeasurable with current scientific instruments? Or measurable but ignored because it contradicted materialist assumptions about how the universe works. Mainstream scientists were skeptical, deeply skeptical. They pointed out that electromagnetic readings can be affected by dozens of factors. Underground water, which conducts electricity and can create localized electromagnetic fields. Mineral deposits in the rock, particularly iron and magnetite, which can generate their own magnetic signatures. Modern interference from nearby electrical infrastructure, cell towers, power lines, all of which emit electromagnetic radiation. The signal could be a natural phenomenon, groundwater flowing through iron-rich rock, creating a natural battery effect. Piezoelectric activity, where pressure on quartz crystals in the stone generates small electrical charges. It could be measurement error, faulty instruments, operator bias, confirmation bias, where researchers see what they expect to see and ignore data that contradicts their hypothesis. It could be deliberate fraud. Someone placing electrical devices at the summit to generate false readings. Though no one suggested Osmanagic himself was perpetrating fraud, the possibility of deception by others involved in the project couldn't be entirely ruled out. But the readings persisted. Other researchers visited the site with their own equipment. Some reported similar findings. They measured electromagnetic frequencies, ultrasound emissions, and ionization patterns that seemed unusual for a natural hill. Others found nothing. Their instruments showed only background radiation. Normal geological activity, nothing that couldn't be explained by conventional science. The energy question became another layer of the mystery. Because if the pyramid was emitting something, intentionally or not, it suggested the structure was more than decorative, more than a tomb, more than a monument built to impress or intimidate. It suggested purpose, function, engineering, and purpose implies design, and design implies intelligence, and intelligence 25,000 years ago implies everything we think we know about human history might be wrong. Chapter 5. The Age Problem. The controversy over the Bosnian pyramids took a sharper, more dangerous turn when Osmanagic's team began carbon dating material from the tunnels. Age was everything. If the structures were medieval, they were interesting but not revolutionary. Bosnia has a rich history of medieval fortifications, mines and settlements. Adding another site to that list would be noteworthy but wouldn't change our understanding of human civilization. If the structures were Roman or older, that would be significant. It would suggest that advanced engineering and monumental construction reached the Balkans earlier than currently believed. But if the structures were truly ancient, predating known European civilizations by thousands of years, it would shatter accepted timelines. It would prove that advanced cultures existed in Europe during periods when archaeologists insist only primitive hunter-gatherers roamed the continent. So the dating mattered enormously. Osmanagic's team collected organic material from multiple locations. Fragments of wood found embedded in stone blocks in the tunnels, charcoal deposits from sealed chambers, soil samples from layers beneath the pyramid's surface that hadn't been disturbed since they were deposited. They sent samples to multiple laboratories, reputable facilities with established reputations for accurate radiocarbon dating. They wanted results that couldn't be easily dismissed as amateur errors or contaminated samples. The results came back, and they were stunning. Some samples dated to around 5,000 years ago, roughly contemporaneous with early dynastic Egypt and the first cities of Mesopotamia. Significant, but not revolutionary. Other samples went further back. 10,000 years. 12,000 years. Deep into the period archaeologists call the Neolithic, when humans were supposedly just beginning to transition from hunter-gatherer lifestyles to settled agriculture. And some samples pushed even older. 15,000 years. 20,000 years. 25,000 years. If accurate, this would place human activity at the site during the last glacial maximum, when ice sheets covered much of Europe and sea levels were hundreds of feet lower than today. During a period when, according to conventional archaeology, no civilization existed anywhere on Earth. When humans lived in small nomadic bands, hunting megafauna and gathering wild plants, with no permanent settlements, no agriculture, no monumental architecture, no pyramids. Osmanagic embraced the results with the fervour of a man vindicated. He argued that the pyramids were evidence of a lost civilization, one that existed before the great cataclysms that ended the Ice Age, a culture erased by rising sea levels, climate shifts, and geological upheaval when the glaciers melted and the world transformed. He suggested that survivors of this civilization might have spread across the world, carrying knowledge of pyramid construction to Egypt, Mesoamerica and Asia, that the global presence of pyramids wasn't convergent evolution or independent invention, but inherited memory. Ancient refugees teaching their descendants how to build in stone, how to align structures with the stars, how to encode knowledge in geometry. The lost civilization hypothesis had been proposed before by writers like Graham Hancock and Robert Bauval. The idea that an advanced Ice Age culture existed and was destroyed by catastrophe around 12,000 years ago, leaving only myths, legends, and scattered stone monuments as evidence of its existence. Mainstream archaeology had dismissed these ideas as speculative fantasy, interesting stories, but unsupported by hard evidence. Now Osmanagic was offering dates that seemed to support exactly that scenario. But critics attacked the dating methods with equal fervour. They argued that organic material found near a structure doesn't prove the structure's age. Carbon dating tells you when a piece of wood or charcoal died, not when it was incorporated into construction. Wood fragments could have washed into the tunnels from surface erosion thousands of years after the tunnels were carved. Charcoal could be from fires set by medieval miners, or even earlier inhabitants using the tunnels as shelter. Soil samples could contain ancient, organic material that had nothing to do with pyramid construction. Contamination was always a risk. Groundwater percolating through rock could carry dissolved organic compounds from one layer to another, mixing materials of different ages and producing misleading dates. They pointed out that no artifacts had been found that definitively matched the proposed timeline. No tools specifically designed for quarrying or shaping massive stone blocks. No inscriptions, no burials, no human remains from 25,000 years ago directly associated with construction activity. Without those corroborating finds, the carbon dates were suggestive but not conclusive. Some critics went further, suggesting that Osmanagic was deliberately cherry-picking dates that supported his theory while ignoring samples that contradicted it. That medieval dates were being dismissed while anomalously old dates were being highlighted. Osmanagic denied this. He insisted all dates were being reported, that the range of ages suggested a complex history of use and reuse over many millennia, that both medieval miners and much earlier builders had left their marks on the site. Independent researchers visited and conducted their own dating studies. Some confirmed similar age ranges, others found only more recent dates consistent with medieval activity. The debate became increasingly technical. Arguments over calibration curves, contamination protocols, statistical confidence intervals, the kind of specialised discussion that left most people confused and frustrated. But beneath the technical arguments, a simpler question remained. If the Bosnian pyramids are really 25,000 years old, where is everything else? Where are the settlements, the pottery, the tools, the bones of the people who would have built such structures? Proponents argued that sea level rise and climate change could have destroyed most evidence, that the builders might have lived in coastal regions now, underwater, that wood, rope, and organic tools wouldn't survive 25 millennia. Critics argued that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, but it's also not evidence of presence. That extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof, and the dating results, however intriguing, weren't enough on their own. The age question remained unsettled, but one fact was undeniable. The dates existed, recorded in laboratory reports, published in journals and conference proceedings. 25,000 years, numbers that refused to disappear no matter how loudly anyone objected. Chapter 6. Academic Backlash. By 2006, the Bosnian Pyramid Project had attracted international attention. It had also attracted fury. The European Association of Archaeologists issued a formal statement condemning the excavations. They called the pyramid claims pseudoscience. They accused Osmanagich of damaging legitimate archaeological sites in the area, including medieval ruins, that were being disturbed by digging. Archaeologists from universities across Europe signed petitions demanding that the Bosnian government halt the project. They argued that promoting the pyramid theory was harmful to the country's credibility and to the discipline of archaeology itself. One prominent archaeologist called it the greatest hoax in archaeological history. Another compared it to ancient alien theories, dismissing it as entertainment masquerading as research. The criticism was personal, harsh, unyielding. Osmanagich responded by accusing the academic establishment of gatekeeping. He claimed that traditional archaeologists were protecting outdated narratives and refusing to investigate evidence that contradicted their models. He argued that institutional archaeology had a history of dismissing discoveries that didn't fit accepted timelines. That paradigm shifts only happened when enough pressure forced them to. He invited critics to visit the site, to examine the data themselves, to propose alternative explanations. Few accepted. The divide deepened. On one side, established science, defending the integrity of archaeological method. On the other, independent researchers, volunteers, and believers, insisting that something extraordinary was being ignored, and in the middle, the pyramids themselves, silent and unchanged, waiting for someone to prove what they truly were. Chapter 7. Why the Theory Won't Die. Most controversial archaeological claims fade. They burn bright for a moment, attracting media attention and passionate believers. Then the evidence fails to materialize. Funding dries up, public interest moves on, the claims are forgotten, relegated to footnotes in the history of fringe science. The Bosnian pyramids did not fade. Nearly 2 decades after Osmanagich's first announcement, excavations continue. Not at the frenetic pace of the early years, but steady, persistent, refusing to stop. Volunteers still arrive from across the globe, Europeans on summer holiday, Americans taking sabbaticals from careers in engineering and medicine, retirees with time and curiosity, young people searching for meaning in a world that often feels devoid of mystery. They come to dig, to explore the tunnels, to take measurements, to be part of something they believe is significant. Tourists visit Visoko by the thousands each year. The town has built an infrastructure around the pyramids, hotels, restaurants, tour guides who lead groups up the paths to the summit, explaining the theory, pointing out the geometric features, selling books and documentaries about the lost civilization hypothesis. The local economy has benefited, jobs have been created, international attention has brought investment. Whether the pyramids are real or not, they've become real for the town's prosperity. The site has become something unique in archaeology. Something that exists in a liminal space between accepted science and rejected. Pseudoscience, part archaeological dig, part spiritual pilgrimage, part conspiracy hotspot. People come because they believe. They believe in lost knowledge, in ancient wisdom, in the possibility that everything they were taught about history is incomplete or deliberately misleading. Others come because they're curious. They've heard the claims, seen the documentaries, read the books. They want to judge for themselves, to walk the tunnels, to feel the stone, to decide whether this is genius or madness. Some come because they want to challenge what they've been taught. They're tired of being told what to think by institutions they don't trust. Academia, government, media, the gatekeepers of official knowledge. The pyramids offer an alternative narrative. A story where official history might be wrong, where mainstream experts might be protecting their own authority rather than pursuing truth. That appeals to people, especially in an age where trust in institutions has eroded, where alternative information is easily accessible, where anyone with internet access can research topics that used to be controlled by academic specialists. The pyramid complex has expanded beyond the original Vysochika Hill. Osmanagich's team has identified what they call the Pyramid of the Moon, the Pyramid of the Dragon, the Pyramid of Love, and the Pyramid of the Earth. 5 major structures, they claim, arranged in a geometric pattern across the valley. Each one shows similar features to the Pyramid of the Sun: triangular faces, cardinal alignment, tunnels beneath or nearby. materials that might be ancient concrete. Critics dismiss all of them as natural hills. The same geological processes that could explain Vysotsika, they argue, apply equally to the other formations. But the believers keep finding patterns, alignments between pyramid peaks that match astronomical phenomena, measurements that encode mathematical constants, geometric relationships that seem too precise to be accidental. Independent researchers conduct their own studies. Some support the pyramid hypothesis, publishing papers in alternative archaeology journals. Others remain neutral, acknowledging unusual features while refusing to commit to any conclusion. A few actively work to debunk the claims, visiting the site to gather evidence of natural formation. But the work continues regardless. Cameras document every new excavation. YouTube channels dedicated to ancient mysteries feature regular updates from Visoko. Podcasts interview Osmanagic and his team. Social media groups share theories, photographs, and speculative connections to other ancient sites. The digital age has amplified the pyramid story in ways that wouldn't have been possible in earlier decades. Information spreads instantly. Evidence, or what proponents call evidence, reaches millions of people without passing through traditional media gatekeepers. The question lingers, persistent and unanswered. If it's just a hill, why does it generate so much attention? Why do established scientists get so angry at the suggestion? Why does mere mention of the Bosnian pyramids trigger such visceral responses from mainstream archaeologists? Supporters argue it's because the evidence, while disputed, is compelling enough to warrant serious investigation. That the alignments, the tunnels, the measurements, and the energy readings form a pattern that can't be entirely dismissed as coincidence or delusion. That mainstream archaeology's refusal to engage, its tendency to ridicule rather than investigate, reveals something about the politics of knowledge, about who gets to decide what's real and what's not. Critics argue it's because people want to believe in lost civilizations, that the human mind is drawn to mystery and meaning, even when the simplest explanation is the truth. That conspiracy thinking offers psychological comfort, a sense of hidden knowledge, a feeling of being special by knowing what others don't. That entertaining obviously false claims wastes resources and damages the credibility of real archaeological work. Both might be right. Both might be missing something. But neither side has definitively proven the other wrong, and so the pyramids remain, neither fully accepted nor fully debunked, existing in the space between proof and faith, waiting. Chapter 8. The Lost Civilization Hypothesis. The Bosnian pyramids are not alone. Around the world there are structures that don't fit neatly into accepted timelines. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, a massive stone temple complex dated to over 11,000 years ago, built by people who supposedly hadn't yet invented agriculture or writing. The Sphinx in Egypt. Some researchers argue its weathering patterns suggest it's far older than traditionally believed, possibly predating dynastic Egypt by thousands of years. Underwater structures off the coast of Japan, India and Cuba. Stone formations that resemble roads. Walls and platforms submerged when sea levels rose at the end of the Ice Age. The Bosnian pyramids fit into a larger theory. The idea that a technologically advanced civilization existed before recorded history. That it flourished during the Ice Age, when sea levels were lower and much of what is now underwater was dry land. That this civilization built monumental structures across the globe. Pyramids, temples, observatories, networks of knowledge encoded in stone, and that it was erased by catastrophe, floods, earthquakes, climate collapse, events so devastating that only fragments of the culture survived, carried forward by scattered groups who passed down stories of a time before, a golden age now lost. There is no definitive proof of this civilization, but there are unsettling parallels. Pyramid structures on every inhabited continent, built by cultures with no known contact, using similar mathematical ratios, aligned to the same celestial markers. Flood myths in nearly every ancient culture. Stories of a great deluge that wiped out an earlier world. Advanced knowledge of astronomy, mathematics and engineering appearing suddenly in ancient societies with no clear developmental path. The theory asks, What if history didn't begin 5,000 years ago in Sumerian Egypt? What if it began much earlier, and we've simply lost the chapters that came before? Chapter 9. Silence, Ridicule, and Control. One of the recurring themes in the Bosnian pyramid story is the nature of the opposition. It's not just disagreement, it's active suppression. Media coverage of the pyramids often takes a mocking tone. Headlines frame the story as a joke. Documentaries focus on the controversy rather than the evidence. Funding for the project comes almost entirely from private donations and tourism. No major academic institution has offered support. Grants are denied. Applications for official recognition are ignored. Osmanagit's requests for collaborative research with established universities have been repeatedly refused. Critics say this is because the theory lacks merit, that no serious institution would waste resources on something so clearly disproven. But supporters see something else. They see a pattern of gatekeeping, a refusal to engage with evidence that challenges accepted narratives, a tendency to ridicule rather than investigate. They ask, if the pyramids are natural, why not study them and prove it conclusively? Why not send a team of geologists to map the site, run comprehensive tests, and publish definitive findings? Why not carbon date the organic material independently and settle the age question once and for all? Instead, the response has been dismissal, public condemnation, warnings to stay away. The conspiracy interpretation suggests that establishment institutions protect their authority by controlling the narrative, that acknowledging the pyramids as real would force a rewrite of history, undermining decades of academic work and threatening the credibility of entire fields. That curiosity is discouraged because curiosity leads to questions, and questions lead to doubt. Whether this interpretation is accurate or not, the result is the same. The pyramids remain in limbo, not proven, not disproven, officially ignored, and the people who believe in them continue to dig. Epilogue. The hills still stand. 2 decades have passed since Emir Osmanagich first looked at Vysochika Hill and saw a pyramid. The hill is still there, the tunnels are still being cleared, the measurements are still recorded, the energy readings persist, and the debate continues. No government body has officially recognised the pyramids as man-made. No major archaeological institution has endorsed the theory. The site remains outside the boundaries of accepted history. But it also hasn't been definitively disproven. Geologists can explain the shape as natural, but they can't explain every detail. The alignments, the tunnels, the stone blocks, the carbon dates. Osmanagich and his team continue their work, slower now, with less media attention but no less conviction. They believe they are uncovering proof of a forgotten chapter of human history, a civilization that built in stone, understood energy, and left traces across the world before vanishing into myth. Their critics believe they are chasing illusions, seeing patterns in randomness, bending evidence to fit a desired conclusion. Both sides claim to stand for truth, but the truth, as it often does, remains elusive. Because here is what we know for certain. There is a hill in Bosnia shaped like a pyramid. There are tunnels beneath it that no one can fully explain. There are measurements that align with ancient structures across the world. There are dates that suggest the site is older than it should be. And there are people who refuse to stop asking questions. If the hills are natural, time and science will eventually prove it beyond doubt. If they are not, history will have to change. Until then, the Valley of Stone Giants remains what it has always been. A mystery written in stone. A question without an answer. And a reminder that the ground beneath our feet may hold secrets we've only begun to understand. The pyramids are still there, waiting, silent, unchanged. And the people who seek the truth continue to dig. snow-cold silence, the Karen Red case. Thanks to Kristin for this incredible story idea. Now let's begin tonight's breakdown. The night was ending, but for some, it would never truly be over. Picture a quiet Massachusetts suburb blanketed in fresh snow. The kind of snow that muffles sound, that makes the world feel suspended in time. In those early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, a Lexus SUV backed out of a residential driveway at 7 minutes past 5 in the morning. The camera captured it all in grainy detail. Inside that vehicle sat Karen Reed, a financial analyst whose life was about to become a national obsession. What she didn't know as those tyres crunched over ice was that her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, lay dying in the snow just miles away. And what none of them knew was that this death would unravel into one of the most controversial criminal cases in modern Massachusetts history, splitting a community down the middle and raising questions that still echo through courtrooms and living rooms across America. This is not just a story about a death in the snow. This is a story about what happens when the people sworn to find the truth might be the ones hiding it. The night everything changed. January 28th, 2022 started like many winter weekends in the Boston area. Karen Red and John O'Keefe had been dating for over 2 years. He was a 16-year veteran of the Boston Police Department, a father figure to his niece and nephew after his sister's death, a man known for his dedication to family and his work. Karen was successful in her own right, established in her career, respected by colleagues. They were the kind of couple that seemed solid, the kind neighbours would describe as nice people, without a second thought. Around 9 that evening, they arrived at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton, Massachusetts. It was a typical night out, drinks with friends, laughter cutting through the winter chill that had settled over the region. Security cameras captured them entering together. Witnesses later recalled seeing them at the bar, nothing unusual, nothing that suggested the tragedy waiting in the hours ahead. The evening wore on, drinks were poured, conversations flowed, and eventually, as it always does, the night began winding down. After midnight, they left the bar. This is where the story everyone thought they knew begins to fracture into competing narratives, each one claiming truth, each one pointing fingers in different directions. According to the prosecution's version of events, Karen and John drove to 34 Fairview Road, the home of Brian Albert, a former Boston police officer who had retired from the force. It was supposed to be an after-party, a chance to continue the night's festivities in a more private setting. But somewhere in the confusion of that snowy night, something went terribly wrong. At 7 minutes past 5 on the morning of January 29th, surveillance footage captured Karen's Lexus SUV backing out of the garage at John's residence in Canton. The timestamp would become crucial, dissected frame by frame in the investigation to come. Shortly after that footage was recorded, John O'Keefe was found lying in the snow outside 34 Fairview Road. He was unresponsive, his body already succumbing to the brutal Massachusetts winter. Emergency responders arrived to find a man face down in the snow, his clothing soaked through, his body temperature dangerously low. They rushed him to the hospital, but the damage was done. At 59 minutes past 7 that morning, John O'Keefe was pronounced dead. The cause, according to the initial medical examination, was blunt force trauma to the head combined with hypothermia. A police officer, a father figure, a boyfriend, gone in the span of a few frozen hours. The question everyone immediately asked was simple. What happened? The answer, it turned out, was anything but simple. The investigation begins. When a police officer dies under mysterious circumstances, the investigation typically moves with precision and urgency. Fellow officers rally to find answers, to bring closure to the family, to ensure that justice is served. This case would follow that pattern, but with twists that no one could have predicted. Within days, investigators had begun piecing together what they believed was a clear narrative. They focused on Karen Reed. Her vehicle had a cracked tail light. Fragments of red and clear plastic consistent with automotive taillight material were found at the scene where John's body was discovered. Karen had been drinking that night, and her blood alcohol level, recorded later that morning, was elevated. To the initial investigators, it seemed straightforward. A tragic accident caused by impaired driving. Karen had struck John with her vehicle, either while dropping him off or during some kind of altercation, and then fled the scene in panic or confusion. On February 2nd, just 4 days after John's death, Karen Reed was arrested. The charges were severe: manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, and leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. Each charge carried significant prison time. The district attorney's office presented their case to the public with confidence. They had physical evidence, they had motive in the form of relationship troubles, and they had witnesses who would testify to seeing the aftermath. But even as the prosecution built their case, cracks were beginning to show. Questions emerged that didn't have easy answers. Witnesses offered contradictory statements. Evidence that should have been clear-cut became murky under scrutiny. And Karen Reed, through her attorneys, began to tell a very different story. The defence didn't just argue that Karen was innocent of accidentally striking John with her vehicle. They argued something far more explosive, that John O'Keefe never died, outside 34 Fairview Road. They claimed he died inside the house, the victim of an assault by people who were supposed to be his friends, his colleagues in law enforcement. And they argued that those same people, desperate to cover up their involvement, had framed Karen Reed for a crime she didn't commit. It was a conspiracy theory in the truest sense. And like all conspiracy theories that gain traction, it was built on a foundation of suspicious coincidences, unanswered questions, and a deep distrust of the official narrative. The theory that changed everything. In April 2023, more than a year after John's death, Karen Reed's defence team went public with their alternative theory in a dramatic fashion. They released affidavits, held press conferences, and launched what they called the Canton Cover-Up campaign. The name itself was designed to provoke, to suggest that this wasn't just a case of mistaken identity or faulty investigation, but an active conspiracy involving multiple law enforcement officers working together to frame an innocent woman. The defence's theory was elaborate but internally consistent. They argued that on that night in January 2022, John O'Keefe did go to 34 Fairview Road, but he went inside the house. Once there, according to this theory, he was involved in some kind of altercation. Perhaps it was an argument that escalated. Perhaps it was a physical confrontation that went too far. The specifics were unclear, but the result, the defence claimed, was that John was severely injured inside that home. Faced with a dying or dead police officer in their house, the occupants panicked. These weren't random civilians. They were current and former law enforcement, people who understood exactly how serious the situation was, people who knew how investigations worked, people who had the connections and knowledge to potentially manipulate the system. So instead of calling for help, instead of telling the truth, they made a different choice. They carried John's body outside, placed him in the snow, and began constructing an alternative narrative that would shift blame onto Karen Reed. It sounds almost too calculated to be believable. But the defence had evidence to support their claims, and some of it was genuinely disturbing. The most striking piece of evidence was a Google search conducted on a phone associated with the Albert household. At 27 minutes past 2 in the morning on January 29th, hours before John's body was officially discovered, someone searched for the phrase, "How long to die in cold." The timestamp was crucial. If John was already outside at that time, dying in the snow, why would someone inside the house be searching for information about how long hypothermia takes to kill? The defence argued this search was made by someone who knew John was outside, someone who was watching the clock, someone who needed to know how long to wait before discovering the body. Then there was the tail light. The prosecution's case relied heavily on the cracked tail light of Karen's Lexus as proof that she had struck John with her vehicle. but the defence brought in experts who examined photographs of the tail light taken at different times during the investigation. These experts testified that the damage pattern didn't match what would be expected from striking a person. More concerning, they claimed the photographs showed the tail light had been damaged further between initial evidence photos and later examination, suggesting someone had tampered with the evidence to make it appear more consistent with the prosecution's theory. Witness statements also began to unravel under scrutiny. Multiple people who were at 34 Fairview Road that night gave statements to police. But their accounts didn't align. Some said they never saw John arrive. Others said they were asleep and didn't know he'd been there at all. But phone records and other evidence suggested more activity in the house during the crucial hours than these witnesses were admitting. Why would people lie about whether they saw John unless they had something to hide? The investigation of the investigators. As the defence's theory gained public attention, scrutiny fell on the people conducting the investigation. And what emerged from that scrutiny was deeply troubling, regardless of which version of events you believed. The lead investigator on the case was Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor. On the surface, he seemed like a competent officer with years of experience. But as the case progressed, text messages from Proctor's phone were uncovered and released to the defence as part of discovery. What those texts revealed was shocking. Proctor had sent numerous messages to friends and fellow officers about Karen Reed, and they were vicious. He mocked her appearance, made crude sexual comments, and expressed frustration with the case. In one particularly damaging exchange, he wrote about the difficulties in proving the prosecution's theory. "We won't be able to prove she hit him with her car. All the powers that be want answers ASEEP. Zero chance she skates." Read that again. The lead investigator, early in the investigation, was already expressing doubt about whether they could prove their own theory, while simultaneously stating that pressure from superiors meant Karen couldn't be allowed to avoid charges. That's not how justice is supposed to work. Investigations are meant to follow the evidence wherever it leads, not to start with a conclusion and work backward to justify it. The texts got worse. Proctor discussed wanting to use his badge to gain access to Karen's private medical records. He joked about inappropriate searches of her personal information. The pattern was clear. This wasn't an objective investigation. This was a personal crusade. On March 19, 2025, Michael Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police. The official reason was the derogatory texts about Karen Reed and alleged mishandling of evidence. By that point, the damage to the prosecution's case was irreversible in the court of public opinion, even if the legal proceedings continued. But Proctor wasn't the only investigator whose conduct raised questions. The defence pointed out numerous unusual aspects of the evidence collection and preservation. Karen's vehicle was towed to a police facility, but instead of being secured in a locked bay as would be standard for such crucial evidence, it was left in an area accessible to multiple officers. Her cell phone from the night of the incident was taken by investigators, but then mysteriously went missing for a period of time before being found again. Chain of custody documentation, which should meticulously track evidence from collection to courtroom, had gaps and inconsistencies. Perhaps most troubling were the connections between the investigators and the potential suspects in the defence's alternative theory. Brian Albert, the owner of 34 Fairview Road, was a former Boston police officer. His brother was an active officer. His wife's sister, Jennifer McCabe, was also at the house that night, and her phone was the one associated with the How Long to Die in Cold search. Another guest at the house was Brian Higgins, an agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives. These weren't random civilians. These were people embedded in the law enforcement community, people with relationships and connections to the very officers investigating the case. In a normal investigation, those connections would be disclosed and managed to prevent conflicts of interest. Officers with personal relationships to potential witnesses or suspects would recuse themselves. Independent oversight would be brought in. None of that happened here, at least not initially. Instead, the investigation proceeded with investigators who had professional and personal ties to the very people the defence was accusing of murder and conspiracy. The federal investigation. As the case gained national attention and the allegations of misconduct piled up, federal authorities took notice. In early 2025, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division launched an investigation into the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and the handling of the Karen Read case. For those who believed in the Canton cover-up theory, this federal investigation was vindication. Finally, they thought, an outside agency with no local connections would uncover the truth. The corruption would be exposed, the real killers would be brought to justice, and Karen Read would be exonerated. But in March 2025, the federal investigation closed without bringing any charges. No indictments were issued against Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, or anyone else accused in the defence's theory. No charges were brought against Michael Proctor or other investigators for evidence tampering or conspiracy. The investigation simply ended, with federal authorities offering little public explanation for their decision. For the prosecution, this was proof that the conspiracy theory was exactly that, a theory unsupported by evidence robust enough to bring charges. They argued that federal investigators had reviewed all the same evidence the defense pointed to and concluded it didn't support criminal charges against anyone except Karen Read herself. For the defense and their supporters, the closure of the federal investigation without charges only deepened their conviction that the cover-up extended further than they had imagined. They argued that law enforcement agencies protect their own, that the blue wall of silence extended from local police departments to federal agencies. The lack of charges, in their view, wasn't evidence of innocence, but evidence of how deep the corruption ran. The truth, as is often the case, likely lies somewhere more complicated than either narrative suggests. Federal investigations close without charges for many reasons. Sometimes it's because no crimes occurred. Sometimes it's because proving a crime beyond a reasonable doubt is impossible, even if investigators suspect wrongdoing. Sometimes it's because the crimes, if they occurred, fall outside federal jurisdiction or don't meet the specific criteria for federal charges. We may never know exactly why the federal investigation closed without action, but its closure didn't end the debate. If anything, it intensified it. The trials. The legal process in the Karen Read case was as dramatic and contentious as the investigation that preceded it. The first trial began on April 16th, 2024, more than 2 years after John O'Keefe's death. The prosecution presented their case: the cracked taillight, the plastic fragments, Karen's elevated blood alcohol level, and testimony from witnesses who described her as distraught and making incriminating statements in the hours after John's body was found. The defense countered with their conspiracy theory, now refined and supported by expert testimony. They brought in accident reconstruction specialists who testified that the injuries to John's body were inconsistent with being struck by a vehicle. They presented the Google search evidence, the text messages from Michael Proctor, and testimony about the connections between investigators and the Albert household. They argued that reasonable doubt wasn't just present in this case, it was overwhelming. For weeks, the jury heard testimony. They saw photographs of John's body, of the crime scene, of Karen's vehicle. They listened to expert witnesses from both sides contradict each other on crucial points. They heard Karen's own voice in recordings from that morning, heard her distress, heard her confusion. On July 1st, 2024, after days of deliberation, the jury announced they were hopelessly deadlocked. They couldn't reach a unanimous verdict on any of the charges. The judge declared a mistrial. Karen Read would not be convicted, but she would not be exonerated either. Instead, she would face a second trial. The retrial began on April 1st, 2025. By this point, the case had become a media sensation. Supporters of Karen Read gathered outside the courthouse daily, holding signs proclaiming her innocence and demanding justice for what they saw as a law enforcement conspiracy. The trial was live-streamed, with thousands watching the proceedings in real time and dissecting every moment on social media. This time, the jury reached a verdict. On the most serious charges, second-degree murder and manslaughter, they found Karen Read not guilty. They also acquitted her of leaving the scene of an accident. But on one charge, operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol, they found her guilty. The judge sentenced her to 1 year of probation. The split verdict satisfied no one completely. The prosecution argued it proved Karen was impaired and operating her vehicle recklessly that night, even if the jury couldn't conclude she had deliberately or accidentally killed John O'Keefe. The defence and Karen's supporters argued the not guilty verdicts on the most serious charges vindicated their theory that she had been framed, and the single guilty verdict was a compromise by jurors who felt pressure to convict on something after such a lengthy and expensive trial. Karen Read walked out of the courthouse on probation, legally neither fully guilty nor fully innocent in the death of the man she loved. The unanswered questions. Even after 2 trials, after thousands of hours of investigation, after millions of words written and spoken about this case, fundamental questions remain unanswered. Did John O'Keefe ever go inside 34 Fairview Road that night? There is no surveillance footage from inside the house showing his arrival. Every person who was in that house that night claims they did not personally see him enter. Yet the defence argues he must have been inside based on his injuries and the circumstances of his death. Without video evidence or a witness willing to break ranks and tell a different story, this question remains open. What caused John's injuries? The medical examiner who performed the autopsy concluded his injuries were consistent with being struck by a vehicle and exposure to the cold. But defence experts examined the same body, the same photographs, the same medical data, and concluded his injuries were consistent with a beating, including wounds they argued came from a dog attack based on the pattern of marks on his arm. 2 sets of experts, 2 completely different conclusions. Both can't be right, but how is a jury, or the public, supposed to determine which experts to believe? When exactly did John die? The timeline is crucial to both theories. The prosecution needs him to have been struck by Karen's vehicle and left outside to die in the early morning hours. The defence needs him to have been alive inside the house long enough for the conspiracy to unfold and for that Google search about hypothermia timing to make sense. Phone records show John's phone locked and stopped recording activity at a specific time, but does that mean he died then? Or just that his phone died or was damaged? Who made that Google search? The search for how long to die in cold came from a phone associated with Jennifer McCabe, who was at the Albert House that night. When questioned about it, she denied making the search and suggested it must have been a mistake or an artifact of some technical glitch. Forensic analysts confirmed the search was real and occurred at the timestamp indicated. So who made it and why? Was evidence tampered with? The defence presented testimony suggesting Karen's taillight was damaged further during the investigation to make it more consistent with the prosecution's theory. They pointed to inconsistencies in photographs taken at different times. The prosecution argued any apparent differences were due to lighting, camera angles, or the natural process of collecting and examining fragile evidence. Without a video recording of every moment the vehicle was in custody, proving tampering definitively is nearly impossible, but the suggestion alone cast doubt on the evidence's reliability. Why did Michael Proctor send those texts? Even people who believe in Karen's guilt struggle to defend Proctor's conduct. His messages were inappropriate by any standard, and his admission that they struggled to prove their own theory, while feeling pressure to secure a conviction, is deeply troubling. Was he just a crude, unprofessional investigator who nonetheless pursued a legitimate case, or were his texts evidence of a predetermined conclusion he was trying to justify after the fact? The broader context. The Karen Read case didn't happen in a vacuum. As the case gained national attention, investigative journalists began examining the broader context of law enforcement in Norfolk County and the Canton area. what they found added fuel to the fire of conspiracy theories. In 2021, a woman named Sandra Birchmore died in Canton. The official ruling was suicide, but her family and advocates raised questions about that conclusion. Sandra had been involved with police officers from the Stoughton Police Department, and there were allegations of inappropriate relationships and potential abuse. When her death was initially investigated, some of the same networks of law enforcement officers that would later be connected to the Karen Read case were involved in that investigation as well. The parallels were impossible to ignore for those inclined to see a pattern. Here was another suspicious death in the same county, another investigation involving interconnected law enforcement, personnel, another family left with unanswered questions and suspicions of a cover-up. The Birchmore case eventually led to federal charges against one of the officers involved, Matthew Farwell, but only after years of advocacy by Sandra's family and outside journalists. The fact that it took so long for action to be taken, and that local investigators had initially closed the case, seemed to validate concerns about how law enforcement handled investigations of their own. These connections matter because they shape how people view the Karen Read case. If this were an isolated incident, if there were no other examples of questionable investigations or suspicious deaths in the area, it would be easier to dismiss the conspiracy theory as paranoid fantasy. But when you can point to other cases, other examples of investigations that seem flawed or compromised, the conspiracy theory becomes more plausible. Pattern recognition is a powerful cognitive tool, even when the patterns might be coincidental. The public divide. Perhaps no aspect of the Karen Read case is more striking than how it has split public opinion. This isn't a case where most people believe one narrative with a small minority dissenting. Instead, it's a case where large numbers of passionate, informed people have reached completely opposite conclusions about what happened. On one side are those who believe Karen Read is a victim of a massive law enforcement conspiracy. They attend her court hearings, they organise rallies and fundraisers, they maintain social media accounts dedicated to exposing what they call the Canton cover-up. They see the suspicious Google search, the biased investigator, the connections between officers and witnesses, and they conclude that the only logical explanation is that John O'Keefe was killed inside 34 Fairview Road, and Karen was framed. For them, her conviction on the impaired driving charge is a miscarriage of justice, a compromise verdict by a jury that couldn't bring itself to fully acquit her, despite the overwhelming evidence of reasonable doubt. On the other side are those who believe the prosecution's core theory. They see a tragic case of drunk driving, a woman who made a terrible mistake and then compounded it by refusing to take responsibility. They look at the physical evidence, the cracked tail light, the plastic fragments at the scene, and they see a straightforward explanation. For them, the conspiracy theory is a desperate defense strategy, a Hail Mary attempt to create reasonable doubt by throwing out wild accusations. They point to the federal investigation's closure without charges as proof that outside investigators found no merit to the cover-up claims. They argue that Karen's acquittal on murder charges doesn't prove she's innocent, just that the prosecution couldn't prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a high bar in any case. Between these two camps are people who genuinely aren't sure what to believe. They see troubling elements on both sides. They think Karen might have been involved in John's death, while also believing the investigation was compromised and potentially corrupt. They can imagine scenarios where John went inside the house, but then came back outside where Karen accidentally struck him. They wonder if the truth is some combination of both narratives that neither side is willing to acknowledge. This divide isn't just about the facts of the case, it's about deeper questions of trust. Do you trust law enforcement to investigate itself? Do you believe officers will tell the truth even when it implicates their colleagues and friends? Do you think the justice system works? Or do you think it's rigged in favour of those with power and connections? For many people, the Karen Read case became a referendum on those questions, rather than just a determination of what happened on one snowy night in January. If you already distrusted police, if you already believed the system was corrupt, then the Canton cover-up theory made perfect sense. If you believed in the integrity of law enforcement and the justice system, then Karen's conviction, even the limited one, seemed appropriate. The aftermath. As of now, the legal proceedings continue in different forms. A civil wrongful death lawsuit was filed on August 23, 2024, by John O'Keefe's family against Karen Reed and 2 Canton bars that served alcohol that night. The lawsuit is currently stayed pending appeals, but it represents another legal front in a case that seems to have no end point. Karen Reed herself remains a controversial figure. To her supporters, she's a folk hero, a whistleblower who exposed corruption at the highest levels of Massachusetts law enforcement. They've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for her defense, attended every court hearing, and vowed to continue fighting for what they call justice. To her critics, she's a killer who got away with murder through a clever legal strategy and public manipulation. They see her supporters as gullible, taken in by conspiracy theories and anti-police sentiment. The people at 34 Fairview Road that night have largely retreated from public view. Brian Albert sold the house and moved away. Jennifer McCabe has faced harassment and death threats from Karen Reed supporters who believe she's part of the conspiracy. Brian Higgins has maintained his silence throughout. These are people who, regardless of what happened that night, have had their lives completely upended by their connection to this case. John O'Keefe's family remains caught in the middle. They lost a beloved son, brother and uncle in a tragic death. They want answers, they want justice, but the competing narratives have made it nearly impossible to get either. Some family members have publicly supported the prosecution's case and expressed anger at what they see as Karen's efforts to defame John and deflect blame. Others have remained quiet, perhaps unsure what to believe or simply exhausted by the years of legal battles. The truth in the snow, so what really happened on that night in January 2022? After all the trials, all the evidence, all the testimony, can we say with certainty? The honest answer is no, not with complete certainty. That's the frustrating reality of many criminal cases. The truth exists somewhere in the past, but our ability to reconstruct it is imperfect. We have fragments, security footage, phone records, text messages, physical evidence, witness statements. We try to assemble those fragments into a coherent picture, but the fragments don't always fit together neatly, and different people can arrange them into very different pictures. What we can say is this: John O'Keefe died in the snow outside 34 Fairview Road in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022. His death was tragic and preventable. Whether Karen Reed caused his death through impaired driving, whether people inside that house caused his death through violence, or whether the truth involves some combination of factors we haven't fully understood, John deserved better than to die alone in the cold. We can also say that the investigation into his death was deeply flawed. Even if you believe the prosecution's theory, even if you think Karen Reed is guilty, the conduct of lead investigator Michael Proctor was inexcusable. His biased texts, his expression of doubt about the case combined with determination to secure a conviction, his admitted mishandling of evidence, all of that compromised the investigation. A case this serious deserved better. John's family deserved better. Karen Reed, whether guilty or innocent, deserved an investigation conducted with integrity. We can say that the connections between investigators and potential witnesses raised legitimate questions about conflicts of interest and whether the investigation was truly independent. In any case, but especially one involving law enforcement officers and their families, extra care should be taken to ensure investigators have no personal stakes in the outcome. That didn't happen here, and the failure to maintain proper boundaries opened the door for conspiracy theories that might have been easily dismissed if the investigation had been handled properly from the start. We can say that the justice system, for all its flaws, worked to some degree. Karen Reed had her day in court, actually multiple days across 2 trials. She had competent legal representation, evidence was examined, witnesses were cross-examined, and juries made their determinations. The fact that the verdicts didn't fully satisfy anyone doesn't mean the system failed. Sometimes justice is messy and incomplete, because the truth itself is messy and incomplete. What we can't say is exactly what happened in those crucial hours. We can't say with certainty whether Karen struck John with her vehicle, or whether he was assaulted inside the house. We can't prove who made that Google search or why. We can't definitively state whether evidence was tampered with, or whether apparent inconsistencies have innocent explanations. These uncertainties will likely never be fully resolved, and people will continue to debate them for years to come. The Watchman. Question. The closing question posed in the outline is perhaps the most important one. When law enforcement investigates itself, who watches the Watchman? This is not a new question. It's been asked throughout history whenever those in power are accused of misconduct. The answer has always been complicated and unsatisfying. We want to believe in oversight mechanisms, in internal affairs divisions, in civilian review boards, in federal investigations. We want to believe that bad actors will be caught and punished, that the system will self-correct. But the Karen Read case exposes the weaknesses in those mechanisms. Michael Proctor conducted a biased investigation for more than a year before his texts were discovered. The connections between investigators and the Albert household weren't flagged early and addressed. The federal investigation closed without charges despite what many saw as clear evidence of at least misconduct, if not criminal conspiracy. At every level, the oversight that should have caught problems either failed or never materialized. This doesn't necessarily mean there was a massive conspiracy. Oversight mechanisms fail for many reasons. Sometimes it's incompetence rather than corruption. Sometimes it's institutional culture that discourages questioning fellow officers. Sometimes it's just the difficulty of investigating complex cases with limited resources and imperfect information. But the failure of oversight, whatever its cause, has consequences. It erodes public trust. It makes people more susceptible to conspiracy theories. It makes every future case more difficult because witnesses and jurors and the public bring their suspicions and doubts with them. The Karen Read case should prompt serious conversations about how law enforcement investigations are conducted, especially when the investigators have personal or professional connections to the people involved. It should lead to reforms in how evidence is collected, preserved and tracked. It should result in clearer protocols for identifying and managing conflicts of interest. It should spark discussions about independent oversight and accountability. Whether those conversations will happen, whether those reforms will be implemented, remains to be seen. History suggests that real change is difficult and rare. But if John O'Keefe's death can lead to improvements that prevent future miscarriages of justice, whether those future cases involve wrongful convictions or failures to convict the guilty, then something meaningful will have come from this tragedy. The snow remembers. Snow has a quality of preservation. It covers, it conceals, but it also freezes moments in time. When spring comes and the snow melts, what was hidden is revealed. The Karen Read case is like that snow. It covered over questions and contradictions, at least initially. The first narrative, the simple story of a drunk driving accident, seemed to wrap everything up neatly, to freeze the story in a comprehensible form. But as time passed, as the snow metaphorically melted under scrutiny, what was revealed was far more complex and troubling. The simple story gave way to competing narratives, to unanswered questions, to suggestions of conspiracy and corruption. Some of what was revealed might be truth, some might be paranoia, and some might be something in between. What we're left with is not closure but continued uncertainty. Karen Read is not in prison for murder, but she is not fully exonerated either. John O'Keefe's death is officially resolved in the legal system, but the questions about what really happened remain open in the court of public opinion. The people accused in the conspiracy theory have not been charged, but their names are permanently associated with these allegations. Perhaps that uncertainty is the most honest outcome. Perhaps it reflects the reality that in some cases, We simply cannot know the complete truth with certainty. We can have suspicions, we can have beliefs, we can even have legal verdicts, but absolute certainty eludes us. What we can do is learn from the failures exposed by this case. We can demand better investigations, better oversight, better accountability. We can ask harder questions when law enforcement investigates its own. We can be skeptical of both official narratives and conspiracy theories, recognizing that the truth is often more complicated than either extreme suggests. And we can remember John O'Keefe not just as a figure in a controversial case, but as a person. A 16-year veteran officer who dedicated his life to public service. An uncle who stepped up to raise his sister's children when she could no longer care for them. A man who, whatever the circumstances of his death, deserved better than to die alone in the snow, while those who might have helped him either couldn't or wouldn't. The snow that fell on January 29th, 2022 has long since melted. The seasons have changed, the years have passed, but the questions raised that night remain, frozen in the public consciousness, waiting for answers that may never fully come. That's the real tragedy of the Karen Red case. Not just that a man died, though that is tragic enough, but that we may never know with certainty why he died, who is responsible, or whether justice was truly served. When the next snow falls in Canton, Massachusetts, some people will think of that night. They'll think of John O'Keefe, of Karen Reed, of 34 Fairview Road. They'll think of the questions that still hang in the air like snowflakes that never quite settle to the ground. And they'll wonder, as we all wonder, whether the truth is buried somewhere beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered, or whether it melted away that morning and can never be recovered. The silence of that snow-covered night keeps its secret still, and in that silence we hear the echo of every unanswered question, every unresolved doubt, every failure of the system we trust to deliver justice. The case of Karen Reed and the death of John O'Keefe is closed in the legal sense, but in every other way that matters, it remains open, a wound that has not healed, a mystery that has not been solved, a story that has not yet found its ending. Perhaps it never will. Perhaps some stories don't get neat endings. Perhaps the only certainty is the snow falling and melting, covering and revealing freezing moments in time, but never quite preserving them completely. And perhaps that's the most honest conclusion we can reach, that we know what happened that night only in fragments, in pieces, in competing versions that can never be fully reconciled. The snow remembers, but it doesn't tell, and so we're left with our questions, our theories, our suspicions and our doubts. We're left with a case that became a symbol, a trial that became a cultural moment, a death that became a debate about trust and truth and justice in America. We're left with the uncomfortable reality that sometimes the system we rely on to find answers fails to deliver them. And we're left with the memory of a man who died in the snow, and the woman accused of killing him, and the shadow of doubt that hangs over everything that came after. That shadow is the legacy of this case. Not resolution, but uncertainty. Not closure, but continued questions. Not justice clearly served, but justice debated and disputed and doubted. In the end, that might be the most troubling outcome of all. Because if we can't trust the system to find the truth, in a case this scrutinized, this examined, this thoroughly investigated, then when can we trust it? And if we can't answer that question, then the shadow grows longer, the doubt spreads wider, and the next case becomes that much harder to resolve. The snow-cold silence that gave this case its name isn't just about the quiet of that winter night. It's about the silence of unanswered questions, the silence of evidence that doesn't speak clearly, the silence of witnesses who won't or can't tell the complete truth, the silence of investigators who failed in their duty, the silence of a system that couldn't deliver the certainty we expect from justice. And in that silence, John O'Keefe rests, his truth known only to himself and perhaps to those who were there that night. The rest of us are left to wonder, to debate, to take sides in a controversy that may never be fully resolved. That's the real story of the Karen Reed case. Not a story with a beginning, middle and clear end, but a story that continues to unfold, to evolve, to challenge our assumptions about truth and justice and the institutions we trust to deliver both. The documentary ends, but the case does not. The questions remain, the silence persists, and somewhere in that silence, buried beneath layers of evidence and testimony and competing narratives, lies the truth. Whether we'll ever uncover it completely is a question that only time, and perhaps new evidence or confessions, can answer. Until then, we're left with what we have. An unsettling case that exposed the fault lines in our justice system and left us all wondering whether we can truly know what happened when those sworn to protect us are the ones under suspicion. The snow has melted. The truth remains frozen,